Hello, welcome to Climate Action Day. This is our fourth edition, and Jen, so excited to be here.
Hi, Koen. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our 2023 edition of Climate Action Day, a full day celebrating teachers and students in climate education all around the world.
We will be having a lot of speakers today. So what to expect, Jen? Do you know how many speakers we will have for the next 8 hours?
Well, we've continued to add in. I think I counted around 50, but do you have an exact number, Koen?
Yeah, I do. I checked, and we have 44 speakers today, and that is not including the teachers and the students who all will be joining today, and we will be showing their work as well. So I'm really excited about this. Also, please make sure to share on social media. Jen, we are on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Please share messages about you, your students, what you're doing today, watch parties, what you're learning, takeaways, findings, what you have been doing. And please make sure to use the hashtag Climate Action Day and Climate Action EDU. So we can spot your social messages, because today we are going to feature those as well. We will bring in Hila. She will taking an eye on your social media basically, and we will showcasing your work.
That's right. This is a connected community. So we have teachers that have been posting for the past few days, but not only that, they have been celebrating for the past 6 weeks with the Climate Action Project. So across social media, they're sharing pictures, videos. I was seeing some watch parties kicking off this morning. So in some parts of the world, it's the end of the school day, and some are just beginning. So we're happy that everyone is with us and we are watching. Make sure you use those hashtags, Climate Action Day and Climate Action EDU, and we'll be sure to look out for your messages.
Amazing. We have speakers from all continents, well, not Antarctica, but we have 6 continents represented basically today. So really excited about this. Coming back to Climate Action Project, so this is a celebration of you. So we're so excited. We have been totally amazed about seeing what you've been doing for the past month or even 6 weeks. And I just wanted to share a few numbers, because we are now, and it already changed, we did it yesterday, but we are at 4 million participants, more than 4.4 million participants, which are teachers and students willing to step outside their comfort zone, willing to do and take action and to come up with solutions, and willing to learn about climate change. And we are at 155 countries today. Yesterday was 154. And it's also great to see that all together they have been sharing at our platform 2,722 different submissions, and it's still counting. But we also have an app which we will be sharing more about today. The app allows you to take action and to see your impact, as in the avoided and reduced amount of carbon. We are at 3 million kilograms of carbon. If you're not using the metric system, it's a lot, okay? And altogether, 58,000 actions have been taken. And one final thing, 2.3 million trees have been planted, part of your tree plantings, which is a lot of carbon avoided as well.
There's power in our classrooms. And Koen, you mentioned this is our 4th edition of the Climate Action Day. I think years ago, we were seeing students and teachers taking action, and we said, there needs to be a celebration of this work. We need to have a day where we can all come together. We can look at what's happening in our classrooms with tree plantings, daily actions that are taken, collaborations. And so we kicked it off, and look where we're at now. We have all different types of speakers sharing, climate scientists, we have world leaders, we have performers, we have youth activists. We have a full day for you all, and so excited that we'll be welcoming about 20 classrooms to share about those actions that they've been taking all year long.
Make sure to find our schedule for today at our website, climateactionday.net. You can find the speakers as well. You can find more information about them. Our speakers guide, we have gathered, at least Hila has gathered all of the biographies in that one document of all of the speakers and all of those who are going to join today. I'm really curious from where you are joining from. So please drop your flag, your country in the chat. Please drop us a comment. We can feature your post as well. Drop if you are doing a watch party, if you are a teacher with students or without students, or if you're a student. Really, really nice to see that we have people from Congo, we have people from Macedonia, Algeria, from Belgium. Hi, Bram. Ukraine even, extraordinary. We have people from so many different countries. Which countries are you spotting, Jen?
Well, I saw you just put Delphine up. So we have people that have been with us from the beginning, from the very first climate action project, and some people that are new. This is the first time they're bringing climate action into their classroom. So I see a lot of Ukraine, a lot of messages coming from schools there. I see India, Turkey, Serbia. I can't keep up with the feed. They're going so fast. There's so many different messages, but I see a lot of our friends that have been working really hard. Hi to Grace, Amina. We're really happy that everyone's with us. Hi to Randy. So keep sharing all day long. We're going to be keep an eye on the chat and making sure that we say hello to all of our friends.
We also have a few ambassadors this year, and they have been working to feature and to showcase our event for today. So thank you so much to our 2023 ambassadors. You really rock. And one final thing from my end, before we get started. A while ago, we have been creating an app, and the app is something extraordinary because it translates your efforts, your actions into the impact, basically. It shows you what kind of action you can take, because if you ask people, what can you do? Not so many people are able to answer that question even. So the app is showing you the amount of actions you can take and your impact. You can create teams. It's for students and teachers. Teachers can create groups of classrooms as well, and you can see your impact also for the amount of avoided single plastics. With teams, you can do small challenges and you can see the leaderboard, and we will continue working on this app, and we'll keep on adding new features to it. Please make sure to use the app. There's a banner for that, which is earthproject.org. It's a free app for iOS and Android. Jen.
Yes.
What do you think?
I'm so excited. I love when you share about the app. I remember years ago, we were sitting in your family's home in Belgium, and you're like, I have a dream. One day, maybe we can do an app and support our classrooms in that way. And then you made it happen. And we're all about virtual exchange, global collaboration, making sure our students can connect with each other, work with other people who live and look differently from them to take action for our planet. So we're able to do that with the app. We're able to do that with our new platform. I'm sure we're going to be talking about today with virtual exchange. And of course, we're able to do it today on Climate Action Day, where we're bringing in lots of different people that care about our classrooms to celebrate this work.
Amazing. So in a few minutes, we're going to a very extraordinary moment. We will be having a very special person. I will let Jen introduce her, but it will be an opera singer, and there will be a student, and it will be really exciting. But first, we have a special message for you from a president, the former president of Ireland, Mary Robinson, and she will be sharing a message for us. And Mary is the 7th president of Ireland and the first woman to hold this position, which is extraordinary. She became the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights post leaving office, and she is now part of the elders, And there's a person who has been part of the elders as well. Jen, do you know him?
I'm not sure.
He has been part of Climate Action Project Day in the past. It's the president of Colombia, Juan Manuel Santos. He's also part of the elders. So let's listen to Mary Robinson.
I'm very happy to join this fourth Climate Action Day online event, which I understand involves a wonderful network of some 3.4 million teachers and students whose climate actions we're celebrating on November the 2nd. This climate action in schools, in universities and colleges, and in movements like Fridays for Future is incredibly important. And frankly, it gives us, the elders, real hope for the future. When I say the elders, this is the group of former leaders that Nelson Mandela brought together in 2007 to work on peace, human rights, and a sustainable planet. And I have the honor to be their chair. And we love the intergenerational conversation that we're able to have quite often now. My message to all of you, and indeed to my fellow elders, is that we are at an incredible moment in human history, but we're not on course for a safe world. We are on the cusp of an exciting, renewable energy, healthier, sustainable world. And that's because of all the climate action. There's so much happening, there's so much innovation, there's so much grassroots work, indigenous peoples, young people, business, etc. But unfortunately, it's not going fast enough for the science. The science is very clear, and scientists have told us we have to reduce carbon emissions and other emissions by 50% by 2030. And that is not happening because leaders are not in crisis mode. Many political leaders, most political leaders now realize that the climate change issue is serious and that they must take it seriously. But that's actually different from being in a crisis mode. So our challenge is to inject a real sense of crisis, that we have a climate and nature crisis which must be dealt with as a crisis. And that means that leaders, particularly political leaders, must step up 10 times more. Now, I like that phrase, 10 times more. I didn't invent it. I'm borrowing it from the B team of business leaders who were already doing good work on climate change. And then they realized that they weren't, going to make enough difference. So they challenged themselves to be 10 times bolder. That's the phrase, 10 times bolder. And we all have to be 10 times bolder. We have to have a very broad movement. I'm working at the moment with women leaders on what we call Project Dandelion. The dandelion is a wonderful flower or weed. It grows on all 7 continents. It's very resilient. It's also very regenerative. The roots are very good for the soil. You can eat or drink every part of the dandelion in salads, in soups, in wine, etc. And even the roots take toxins out of the human body. So it's a perfect symbol, and it also connects us with nature. If you say, I am a dandelion, you're part of nature, as we are, but we see ourselves sometimes as separate from nature. And we want women leaders to step up 10 times bolder and to reach out to the women leaders who haven't been working on climate. No matter what you're doing, you now have to prioritize climate. And we want to have this idea of the Project Dandelion, because you spread the dandelion just by blowing the seeds. We want these seeds to connect all of the climate action that's happening in our world. Look at what indigenous peoples are doing to save the forests. Look at what young people are doing and young entrepreneurs are doing, being very innovative. Look what progressive business leaders like the B team of business leaders are doing. We need to unite all these movements and more. There's a religious coalition that we're connected with. There's a wonderful group of informal women in India, over 2 million in the Self-Employed Women's Association that we're connected with. And there are so many others who need to be brought in, local communities. So we need to address the leaders, the political leaders, and tell them, you have to be 10 times bolder. We have to connect with mayors. You have to be 10 times bolder, with all political leaders, in order that we will move as quickly as we can before 2030. We must have the carbon and other emissions by 2030, and we're not on course for that as yet, but we can be, by a pressure to make leaders treat this all over the world, in China, in the United States, in Russia, in Saudi Arabia, in Europe, everywhere, in Africa. It has to be the same. And I've seen a movement. I saw a movement before the Paris Agreement get us the wording about 1.5 in the text. And we marched in the street, 1.5 to stay alive. If we hadn't had that pressure, we wouldn't have that goal that was so important. So believe me, movements do matter. You matter. Your work matters. And I want to end with a saying of Nelson Mandela, because after all, he was chair of the elders. He said, it always seems impossible until it is done. We have a huge task over the next 6 to 7 years, mobilizing all around the world. And this day of action that you have, you're on your 4th, is really important because it will connect you and others. Let's work together as never before and make the impossible possible and get it done. Thank you.
How amazing was that?
Absolutely incredible to have President Robinson sharing a message for our teachers and students and kicking us off for Climate Action Day today. So thank you to President Robinson for her words and her invitation to be bold. We love that word at Take Action Global. I love the themes that she brings up around gender, women and girls. And I know that was a big theme for our last year event. But with that, I'm so happy to welcome our co-hosts for today. Nhial, are you so excited? We've been working a long time to prepare for today's event. How are you doing?
I'm so excited, Jen. I'm just ready to get started today.
Well, I am too. So the sun is rising here. I'm in Florida in the United States. Nhial, where are you joining from?
I'm in London, where the sun has not risen yet today. I think there's a storm outside. So
I was looking at the weather across the world and I noticed that. So hopefully your Wi-Fi will hold up today and everyone else as well. You can join us on YouTube and we will have everything recorded. So if you and your classrooms are joining right now, then don't worry if you can't catch everything live. We will be able to connect back with you with the recordings after today. So we have a special next session, Nhial, that I know we've been really excited about for not just the past few months, but actually for the past few years. And we're excited to bring them in. I had connected with an incredible organization called the ITAC Collaborative years ago. And they said, we know the exact speaker you need to have. She is changing the world in so many different ways. And so today we are honored to welcome these special guests with us. And they actually have a music premiere that we're going to be able to hear from. So Nhial, maybe I'll kick off with our introduction for Joyce, and then you can share about her special guest, and then I'll turn it over to you for our first interview for today. So I am so proud to introduce Joyce DiDonato, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about her work. Hi, Joyce. It's so great to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Congratulations on today. Woo!
Oh my gosh, we cannot thank you enough for all of your promotion and your beautiful videos and messages you've already sent out to our community of teachers and students. I know a lot of people are eager to hear from you and are tuning in for a special moment that you'll be announcing in a little bit. But I'd love to just share with our audience of students so they can learn about your work and you are a multi-Grammy Award winner and the 2018 Olivier Award winner for Outstanding Achievement in Opera. You were born here in the United States, in Kansas, and you are a global ambassador for World Voice. So I am so thrilled to have you here. Thank you for joining us and taking time. I'm not sure where in the world you are today, so maybe you can tell us.
España.
I had a feeling you were joining us from Spain. Well, that's wonderful. You're very close to Gila. So Gila, I'll let you introduce David, and I will see you all in just a little bit.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you, Jen. Yeah, so I am so honored to introduce David, who is a 13-year-old student based in North London, and he was part of the first Eden pilot workshop with Joyce. And he's also part of the new song that we'll be premiering today too. So that's super exciting. And David is really interested in climate action, and he's part of his school's Eco Club. So welcome, David. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi, David.
Great. So just to kick us off today, I have a question for you, Joyce. Could you tell us a bit more about the Eden Project, what it is, and what your inspiration for it was?
Oh, thanks, Gila, and congratulations on getting this day launched. I'm very happy to be a part of it. Eden is, we're in the middle of it. We're going to be touring to about 50 different cities, several continents with the concert project. I'm a singer, and so that's what I do. Pulling on 4 centuries of music and poetry that's all been written about the natural world around us. I've always found music to be incredibly inspiring. You know, it connects us to a part of ourselves that can be inspired, that can take action, that connects us to each other as well, bypasses, you know, our ego and our thinking brain sometimes and gets us to the heart of the matter. And I just thought, what a great moment to pull on this kind of poetry and music to look at our world today and how we can connect to it further, how we can look about how we are a part of it, and therefore we want to naturally take better care of it. And one of the really important elements of that was to bring in the future world, the voices of the youth today, to get them to think about their local areas, their local environments. In David's school, which we'll get to, Bishop Ramsey, we spent a whole day looking at the natural woodland that is right around their school and saying, have you guys actually looked at what's happening here? This hollowed out oak tree and the whole tons of microclimates that are happening within this tree. The tree may be dead, but it's a life and a whole environment, a whole universe for a lot of other people. And I saw all these light bulbs going off with these, you know, 12, 13-year-old kids going, oh, wow, this is a part of our home. And so David was one of the great, amazing voices of this group that wrote our first anthem for this project called Seeds of Hope. And in the 30 cities that we've already visited on tour, we have children from a local children's choir joining us on stage, singing this anthem that was written by these kids at Bishop Ramsey. We've had almost 2,500 children join us on stage, from Hungary to Milan to California to Kansas, Canada, Athens. We had a group of kids who are migrant status, refugee kids joining us, singing in English this song that we wrote. So it's a matter of getting the children where we tour to look at their local environment, to see how they can make an impact, but also through using their voices in a really particular way to feel empowered to speak up for the world around them and what's important to them.
That's such a beautiful sentiment. Thank you so much for sharing. And that is so exciting, Joyce and David. I can't wait to hear the song. I loved what you said about connection. I think that is so powerful within the arts. And actually, my next question was to David. So that's so cool that you were part of writing the song. And my question for you is, how has being a part of the Eden Project changed the way you look at yourself and changed the way you look at the world, and your potential to help the climate?
Thank you. Being part of Eden has changed my perspective on supporting climate change through music, because with songs like Seeds of Hope and Endless Sky, we can raise awareness about climate change and inspire and rally people to take action. It has also encouraged me to be part of Bishop Ramsey's Eco Club, which won the Eco Schools Green Flag Award and the Eco Club Award in 2022, which promotes awareness of the effect of plastic pollution in the world's oceans. No action is too small to make a difference.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, David, for sharing. And I think that hearing that is going to be so inspiring for our students listening and our teachers. So, David, just to follow up on that, do you have a message to the other young people watching today? Maybe something that you've learned from your work with the Eden Project that you think other students might like to hear if they wanted to get involved with climate?
I'd say like there's no limit to what you can do to help. Like it's like the small things like throwing away your rubbish and not wasting stuff that can really make an impact on climate and the world.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, David. So Joyce, I'm going to go back to you now. So I believe that the arts and storytelling can be so powerful. And again, going back to what you're saying, that connection that it can have between people, you know, you listen to a song and everyone feels the same way about it, no matter where they're from. I think that's so cool. So do you think that the arts has the power to heal the world, and in what way?
I do 1,000%, because it has the power to heal one person. And I know from personal experience that it can have a tremendous effect on just one person. In particular, looking at the climate, I think one of the challenges for everybody who's paying attention, but in particular for young people, it's easy to go into a mentality of what difference can I make? So David, that's why I'm so happy to hear you talk about the small changes. It really, when you look at the whole impact of what's happening, it can be really overwhelming. But this idea of, for example, the song that we're about to premiere, a world premiere video, we have 500 kids from our Eden family who sent in videos and recorded their voices to be a part of this. What it is it just this reminder that, number one, you're not alone. There are other people that feel the same way as you do. And number two, any small gesture that you make, you have no idea of the effects that that's going to have down the road. If you inspire somebody else, if you get somebody to pick up one plastic bottle from the ocean, maybe that's the bottle that was going to affect a sea turtle, you know, kilometers away in another ocean even. You never know the impact of those small gestures that you're going to make. And so never give up hope. That's what our first song, Seeds of Hope, was about. And the art and music and storytelling and poetry can really remind us that all those efforts can make a huge difference.
I love that. Thank you so much, Joyce. So I am really excited for you to introduce the song next. And I think what you just said about those small gestures, I have to admit, I had a sneaky look at the premiere before today. And I think all of our viewers, when they're watching the song, will understand what you mean about all of those people coming together to create something so beautiful. So I'm going to pass it over to you and David now, if you'd like to introduce the song, and then we will get this premiere started.
Super. Part of the idea of the Eden Project is the idea of creation and getting the idea of singers to write their own music. And so April 30th, we gathered about 40 kids on Zoom with Mike Roberts, our teaching assistant, a member of ITAC, who you mentioned earlier. And every child contributed a lyric, a melody, a harmony, and a rhythm. And Mike has incorporated into this song the representation of all of those 40 kids' ideas. And this song comes directly from them. David, do you want to introduce the title of our song?
Yes, the new song is called Endless Sky.
Yeah. This is a video world premiere with over 500 contributions from kids around the world. Enjoy. I can hear the oceans cry. We have to stop pollution. Blue skies turn to black sky. We're all a community. We've got each other's back. Deforestation.
How amazing was that?
David, how do you feel?
Amazing. It was actually really nice.
It turned out so beautifully, written by these kids. That's their voice. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Joyce and David, for joining us today. That was so amazing and such a fantastic way to kick off today's event. So I know that everyone in the comments is wishing you good luck with the rest of the project as well. So thank you so much for joining us and have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Hila. Bye. Have a great day.
Thanks, Joyce. Thanks, David. It's
Thank
so
you.
wonderful for our classrooms to see all of these countries represented. They see their country listed. That matters to them. So thank you for bringing together students from around the world to create this beautiful piece of art and sharing it with us today.
We're all together.
We
Take
are
care.
all together. Talk to you soon, Joyce. Thanks,
Bye.
David.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, Hila, that was, as you said, a wonderful way to kick off Climate Action Day 2023. We talk about the importance of arts across the curriculum with climate education.
Definitely.
It's not reserved for science classrooms. It can be in every single classroom. So I saw a lot of our arts educators making comments in the chat. So we have theater teachers, we have digital design, graphic design, we have fine art teachers. So happy that we were able to start with that today. So
yeah, super amazing. And I think that that's so inspiring for our students as well to see that, you know, they don't have to just be interested in STEM subjects, they can be interested in the arts, and that can be such an amazing platform for climate activism as well. So that's so cool. And we're so happy to have had Joyce and David joining us today.
They are remarkable. All right, I think we'll bring Kun back for our next segment here for Climate Action Day. Hi, Kun. How about that?
Hello. That was wonderful. Did you see the amount of comments? So I just had to click, click, and it was automatically scrolling. So amazing. So this event is not only about world leaders and famous people. It's also about students and teachers. So really, really pleased to feature some of their work as well, Jen. So we are going to show you a first group, and maybe, Jen, you can tell us where they are from.
I would love to. So there is not a better way to start than with our school in the Kakuma refugee camp. And Kun, you were able to join them in person several years ago. And every year they come back and share messages of goodwill and of action. And so we are going to hear from them a little bit later today, but let's start with one message from Kakuma.
Thank you.
Okay, so this may require a little bit more context. So TAG, we built schools in Kakuma refugee camp, which is in Kenya, and with the purpose of connecting them to the world and making sure that teachers from across the world are able to give them a quality education. But what happened is that we have really great people over there, our consultants and teachers who are working in those schools, and they are launching new initiatives as well. And so one of those initiatives is our own climate hub, but also the fact that the students are learning sign language as well. And so we have a really, truly inclusive and accessible school over there. And this was one of the girls sharing her message, which I think is extraordinary. And kudos to Franco, William, and Simon as well for doing such a great job over there. So Jen, over to the next group. Maybe a little bit of context there as well.
Okay, are we going to our next school?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. So we are going to go now to Taiwan, and we're going to hear from students there as they share their messages for you today.
So the great thing and the funny thing is that we have a document behind the scenes, Jen and I, and she already removed the school, which I didn't notice. I'm so sorry, Jen.
It's great.
But we are all ready for Taiwan.
你好 Hello. We are from Mingdao International Department located in Taiwan, Taichung. After doing the project, we learned more about how climate change can affect our daily lives and how to prevent them from happening in our next generation. More importantly, we learned how to spread out the message about how to fix climate change other than only understanding climate change.
We created videos, websites, and presentations to attend this 6-week project. I feel like I gained a lot more knowledge about climate change, and I'm now more interested in this subject.
I learned that we need to take action to protect Earth.
Hello, I'm Rafael from Taiwan. I've done presentations about climate changes, causes and effects, and planted a vertical garden and made a recycled enzyme jar. Thank you very much for founding the Climate Action Project. It's really helped me in my life.
As a principal, I'm an educator. I'm a principal of Mingdao High School. This is a big school. So my contribution to resolve the climate change problem, I can positively influence the teachers and students in Mingdao High School to care about our climate change issue and to take actions.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Awesome. Jen, any remarks for today?
All right, it's going to be fast and furious. We have lots of sessions for you. If you're just joining in, we are thrilled to have you. Please feel free to share where you're joining from. And if you are on social media, we are there too. So we'd love to have you sharing with hashtag Climate Action Day today. We're going to be watching for your messages, and we are going to be spotlighting several over the next several hours.
Our next guest will be Nhial Deng, and he is a special person to tag because he's a refugee and he grew up in Kakuma refugee camp, the camp from which we just watched a video. He's a 24-year-old South Sudanese refugee. He's a writer and youth advocate. He recently won the Global Student Prize, and he's also a youth climate delegate to the UN. So let's watch Nhial's message for us today.
Hello, my name is Nhial Deng. I'm so excited to join you all today. I grew up in Kakuma refugee camp in Kenya. It's a big refugee camp with about 200,000 refugees from all over sub-Saharan Africa who've been affected by forced displacement. And, on this day today, I was talking about climate change and, the impact of climate change in different communities. I think it's very important to recognize that climate change is not just a driver of forced displacement, but climate change is actually making life impossible for refugees and displaced community. In Kakuma refugee camp, when I was 16 years old, I started working on different projects to help, advance different empowerment programs for young people, from peace building workshop to game and sport activities to entrepreneurship programming. And, in 2020, I had the opportunity to work together with Kun very closely when he came to Kakuma to launch the Kakuma Innovation Lab School. I was a consultant for 2 years working on ensuring that, our climate education program get to the kids in the refugee camp, helping ensure, we connect with in the refugee camp with other actors all across the world. And it was a very, very, incredible moment. And I think, a few things that I think are very important in this conversation. For all of us who engage on different issues around development, we have to acknowledge that climate crisis is an issue that will make everything else that we're doing useless. We cannot talk about gender equality if we do not talk about the climate crisis. We cannot talk about refugee issues if we do not talk about the climate crisis. You cannot even talk about access to education if you don't talk about the climate crisis. You cannot talk about a peaceful world if you don't talk about climate crisis. Climate crisis is at the center. It is an emergency that is making life impossible for many people, that is displacing people from their communities, that we need to solve, and that we need to ensure we put together all our mindset, all the knowledge that we have, ensure we prioritize local knowledge, engage young people, put them at the driver's seat, so that we're able to ensure we have a world that works for everyone everywhere. Over the last 2 years, I've engaged in different global events and conversations around issues ranging from refugee issues to gender equality to the climate emergency, and it's always a theme that comes out every single time. When I have the opportunity to go to refugee camp this summer, I went to different refugee camps with the UN Refugee Agency. I went to refugee camps in Rwanda. I went to refugee camps in Malawi. I went to refugee camp in Uganda. I went to refugee camp in Kenya. Both Kakuma and Dadaab refugee camp. And the message is very clear. Many refugees feel that climate change is snatching everything they have, and it is like taking life away from them. And I think this is why we need to ensure that this is an emergency. This is a crisis that we need to address, so that people who already have very difficult challenges that they're going through, including refugees who displaced from their home, do not live alive or do not see their future taken away from them. For us to do this, we need different stakeholders on the table. And I talk about young people engagement a lot because I believe that young people need to be at the front line of driving the climate crisis, both the conversation as well as the implementation. When you look at young people today, or when you talk about the climate crisis, we don't think of world leaders. We think of young people like Greta Thunberg who are leading the way. We think of young people like Vanessa Nakate who are leading the way. So today, I just want to share here that young people are leading the way. World leaders are not doing that. And that is why we need to press them, get their leadership on board, get their cooperation on board, get partnership on board, get collaboration on board, have solidarity at the front line, so that we ensure that people everywhere, including those living in displaced communities, in displaced contexts, in displaced crisis, in war zone, country affected by war, have the opportunities to thrive, have the opportunities to adapt, to climate crisis, have the opportunity to adapt, to mitigate, the effect of climate change at their, community level, both the local level, the national level, and the regional level. That aspect that I also want to talk about a bit is about loss and damage. As you know very well, many regions across the world that are not contributing a lot to causing the climate crisis are paying the price. We have seen how flood has devastated countries in Pakistan, South Sudan, Somalia is currently going through one of its worst drought. We need to do something. These are people being robbed of their livelihood. These are people being robbed of their future. These are people being robbed of everything they have. And something you must acknowledge is that the very same communities that are going through these challenges are ensuring that they have solutions that they're putting in place. When you go to Somalia, you'll see that people are doing everything they can to address the crisis at the grassroots level. When you go to South Sudan, you'll see the same thing. When you go to Pakistan, you'll see the same thing. When you go to the Caribbean or the Pacific, it's the same thing. So that is why we need to ensure young people are at the front line, both informing policies, both designing policies, both implementation. We need to ensure that we prioritize local engagement. We need to ensure that the communities affected the most are at the front line of finding solution to these issues. I'm very grateful that Tech Action Global has made it possible today to convene these very, very important discussions. I really hope today is a day that we'll all be inspired by what we hear from different people around the room, and we'll take this inspiration back to our communities and actually see how we can have workable and actionable roadmap that we can build toward finding a solutions. We live in a world that is very interconnectedness, and I believe that no one person anywhere can find a solution to all these challenges. We need everyone at the table. We need young people at the table. We need the whole generation at the table. We need governments at the table. We need UN agencies at the table. We need international humanitarian organizations at the table. We need the private sector at the table. We need locally led organizations at the table, both led by communities impacted by this crisis, as well as those led by young people, those led by community elders, religious group. Everyone has a role to play. And for us to be able to move forward in a way that is sustainable, we have to, see that everyone is an expert in the home field. Those include communities displaced from their homes, as well as communities living through this crisis. When we see everyone as an expert and invite people at the table with the aim of finding a solution, there's nothing we cannot achieve. Together, we are unstoppable. Let's take this inspiration from here toward, fighting for a world that is just and that works for everyone, and toward a world where the climate crisis do not rob people of their livelihood, of their future, and the present. Thank you very much for having me today. Bye-bye.
Thank you to Nhial for his wonderful call to action, inviting everyone anywhere to join in this work. So we always have the great pleasure of seeing him and sharing across social media. Anytime we're at the UN, he seems to be there as well. So thank you to Nhial for his message for you today. Two other young people that are part of our Take Action Global team are going to join with us next. So happy to bring in Carla and Ayanfa. So Carla, Ayanfa, how's it going? Happy Climate Action Day.
I'm great. How are you?
Wonderful. Hi, Ayanfa. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Glad to be here.
So happy to have you. So we are crossing the planet right now. I'm from US. We have Switzerland with Carla, Ayanfa in Rwanda by way of Nigeria. So thank you for being with us. We have a special next session, and I know you both are going to moderate it. I will introduce our next guest, and then I will turn it over to you. Dr. Jes Thompson is our next speaker, and she is coming to us from the College of Business at Northern Michigan University. And she's a professor there, director of SHINE, NMU's Sustainability Hub for Innovation and Environment. And I know you all are going to be talking today about Jes's work with the National Park System, but Jes, welcome. So happy to have you with us for Climate Action Day. We've been waiting for this moment, so it's great to see you. And I will turn it over to Carla and Ayanfa.
Hi, Jes. So I'll get the conversation started. And to do that, I'd love to pose my first question to you. So if you could tell us a little bit about what aspect of climate change you feel that you're able to have the biggest impact on with your work, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think I felt really powerless when I was first learning about climate change and how overwhelming and big it was. And a really great graduation speaker said, to solve the world's problems, you need to look at the passion you have and the talents you have and put those in step with the future in mind. And I thought, well, I love to talk and plan and coordinate, and my expertise really is in communication. And I focused my research on climate change communication in particular. So that's my little wedge. And that would be my advice to students across the globe. Like, what are you passionate about and what do you do well? Use that to then leverage the change that we need, because we needed to have better and more empowering conversations about climate change. As the previous speaker said, like, we need everyone working at all scales. 1,000 problem decisions got us into this mess. It's going to take 1,000 times 1,000 to get us out.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think I love the way you phrased that. Ayanfa, would you like to take over and share some of your questions you have for Jes today?
Oh yeah, I was frozen for a second there, sorry. Okay. So my question is along the lines of world wonders and parks, and I would like you to describe any success stories where climate action has led to the protection and restoration of tourist attractions like world wonders and parks, And what lessons can we learn from those experiences?
Oh, great. There are so many lessons to learn from nature. I think one of the world wonders here in the United States is these massive sequoia trees. So sequoias can grow to be, 300, 400, 500 years old. They can store over 3,000 tons of carbon in their trunk, bark and branches. And they're really like fire adapted. Like for centuries, they've lived without burning. So they keep all that carbon nice and stored up. And most sequoia deaths are just from falling, just from old age. But in 2015, 2016, we started to see this crazy thing with the wildfire seasons, the increased drought, the lack of precipitation, pest infestation. Suddenly these sequoias that had been, standing for centuries and have such great knowledge of climate and change on this continent embedded in them, were burning. And this was unprecedented. So it took, what I think the lesson to learn here is multiple agencies and nonprofits and groups started to collaborate for the first time ever. They started to get together and create an action plan. There were crews from all different parks and agencies working 12, 13-hour shifts to clear brush, just so that these beautiful sequoias weren't standing in essentially a matchbox ready to go up. And while we have lost several in the past, since 2016, as the fire seasons have continued to take over in the American West, we are learning great tools about working across jurisdictions, across our political boundaries, across our assigned boundaries to solve problems. And I think when we talk about climate change, it knows no boundary. The previous comment was about refugees, and all of that implies like there's these political boundaries that we created, but climate change could care less about those. So figuring out how to really collaborate to solve complex problems, I think that's a win.
I love that. Collaboration is so powerful.
Yeah.
So I think Jess, you mentioned the sequoia trees, but I'm not sure if that is your favorite place. If it is, that'll answer my question already. But if not, I'd love if you could tell us a little bit about kind of your favorite place in nature and how you see climate change having an impact there.
This is tough. I have two. I'll be really fast. So when I really started this work, I was walking the hills of Rocky Mountain National Park in Colorado, and I just fell in love with the mountains and the forest. And what we are experiencing out there is pine beetle kill. So it's crazy. These pine beetles have lived in trees for hundreds and hundreds of years. They've never been a problem. But without 10 consecutive days below freezing, I guess that's like 0 Celsius, 32 Fahrenheit, they usually freeze off, and 90% of the larva dies, no problem. And this has been the cycle for hundreds of years. Well, as climate change starts to impact these forests and gets warmer and drier, those beetles are thriving, like they're living their best life. And now sometimes we'll get 2 or 3 beetle cycles in a season. And so those beetles burrow through the bark, and within 9 months of infestation, they kill the trees. So we've got these beautiful lodgepole pines. I do love trees. So trees are the answer in so many ways. They sequester carbon. They're cheap and easy to plant. They're important. Keep planting trees all over. But we are losing them. And then they become a fire hazard because now you've got dry, dead timber standing. And with, again, the increased heat and drought, these become very vulnerable areas. So that is an impact that just devastates me. Today I live on the shore of Lake Superior. I'm actually looking out at the sun rising over the lake right now. And this is an ecosystem I love. And I also know the responsibility of living on one of the largest freshwater lakes in the world. But we are seeing these extreme storm events. And I know this is the case across the globe. There are people being impacted by sudden and severe extreme storm events that used to happen like once every 1,000 years. In 2017, we had what we called the Father's Day flood, which wiped out, just destroyed our community roads. We had 9 inches of rain in like 7 to 10 hours. That's twice as much rain as we would get in a month. And we had it in less than one cycle around the clock. We did not have the infrastructure, and it was devastating. And I kid you not, 1 month later, we had a 500-year flood. Another storm hit. We hadn't even recovered. Around the world, people are seeing these extreme storm events, and they're devastating. They're traumatic. They're wounds that take lots of capital and energy to recover from. So it is. It's hard to see these favorite places, this place I call home, affected. And I know that my story is not unique.
Yes, indeed, your story is not unique. Here in Rwanda, there was a flood early this year. A lot of homes were destroyed, properties were lost, and on a final note, I would like you to tell our viewers, audience, one final thought about how to take care of our favorite places, our parks, our tourist attractions, even our forest.
Yeah. In 30 seconds, know your place, get out in your place, love your places, and connect with your community, because it is only through those community connections and collaborations can we make a difference. I can't save the forests working by myself. And I know that I can't save the lake or the water working by myself, or the rivers or the butterflies. I need to be part of a team and be able to collaborate and communicate and understand complex science in a group is going to be the path to the future. And I want to leave the world, I want to leave our children, instead of this big bag of problems, this awful hairy mess that generations before have created, I want to leave them with the tools and the resources and the hope that this is how we work together to solve problems. Here are examples of collaboration to make a difference.
Thank you so much, Jes. Collaboration and initiative. Thank you so much for your wise words and for this insightful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jes. Thank you so much, Carla and Aya, as well, for your great questions. We will go to the next round of speakers. Thank you so much, Jes. See you soon. Hi, Jen.
Hi, Kun.
We are having a small delay, so we are going to go to Adam McKay in a while. First, we will have people from NASA and students as well. But first, before that, we will bring in Nhial because she has a few exciting updates. Nhial.
Yes, absolutely. So our team has been following along on Twitter to look at the social posts that have been shared. So I'm going to quickly show you some of those now. So we have here a post from a classroom in Serbia who are doing a watch party. So cool to see you all there. We also have Dr. Leanne Perryman, who has shared a quote from Mary Robinson. So thank you so much for sharing that. We have a note of congratulations to Joyce for this meaningful song sang with the students around the world. Thank you, all of you. That song was so amazing, so I'm glad that everyone else liked it as well. We've also got a share from Anita, who also loved the video. She said, just awesome. 500 videos put together to create magic. Thank you, Joyce, for bringing this together. We are all together. I love that. And finally, we have a post from Zahida, who has said, happy to be a part of #Climate Action Day. And she has showed some images of her following along on the stream with Joyce's session as well. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Nhial. Please keep posting on social media your findings. Listen well to our distinguished guests, and feel free to share your findings and your outcomes and what you take away from those inspiring words. Jen.
All right, we are ready to keep going. Thanks to Nhial. Keep sharing on social media. We love seeing your messages. I loved Jes's comments on trees and butterflies. It's like these, I want much more time with her. So hopefully we can have her back to share. I think we need to hop over to some schools though, Kun. We have lots of students who have big ideas and solutions. One of whom is our dear friend, Vladislav, and his students who stayed up late to prepare a special message from the Ukraine for us today.
Вітання з України! Greetings from Ukraine!
We are the students from Vinnytsia Lyceum number 6, Ukraine.
And we would like to tell you about our participation in Climate Action Project 2023.
Our school takes part in the project for the 5th time.
This year, our eco team researched not only causes and effects of climate change, but also worked on some solutions.
We did research and learned about such causes of climate change in Ukraine.
The greenhouse effect is a normal natural phenomenon. However, over the past 100 years, the concentration of CO2 has increased by 40%. The concentration of CH4 at the atmosphere has increased by 2.4 times compared to pre-industrial times.
At the moment, one of the main sources of greenhouse gases emission in Ukraine is a full-scale war launched by Russia. It's led not only significant pollution but also caused the rise in CO2 emission in Ukraine and in the world.
During the first 6 months of the war, at least 100 million tons of CO2 emissions were produced.
Approximately 90% of air emissions in Ukraine are generated by the extraction industries.
One more eco-problem are landfills and dumps in Ukraine.
An average Ukrainian generates about 300 kilograms of waste per year, but only 6% of it is recycled. 7% of Ukrainian's territory is covered with landfill.
There are also eco-problems that are connected with human lifestyle, like using cars, plastic, water, electricity, and other things which harm the planet.
Everything starts with you. As a result, it has the following effects in Ukraine. First, warming. Over the past 30 years, the average annual temperature in Ukraine has already increased by 1.2 degrees.
Second, droughts. Groundwater level decline and rainfall amount drops.
As a result of military operations, we have water and ground contamination, loss of species and change in flora and fauna.
Sometimes, if you want to see a change for the better, you have to take things in your own hands. We already started to act for the best of our planet and took such steps.
Inform is for arm. That's why we have launched an information eco-campaign in our school.
First, say your word. Video challenge, for which our students make video about eco-problems on a free platform. We share them globally as well.
Second, creating and exhibiting eco-friendly maps in comic style. We also use the Earth Project app, and by using it our team has already avoided the emission of almost 900 kilograms CO2. Over the past years, our lyceum have also planted more than 7,500 trees.
Moreover, we also take part in open weather initiative, making satellite images of our region. It helps us research weather in Ukraine.
These are just some ideas how to help our planet, and we are happy to be part of Climate Action Project.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Amazing, Jen. Next, we have students from Jen.
Sri Lanka.
Hi, Pavan from Sri Lanka.
We are students of Iman Academy Sri Lanka. Climate action is near and dear to us.
This is our third year in which we are participating in the Climate Action Project.
And the first time working as a Climate Action school.
If you think that the economy is more important than the climate, try holding your breath while counting your money.
Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed.
We are the Climate Action Classroom.
We've been working really hard, learning about the impact our actions and lifestyle have on the planet.
This is our journey towards educating and empowering.
Compiled poems and published books.
We planted trees and harvested veggies.
We drew and illustrated, cut and sewed, inspired and motivated.
Hand in hand, we sow the seeds, a future born from noble deeds.
So, when climate action will ignite a world where love and hope will unite. Quality education is the key to unlock opportunities and set minds free.
It equips us with knowledge and skill to navigate the world, overcome life's needs.
Our voice is our superpower. Our voice is our identity. Our voice is our tool for sovereignty.
We look forward to being agents of change to make this world a better place.
We are working on the Climate Action Project.
Amazing.
Love them.
We have some extraordinary guests from NASA. And we will be having Richard Davis. We can call him Rick because we are friends now. And he works at NASA headquarters as the Assistant Director for Science and Exploration in the Science Mission Directorate. Bob Cullum is the integration lead at NASA, and they wouldn't be Rick and Bob if they wouldn't bring any guests. So hi, Bob. And hi, Rick. Hi. And Bob, I guess you will have to cover Rick today.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We
can hear you, Rick. Your screen is just black.
Oh, he's out in space.
Yeah, let's get out in space. Well, I'll try to figure that out. But we also have Allie Branson. I think she's in too.
Hi.
So should we jump in, Jen?
That'd be great. Welcome, Ali. Wonderful to have you here. If you don't know, Rick and Bob come every year and they always bring some of their best friends. So really happy to meet you. Hi, Rick. We see you.
Yeah, great. And
it's very late for you, I think, right?
Yeah, we're in Japan, but Allie is a more normal hour for her, and she's a Mars scientist, and we're delighted to have her with us today.
That's perfect. Well, we're going to turn it over to you. We do have some eager classrooms that have prepared some questions for you all a little bit later, but I know our community is tuning in to hear from you all and everything you have to share. So, Rick, we'll see you in just a little bit. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Sounds great. So, Bob, you got the slides, right?
Sure. Seeing him now.
Okay, first of all, thank you all for this wonderful opportunity to come visit with you. And we have a colleague named Awa Ndiaye who may be joining us if he can get his connection to work. And so we're going to give you a slightly different perspective on the climate problem, we hope. And we would love to get your thoughts and ideas as we go along. So Bob, let's go to the next slide. So Bob, Ali, and I both all of us work on Mars, or with Martian exploration. And we're going to try to paint a little bit of a picture of why going into space is so important to taking care of our amazing planet, hopefully. But before we do, there are a couple things we've got to make sure everyone understands. And so first of all, I love this picture because it's a picture of Gale Crater on Mars, and it looks a lot like the Wadi Rum Desert in Jordan. In fact, a bunch of movies have been made there because it looks like Mars. And I was very thrilled this last summer because my 2 daughters and I went backpacking in the desert, and it was just totally beautiful. But I will tell you, if you look at those 2, you got to be super careful that you don't get sort of bitten by false impressions, because Mars, for example, is nowhere near like the Wadi Rum. The air is so thin you can, if you took your suit off, it would actually kill you because it's so thin you wouldn't be able to breathe, and there'd be other problems too. It's got 1/3 the gravity of ours, so if you jump, it's going to be you're going to jump probably basically 3 times as high as you do on Earth. It gets super cold at night. It can drop 120 degrees, and on a warm day, it's freezing down near the equator, and up as you go further north, it gets really cold. And in fact, not only do they have snow with water, they actually have carbon dioxide snowing out, and that's essentially can be 7-8 meters high of that stuff. So it is a really different place. And so you got to be careful, because it's actually more like the next slide. Let me go to that. It's more like going up This is a picture of going up K2. It's the second highest peak on our planet. And it's, but multiply that by 1,000, and that's about how hard it is to go to Mars. And you got to be super careful about that. You also be super careful that you don't make the mistake of saying, well, it's like this or that, and that's sort of rules of thumb. And so I want to talk about a rule of thumb that is really important, because a lot of times we think that we have to solve all the problems of Earth by just being on Earth and taking care of it. That's our home, so it's very there. But sometimes, like kids, when you get into junior high school and high school, that you kind of need to go out and explore the world, and eventually you go out on your own, because you bring that knowledge back from doing the things you love, and you can actually take better care of your home by having a different perspective. And we're going to come back to that theme as we go here. But the point we're really trying to make is that sometimes by looking at the problem, realizing that maybe you're not just a citizen of the Earth, but you're a citizen of the universe, and our solar system in particular. And by using that knowledge, it gives us tricks that we can do to really take care of this amazing life-giving planet. So let's go to the next slide if we could. Before we can do that, we've got to give you a quick primer on what it takes to send humans all the way out to Mars. And this is what this slide's about. It takes a lot of stuff, everything from food to machines to people, everything to get out there. You need to have big rockets that can get that stuff out of the Earth and on its way to Mars. If you go to Mars, it's about a 3-year mission. That means by the minute you light the engines to go, about 6 to 8 months to get out there. It's so far away. Then you got to stay on the planet for about 500 days. And then you can come back and and it takes another 6 to 8 months. So it's about 3 years. Human beings have done this before. When we went to Antarctica the first time, it was about 3 years. When Lewis and Clark went out to the west in the United States, that was about 3 years. So human beings know how to do these kinds of missions, but the Mars one will be a whole new level, but we're really probably up to it. And then there's all these other parts you got to have. You got to send when you come home, you have to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, and you're going super fast. You're probably going 15 times the speed of sound. There's literally flames going around your windows as you come back to Earth. So you got to have a special ship, and that's what that near-Earth crew vehicle does. And then on the ride out there, that 6 to 8 months, that's your Mars transfer vehicle. That's your mothership. That is what you live in for most of the mission out there. And if any of you all saw the movie The Martian, they had a really cool Mars transfer vehicle. You got to send cargo out there, and that's what that solar electric cargo tug is. I'm not going to go into the specifics, but it's basically like a big tugboat that pushes a lot of stuff real slowly, but it does it really efficiently. And then when you land at Mars, landing at Mars is super hard because the atmosphere, as I sort of described before, is so thin that basically it doesn't really slow you up very much. But it's thin enough that if you're not careful, you will burn up. So you got to do that. You get down on the ground, and the reason you go to Mars is to do civilization-changing science. And so you're going to have a habitat that you can live in, but you're going to probably have a science laboratory that is going to be the coolest thing to do the science that Allie will talk about here in a little bit. You got to get around, and And so pressurized rovers, just like they did in the movie The Martian, will be key. And then you got to have suits. And then you're going to have to be able to talk up. And then ultimately, to come home, you need a Mars ascent vehicle, which takes you up and you rendezvous with that mothership. And then you spend another 6 to 8 months to come home and see everybody you love and cherish, and to see this amazing Earth that we have here. And that's kind of the big pieces of what it takes to send the humans out there. And maybe some of you will be on the missions that go there. Let's go to the next slide if we could, Bob. And you got to be careful that you don't do this, that you don't slip into some sort of, assuming things are one thing when they're really different. And so I'll just give you one. We try to talk about more usually, but for the longest kind of time, we weren't really sure if Mars had a lot of water on it. And in point of fact, when we started to explore, we started realizing this planet actually has tons of water on it. It's in the form of ice, and it's really cool. Allie will talk about the science on that in just a bit here, but you need it not only for water and all those other things, but you also need it for your rocket fuel to come home. Because if you have water, you can make methane, and with methane and oxygen, which you can produce from the water too, that's your ride home. And that is really key for making missions to Mars affordable, and so that we can go do that exciting science out there. But we had no idea it was there. If you look at it, and it's covered in the dust in most of the planet, but there's big sheets of ice. And that's actually one of the really cool things that we've learned really in the last 15, 16 years. And we are quickly trying to understand what that means. Let's go to the next slide. And so now we're going to explore a little bit about why going to space and Mars, and it helps us to take better care of the Earth. And there's a bunch of reasons that hopefully we can outline here real fast. Let's go to the next slide if we can. So first of all, we would not know how bad the climate situation is on Earth if we did not have this fleet of satellites. This is just the fleet that the United States has for monitoring everything from carbon dioxide levels, which one of the student groups just talked about, to ice sheets in the poles. We can actually measure them shrinking as the planet warms up, or measuring the temperature of the oceans to understand how bad that is. This fleet, I dare say that if you took it, all the other countries that have similar types of satellites, it's probably the total number of satellites that are watching this planet are probably 2 to 3 times the size of satellites that are right here. But it is, by being in space, it is giving us that understanding that is really crucial to measure the changes in our planet so that we can start to manage them and take care of them. And I will tell you that working in space, those are big challenges. And I think we've all learned that, if you take it step by step, you're careful that you don't assume one thing when it's really another. You actually can and work together as a team, and teaming is super important. We will figure out this challenge just as we will figure out how to solve the climate crisis working together. If you go to the next slide, Bob. Okay, the second one is that I'm an engineer. And, as an engineers and scientists, we're taught one thing: you don't make decisions or conclusions based off one data point. And unfortunately, a lot of times we are trying to make decisions about this amazing miracle of a planet based off one data point. That's the Earth we know. And so there is a vast emerging field right now called comparative planetology. It just means you're comparing how one planet works to another one so that you get more than one data point and can really understand how planets in space work and evolve with time. The fact of the matter is that Mars, billions of years ago, looked like Earth. It had oceans. Those ice sheets that I mentioned that we found, those were remnants. Many of them are remnants of all that ice that was at water that was at Mars, and it's now basically buried in dirt, under a cover of dirt. But a lot of it's still there. And so, why did it diverge and become so radically different? And that's really important. Venus, which is another planet that's next to the Earth, it had an opposite problem. The carbon dioxide started building up, and now it is just hellaciously hot on the surface of Mars. So understanding how planets evolve is really a key tool for helping us to understand how our Earth is evolving with time, and how dumping carbon dioxide, for example, is a risk, but how it might be managed. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Allie, because she's got some great slides here that will help you understand some of the science we can do when we can actually put a climatologist or a geologist or an astrobiologist on the surface of our second planet to really help us understand how the Earth evolved. Allie, why don't you take it over?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Allie Bramson, and I'm a Mars scientist. So I use NASA spacecraft to learn about Mars ice and climate. And as Rick was saying, we now know that there's a lot of ice on Mars, especially there's a lot of ice at the poles, kind of like how we have Antarctica and Greenland here on Earth. Mars's poles also have large ice caps. And these ice caps have been built up over time, layer by layer. And that's what you can see in this image. This is actually a perspective view looking at those layers of Mars's polar ice cap. And these ice caps then preserve a record of Mars's climate, just like on Earth, when we take ice cores and we can learn about the climate of Earth, we could also, one day when we're able to go and collect ice cores on Mars, learn about Mars's climate by looking at those layers in the cores. And also some of those layers preserve little bubbles of air of the atmosphere that tells us what the atmosphere was like at that time that layer was built up. And so many of the drilling strategies that we'll want to use on Mars are developed in Antarctica, where we're able to drill these ice cores and learn about Earth's climate history. Next slide, Bob. And so we use Earth as an analog for studying Mars. These are some pictures of me in Iceland studying the ice that we have here on Earth. And it also helps us prepare to go to Mars, is getting used to working in these more challenging environments, understanding the ice that we have here on our own planet and different instruments like this radar system that I'm pulling in this picture, but also understanding Mars's climate can help us understand how just all planets' climate systems work, kind of like what Rick was saying with that comparative planetology. If we can understand how Mars's climate works, it can better help us also understand how Earth's climate works, especially because Mars, so I'm going to use a prop. So all planets, they, orbit the sun. They can have a tilt that causes the seasons. And both Earth and Mars wobble a little bit and have a little bit of a tilt in where their pole is pointing towards. And that causes the seasons, but it also causes differences in where the sunlight is most directly hitting the planet. And so this wobble changes where the hottest part of the planet is and where the ice is stable. And on Mars doesn't have a big moon like we have. So it actually wobbles a lot more than Earth does. And so the ice ages on Mars are a lot more extreme than we have here on the Earth even. And so understanding ice ages on Mars can help us just better understand these natural ice ages that happen on scales of like 100,000 years. And so that we can better understand what is the effect then of humans, which were causing changes on like year time scales, which is completely not natural with the sort of the natural wobbles that we experience on these longer time scales. And so Mars offers kind of another playground for scientists like me to better understand the science of climate systems and how ice ages function on different planets, including our own planet Earth.
Cool. Thanks, Allie. Bob, let's go to the next slide. Bob, anything you want to add so far?
I would just that in addition to all the great planetary science that Allie highlighted, there are a lot of different science investigations that sending humans to Mars let us carry out, not only in planetary science, but in kind of fundamental physics or in human biology. or psychology. And so there are a lot of opportunities presented by doing something so extreme and so challenging, all of which can help us, take better care of the earth and take better care of ourselves.
Yeah, and again, it comes to this idea that you're a citizen of the solar system, and so use the knowledge that that solar system is giving us to help us correct the problems we've created here on this planet. It's just really powerful. So I'm going to talk about one more, which is, or two more actually, that are really key, we believe, to helping solve some of these problems we have here on Earth. So first of all, when you go to Mars, it is so hard to send anything there that it really forces you to be super efficient in the way you do everything. And so whether it's growing food, and here you see down that lower section there, when people go into space, they're not going to eat freeze-dried food. They're going to end up having to grow food there, and they're going to have to do it so efficiently that it's not even funny. And so I think we're going to learn a lot about farming. I want to talk one which I love because it's one of those little rules of thumb we get stuck in. And so that's like flushing a toilet. And so let's just talk about that. We are all so used to flushing the toilet, and half of us don't even think about where it goes. And in space, every bit of what you flush is a valuable resource. And we will learn to recycle the poop and the pee in ways we have never done it before. Now, do you need to go to space to learn how to do that, for example? The answer is no. But the reality is that sometimes if you come at a problem from a radically different perspective, it forces you to change your way of looking at the problem. And so you actually start to realize that, oh, if I do it this way, I actually can not only not waste, but I actually can help take care of my planet better. And so in space, that poop and pee is a resource. And it's that you're going to end up having housing that is so much more efficient that doesn't, because these modules can't leak air. And so you end up learning to recycle the air, learning to recycle your perspiration. All of those things become really important. And so our impact on the environment, we will learn a lot of tools that will help us manage our impact on the larger environments that we are operating in. Let's go to the next slide if we could, Bob. And the last one is that Bob, Ali, and I both, we don't just work with Americans on Mars stuff. We work with communities across the entire planet. And there was a wonderful, wonderful talk right before us where they underscored the importance of collaboration. And nothing in space, and definitely nothing at Mars, does not happen without working together. And so it's that change perspective that, when you're really trying to do something that's never been done before, you realize that you got to be bold, but you also got to be humble and realize that only by working together are we able to solve these problems. And I want to talk a little bit about those perspectives. Because down in that lower right-hand corner, you see a view of the Earth. This is from Apollo 8, the first time they went around the dark side of the moon, and they came up and they saw the beautiful planet that we have grown up on. And they realized against the black sea of space, how lonely, or how fragile, that's a better word, it is. And many attribute the emergence of the environmental movement in the 1960s to this changed perspective that's there. When we human beings, and maybe some of you on this session will be heading out to Mars in the next 15 to 20 years. And when you do, there's going to be a point in your mission where you have to know where to look at the Earth. It's going to be a tiny blue dot in a window. And then the moon is going to be hardly even visible. And then if you want to look at our second planet that humans are going to be living on, the Mars, is going to be a tiny, tiny red dot. How human beings operate in that environment will be so different. Their perspectives will change, and they will realize, and this is what I love about that last picture, is that by working together, though, they're up to those challenges, and they question the way they do it, and they have the humility to actually find the answers that allow us to do it, and also give us some of the insights that we need to take care of this amazing life-giving planet that we have. And with that, we go to the next slide. I think whether Mars, we love Mars, and it's a human effort, and we need ideas to do it. There's our Twitter there if you want to outreach to us. But more importantly, you could take the Mars and put in climate challenges, and it's a human effort, and it's going to take all of us working together to come up with ideas to really do it, but we are completely up to it. We just got to work together to start piecing these pieces and use every trick in the trade that we can come up with, including looking at our planet from a really new perspective from space and what that teaches us on how to do it. With that, I'll go over and see if Allie has any last minute words. Allie, anything else that you can think of that you want to add?
Nope.
And then Bob, last word to you, and see if you've got anything else you'd like to add.
Yeah, just to say that, these are big problems, they're complicated challenges, but we can overcome them, and we need scientists and engineers we need everyone's skill sets. We need storytellers, we need policymakers, lawyers, and artists. Anyone has a means to contribute to climate change and to space exploration. So just find what you're good at, and if this is something you're passionate about, there's a place for you in space. So hope to see you out there in the coming years.
And I just want to add to what Bob's saying, is it's really a critical point. Anything humans do on Earth, they are and will do in space and on our other planets. And if you're a farmer, you already got a hint of the thing we showed you of what we're going to need there. If you're a business person, it's the same thing. And you need different perspectives. So all of this Climate Action Day is amazing because it pulls in people from all across the planet. You need all those different cultural perspectives, different viewpoints to come up with the robust answers that are really key to solving these big challenges. But we know from the work that we all get to do in space that those are surmountable and challenges, but we just have to work together and pull those ideas together. So with that, we'd love to take some questions, and we thank you all so much for the opportunity to be here with you.
Thank you so much. Let's bring in those questions.
Cool.
Adding in Bushra, adding in Mary.
Hey.
And
hello.
Go ahead. Bushra, can we hear you? Because maybe I brought in the wrong one. I don't know.
Hi, good evening. Hello, Bob. Nice meeting you again. Thanks, Koon and Jen, for this opportunity. And I believe Lamit has joined from our school.
Hey,
yes.
Lamit.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Lamis Magdi from I'm from the UAE. I'm a year 10 student and I study at Sharjah International Private School. And I'm really glad to have this opportunity to talk to NASA scientists. It's definitely huge for me. And as basically, NASA is very popular and has enormous human and mental capabilities, and has provided human research and intervention services for 65 years. Now, what is the latest addition to humanity in the near future in relation with climate change?
So first of all, your country is doing some really cool work in space, and it is audacious, and that's really cool. And I would say the big thing, for climate change is really to build and enhance on the satellite fleet that we showed you, because it is giving us the ability to measure this. And if you can't measure these problems, it's really hard to know if you're making it better. And then the other piece, which Allie talked about, and I'll see what she has to add, is we really need to understand how planets in general work better. There's so much we don't know, but like just gaining insight into how the climate evolved on another planet is incredibly valuable. And so, Allie, anything you want to add to that comes to mind?
No, so yeah, like Rick said, I think, I'm a planetary scientist, so understanding all planets better helps us understand our own planet better. But there's a large range of new satellites and spacecraft that are being developed, not just by NASA, but by lots of countries around the world to go to Mars and Titan and Europa and all these amazing exotic places in our solar system, but also lots of satellites that are being built right now to orbit our own planet and look back and make measurements to help us understand a regional sort of where carbon dioxide is going and coming and going from different places, and supplementing the surface measurements that we're able to make. And so I think just furthering our knowledge using these robots in space is kind of where things are going. There's a lot of upcoming missions being developed that are really exciting.
And Lemus, other thing I would add to, so at Earth, we are rapidly, university students are building what we call CubeSats and small satellites and operating them. It has it is now possible that those get launched, and it is really cool the way university students, and it wouldn't surprise me if high school students are doing it now, are able to actually help contribute that way. And providing, they're pretty simple satellites, but they are able to do that really earlier than it was even possible when I was in school. And that's a really cool new development.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And yes, all eyes will be on UAE coming up here just next month for COP28. So looking forward to the discussions that will be happening there. We have some more questions for you, Rick and team, coming from Andrews Academy, and we have 2 elementary students that are happy to share their questions. So, Mary, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We're truly inspired by all of the work of our scientists here. And we have 2 4th grade students here who have some questions about your work with the Mars project. So first we'll start with...
Tell us your name too. Yeah, please.
So my name's Mary Meadows.
Yeah.
Yes, and now we'll have our students introduce themselves and ask their questions.
So my name's Cameron, and I have several questions, but I'm only gonna really ask one, since I know you guys kind of asked mainly for one. But my main question would be, how do you necessarily figure out the trajectory of the rocket that puts the Mars rover on to Mars?
Okay. So what's cool is we actually have gotten to be super good at doing this now, but there's a whole discipline called orbital mechanics. That's actually what I studied in school. And it is incredible how accurate we can actually do something. We just did a satellite that we, so one of the things we worry about Earth is a big asteroid hitting the Earth. The dinosaurs were wiped out by one, and essentially it created a massive climate change event that was horrific in terms of what it did. And so we actually just did one where we took a satellite, we aimed at an asteroid. We were so good at planning how these things move around in space that we smashed the satellite into the asteroid and diverted its path so that we could start learning how to do that. But that's all tied to really your question, which is that we've learned how to get things and really aim them right at the planet, and even to be able to land them like the rovers that you're asking about. And so if you want to learn more about it, if there's anything we can do to help you find out more about it, please let us know, because and we have our Twitter that we showed you. And we are delighted to help you learn more about that. So thank you for the great question, and nice to meet you too.
My name's Sahishnu. My question is not really related to Mars. It's more like space.
Okay.
It's, how do you know, or do you have proof that a white hole exists?
So Bob's going to take an answer at that one, because that's a really intriguing question. So
yeah, so I think as far as we know, white holes are just a theoretical concept. But if we're going to look for something like that out in space, we might do it the same way that we've looked for black holes. And how we go about finding black holes, because we can't see them, they're too dark, no light can escape them. We look for the effects that they have on the things around them. So even though we can't see a black hole itself, we can see light bending around the black hole, and we can see, planets and stars, changing their orbits because they're near a black hole. So, white holes might be out there. We don't know yet, but that might be one of the ways that we look for them.
And I'll point out that. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Allie.
I was just going to point out that like black holes were theoretically predicted at some point, and now we just in the last few years we have direct images of black holes, and so this is where just continuing to work on these hard problems and see how technology advances by the hard work of scientists and engineers and people across the globe, we can go from making predictions in space to actually then making those observations to confirm the presence of these things that are predicted theoretically.
Yeah, and a really fun another example is we've learned to see planets and other solar systems that are so far away that we could never imagine to do. We see little dots going across their star, and we can actually start to understand what those planets are made of. And we have detected Earth-like planets that have water environments. And so this is really cool stuff that we can start to do, but it's because we ask questions just like the one you asked, and then start getting crazy ideas and then start figuring out how to do it. And that's how it comes together. And before long, a theory becomes not only proven, but it becomes something we sort of take for granted.
I mean, I was going to say, like, it just makes sense because, I mean, usually and sometimes theories just start as like ridiculous questions that either are proven or not proven. So it makes sense to me at least.
That's cool.
Yeah, and that's the benefit of the scientific method and following up. That's what I love about my job.
Any other questions we can try to answer?
We do have one coming. Our friends, we're going to hop over from Andrews Academy to our friend in Guinea, and Maury has asked one of his students to share a question for you all today.
Bonjour, c'est dirigeant de la NASA. Je m'appelle Ahmed Diallo. J'ai deux questions pour vous aujourd'hui. Que pouvons-nous apprendre de la NASA pour nous aider à réduire la quantité d'émissions de carbone dans notre pays? Enfin, la NASA propose-t-elle des formations aux élèves guinéens afin qu'ils soient équipés pour lutter contre le changement climatique? Je vous remercie.
Take a run at that, and then we'll see if Bob or I have anything to add. But Allie, you want to take a run at that?
I think that NASA is, there's a lot of opportunities to use NASA data. Everything is publicly available. And so all the data that I know, like I use in my day-to-day job is actually just available on websites publicly. And so there's a lot of opportunity for people around the world, not just, professional scientists like myself, but, in classrooms using the data and scientists from other countries to be able to use the data for themselves to run through the scientific method of coming up with questions and testing hypotheses. So I want to say that what NASA is doing and the data it's collecting is not just, available to the US, but would be available for students around the planet.
And the other thing I would add to, Allie's done a great job, is that we keep getting smarter about how to measure things, right? So for example, we can measure deserts, and we can measure essentially deserts growing or due to heat. We can measure the rainforests and how they are, not only we can measure how green they are and how much it's there. And it's those kinds of measurements. And sometimes it's a matter of learning what we're doing in one place and then applying it in your home area. And so there is a tremendous treasure trove of information that we are building up and will continue to build up that really allows us to sort of manage and take care of our home better.
Well, we're so grateful to you all for joining us at all hours today, but every year coming back, being a part of our Take Action Global family. We're so grateful that you're with us, and to all of our schools who joined. We have a lot more, I know, that have questions. There's a lot in the chat, Rick, that people are joining on social media. So I know you're really great about checking in with them there. And we always have you back for webinars.
We're delighted.
Yes, so we'll be sure to see you all really soon. So thank you so much.
Thank you all so much.
Good to see you all. Talk soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, that was really great. Now we will be having a brief message from Jen.
I'm thinking we're going to Adam McKay. Okay, great. You never know where we're heading next, but this is a big moment for us. We're really excited about this message from Adam. So Kun, I'll let you share a little bit of context before we hear.
A little bit of context. Adam McKay is the director of the movie Don't Look Up. And he made us a special message, and he's always sharing about what we can do for climate to fight against the emergency. So let's have Adam here. Dum, dum, dum.
Hey everyone, Adam McKay here. So we are definitely up against one of the biggest challenges that certainly I've ever seen. If you look back throughout history, that most of us have ever seen, which is, as you know, the rapid warming of the livable climate because of the burning of gas, oil, and coal. So we have a lot of work to do. Unfortunately, those oil, gas, coal companies have a ton of money, and they have spread that money around, so there hasn't been a lot of action. But the exciting thing is that there's a long history of people like ourselves, people like you, students, teachers, stepping out and saying, enough, we want to save and protect our future. And that can happen through marches, that can happen through blocking the doors that are shipping the fossil fuels to businesses to burn them. There are a lot of ways. Look at the history with Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement. Look at the Indian independence movement with Gandhi. Look at the labor movement in the 20s and 30s. This stuff works, and we've seen it recently with Extinction Rebellion Netherlands just blocked a major highway saying, why are we giving these big oil companies billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies when the climate is in real trouble? And you know what? They won. There's a vote going through their parliament in the Netherlands to get rid of these fossil fuel subsidies. And then an amazing group here in the States, Climate Defiance, just simply got near a gentleman who worked in our government, Tammy Boudreau, who was approving these leases for more and more drilling, and said, why are you doing this? And you know what? He resigned. He had a moment where he really looked at what he was doing and he left. So remember this: be loud, be bold, and be present. And God bless you all. We have a lot of work to do.
Amazing. I'm really excited to announce our next speaker, Miss Runa Khan. Runa is a Bangladeshi social entrepreneur and the founder and executive director of Friendship NGO. She's also an author, and so happy to have you here, Runa. Hello.
Thank you very much. Hello. It's after the children have seen people going to Mars, is going to be a very difficult thing to follow. But I come from a totally different world. I come from the world where there are no a world of reality in which we are living. So what is the importance of climate education in an area where a child's daily norm is impacted by wind, water, unexpected breaking away of their homes, and even the very land they stand on? Where we caption pictures of a child trying to walk on water as he remembers the spot where his home was. Heartbreaking, yet doing what is possible, for we cannot allow ourselves to get so overwhelmed that we cannot work at all. So we need to work, and we need to take care of them. A child's need to easing physical pain needs to be dealt with first. Then food, education, understanding his geographical, socio-economic, political, ever-changing climate impact and ecosystem, and his own life, how to live, how to adapt. And these children we are dealing with daily. The child's agility, acceptance, and resilience, we learn from them daily. So imagine where you are standing and you see your home being lost and everything being washed away. Those are the children that we work with. And bringing to this child opportunity for sustainable dignity, hope, that is all that we can do for them. And over 20 years, Friendship Birth Organization has been working with adaptation solutions for climate migrants in some of the most challenging areas of the world. And through health, poverty alleviation, education, climate adaptation actions, to empowerments and preservation of their cultures with indigenous solutions. Today, we are reaching out to 7.5 million people, direct service access every year. And we have about 6,000 and 7,000 staff, out of which 60% are from the community, youths and adults. Youths and that we have trained, and adults also, but most of them are youths who are about 25 and below. And also the dropout children. We provide community centers for them and teachers where we can't find people who have passed grade 8 or grade 5. And we select them. They have no electricity, not even a shop on that island. And through 48 schools, and with those people that we have trained, who then have some of the best results in the country. The children are having the best results in the country. And the teachers are those, over the last years who we have trained. The youths who come out of our schools are often becoming the teachers, bringing out even better results. And the first thing we teach in this situation where they are fighting with climate daily is learning ethics, understanding of the human qualities, what makes you human: courage, humility, non-violence, tolerance, empathy, kindness, citizenship, dignity, and understanding that committed values together, they can have a strength. Because otherwise, when the cyclone strikes or when the land breaks, they're all on their own, in front of this violence that is climate disaster. And our education program also empowers learning, understanding, and character building. And for this, we have programs to understand the science of climate change, preparedness, actions to be taken during and after a disaster, to adapt, how to mitigate, what do you do, right from plantations of mangroves and why it's important, to why we have to grow crops or why we have to grow banana plants. And because, this is, the river is as big as the river between its two banks can carry the city of Paris in it. So it's that broad, and everything is made of silt, which keeps breaking, and people keep moving and migrating. And our youths and children, they are the change makers. They are the instruments, for flowing this knowledge to the communities. 35% of our functional literacy groups who were supposed to be adults are actually not adults. They're all school dropouts. And thousands, 2,000 are trained as flood volunteers, all young children, from schools, from our schools. There's Molida, who's 18 years old. And, one of the things they do and we teach them is to ensure that there are enough banana plants on these islands. And during the last flood, Molida made a raft and took over this raging river Brahmaputra 45 women and children to safety. You know, how many of us can say that we have directly saved lives? Molida, 18-year-old, has done so. And we have so many Molidas, you know, who are constantly fighting this raging climate. And solidarity, training, preparedness, and knowledge is one of the things that helps them. And, you know, we have a couple of thousand youths who we train to bring services to the communities, from para-vets to solar technicians, paralegal aides, you know, farmers who have, young farmers or farmers' children, you know, their children who have set up Farmers Hub so that in the villages they have access to seeds and the proper manure, and not over, so that they are not held hostage to those who come and sell to them, you know, where they don't have a boat to cross their islands. And these are the ambassadors of the, you know, in the community who are solving the problem, be it indigenous or be it innovative. And in 2019, I met the French Minister of Education, and we said, you know, there are so many things that children across the world can share. And main is in dealing with a crisis or when disaster strikes, ethics and values are so important. How do we work in ensuring that this is imbued in a reaction of a child, that they work ethically? And so we started our interconnectivity school program. And from the shores of the Brahmaputra to the lycées in France, to the Alps in Switzerland, Luxembourg, Cambodia, the children speak to each other over the internet. You know, they don't have internet as such per se, so we have to really, you know, each island needs to have their own access to internet in some way or the other, which we have done very, very simply. And this exchange was incredible because there was, you know, there was this one child, and the exchanges go like, last year our home was broken 4 times and we had to leave everything and go to different places for shelter. And then other children said, well, last year we had climate change and we couldn't ski. And the conversation went, what is skiing? Is it a game? How do you play this? Wow. And in the end, when they explained what snow was, this child with 4 broken homes in 1 year said, wow, I don't think I can live in a place where you have snow. You know, when children understand each other, it's without prejudices, without fear, want, without judgment. And we need them to understand each other, you know, for this coming world. You know, we need the solidarity of understanding, not only. So our foreign minister had closed one of our sessions. And I said, you know, you are here because beyond, we speak about solidarity and globalization, but that needs to start with children understanding each other with compassion and empathy and deep understanding, without saying, oh, they have and we don't have. Children don't have that. And this understanding is what needs to be put, you know, as solidarity. So at COP28 this year, we have decided that 2 of our climate impacted schoolgirls will be the voice of their community. For they have seen friends lost who have been swept away. They have seen their homes broken and suffered from no food, silent, dark nights, frightened. Who else better than them to be the voices speaking of impacts and solutions and bringing that to the front of the decision makers, they themselves. And they will be the voice of today's impacted community and the voices for the impact of those communities who are going to see the world, you know, this climate impact coming in their world tomorrow. And we hope that, you know, bringing children together across the globe will bring and create what we all are striving towards, you know, a little bit of more peace, understanding, and solidarity in this world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your findings. Let me bring in next speaker, and I'm doing this because you both know each other. It's a small world, right?
Esmeralda.
Hi, Esmeralda.
It's a beautiful message that Runa just delivered. I'm always inspired by her.
Okay. Thank you so much, Runa. Bye-bye. Which brings us to our next guest. Always a special moment for me, but so happy to welcome Princess Esmeralda of Belgium. And the princess is a journalist, an author, and documentary maker, but she's also an indigenous and environmental rights campaigner. And next to her, we will be having Twila Moon. She's a scientist at the National Snow and Ice Data Center, known for her work on the Greenland ice sheets. She also specializes in bringing climate science together to the business and philanthropy communities, assisting with the insights needed to motivate impactful business solutions that meet the urgency of the climate crisis. Thanks so much for being here, both. It would be great, Madam, if you can share a little bit about your work, and next we can go with some questions to Twila. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, Koen, you said that it's one of your favorite moments. It's one of my favorite days. I'm so happy to be here for the third time and to have a conversation with Twila. So you asked me about my work. I just want to say a few words. We just heard Runa Khan talking about the importance of bringing the voices of people on the ground, the indigenous people, the people who suffer the most from the climate crisis. So I just made a movie recently in the Amazon about the fight of the indigenous people to preserve their land, to have their land protected. We know they are the best guardians of the forest, and they face incredible threats, not only illegal loggers, but illegal miners. They are pushed away, they are killed. And this struggle is important, of course, for human rights, for their home. It's also important for us because the Amazon is on a tipping point, as the scientist tells us, and we have to look about this place. The other place that scientists tell us about, which is also close to a tipping point, is the Arctic, which brings me to your other guest, Dr. Twila Moon. Let me just say that she has a beautiful name, Twila Moon. And I would like to ask you, Twila, why is the Arctic important? That small ocean, probably the smallest, which is so far away from us and so important for us. Can you tell us why?
Yes, I understand the importance of that question, and maybe people feeling like they're very far from the Arctic and it's not something that they ought to pay attention to. But in fact, we live in a really connected global system, and the Arctic is one of the cooling areas of our planet. And so as we see changes there, and we can all understand that frozen things are really sensitive to temperature changes, right? You simply need to pull an ice cube out of your freezer and hold it in the air just for moments before it starts to melt. So as we're changing things in the Arctic, those changes can actually reach down and affect us far away. So one example is that as we're losing the sea ice, the ice that forms on the surface of the Arctic Ocean, that ice is really bright. And it with that bright surface, just like wearing a white t-shirt outside in the day, it helps reflect solar energy back to space. But as we lose that sea ice cover, we expose a really dark ocean surface. And that ocean surface, because it's dark, just like your black t-shirt, is going to be better at taking up solar energy from the sun and adding heat to our planet. That added heat in the planet affects us everywhere around the planet. And there are other parts of the Arctic system we might think about: land ice or the Greenland ice sheet and glaciers. We might think about frozen ground or permafrost. And changes in all of these components have ways in which they influence us very far away from that. Some of you might be listening to us from a coastal place and have recognized that you have more floods perhaps than you had before, or you're losing coastal ground, or perhaps having difficulties with salt water getting into fresh water sources. All of those are things that are related to changes in the Arctic.
So I have a question, because we hear all the time that the ice, the summer ice, is disappearing and might disappear completely in a few years. How much have we lost already?
Yes, and I want to be really clear too, when you might hear things about losing all of the Arctic ice, the ice folks are talking about is the sea ice. And that's, again, the ice that forms on the surface of the ocean. And it forms in winter when the air is very cold and freezing the surface of the ocean. And then it can melt during summer. And unfortunately, we have been losing a lot of the sea ice in the Arctic. We've been losing it at a rate of about 13% every decade since about 1980, a few years before that. So it's been a lot of sea ice loss. And we're transitioning from a time when we have more sea ice that sticks around the Arctic year after year. We would call that multi-year ice. It's staying put, it's staying frozen through the summer, and that makes it very thick also. And unfortunately, we're losing that and we're seeing more seasonal ice. So we still see sea ice that forms in winter, but then it's lost during summer. And we have seen really dramatic reductions in that sea ice in the Arctic Ocean.
Another question about the permafrost that you mentioned. So we know it's thawing and it has a lot of substance, maybe microbes, maybe on top of the methane and the carbon. So what is the danger there?
Yeah, you really hit on part of it. So permafrost is frozen ground. You can kind of think of getting a frozen chicken out of your freezer and setting it on your counter. When it thaws, it doesn't melt into a puddle of water, but it becomes something that suddenly has a lot of microbial activity in it. And unlike the chicken in your freezer, which you're happy to leave there for many months or maybe years, once it's thawed on your counter, you better be eating it in a couple of days before it goes bad. Well, that thawed permafrost has this similar kind of microbial action that gets started once it's thawed. And that releases carbon dioxide and also methane. Both of those are heat trapping gases. So they can be released into our atmosphere and cause more planet warming. For people living in the Arctic, thawing permafrost is also a really important issue because it can cause slumps in the land or kind of changes in the landscape that can damage buildings or roads. So there are both local impacts and impacts that are affecting the atmosphere around us all right now.
Well, it's very important to mention that because the indigenous communities, once again, in the Arctic are already suffering. Them, also all the animals, we know about the polar bears, and everything is changing and they have difficulties to adapt, men and animals.
Yes, that's true. And
so to finish on a positive thing, what can we do? What is the most urgent thing to do to save the Arctic?
Yeah, well, the good news is that there are a lot of things for us to do. So folks in the Arctic are taking action to transition to renewable energy sources and to improve insulation in their homes. Greenland actually no longer permits oil and gas. They'll just permit mining or other activities having to do with a green economy. And all of us who are far from the Arctic can also to undertake any variety of climate action. The cool thing is that the changes we see in the Arctic are related to the same causes that are causing changes that people might be experiencing in their homes in South America or Africa or Europe or Asia. And so by taking climate action, that might be thinking about food waste. It might be thinking about eating more vegetarian meals. It could be thinking about how you're getting your transport, how you're getting energy for your home or school, and many more areas. So all of these climate action areas have a positive influence on keeping ice around the Arctic and a positive influence on these other climate impacts that all of you are hearing about. throughout the day.
Thank you so much, Twila. This is very, very interesting. And I'm sure that the children, the teacher, everybody was very interested. Let's all take climate action.
Yes, I agree. And the best part is the most fun and most impactful climate actions are the ones that we do together. So it's really been nice to have a conversation with you together. And I hope that folks are really finding important and inspirational collaborations in their climate actions.
Thank you so much for this beautiful message. Thank you so much. Next, we will bring Hila because she's ready to announce our next guests. Thank you so much, Madam and Twila. See you next time. Hila, what's next?
Yes, so I am so excited to welcome Awa to the stage. Awa is a young spoken word poet, storyteller, facilitator, and climate change practitioner. And with an MSc in environmental change and management from Oxford, she uses her art to question and challenge mainstream discourses on climate, which often erase the perspectives of the very people at the forefront of the climate crisis. So welcome, Awa. I'm so excited for you to be here, and Awa is going to be doing some spoken word poetry for us, which is so amazing. And thank you for being here. I will leave it to you.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for that introduction, and hello everybody. I'm very excited to be here today. Like a young people who cares about climate change and works in climate change, hope has been really important and a really big thematic for me over the past few years. So I'll share a couple of pieces that more or less speak to that and a lot of other things. The first one is called Pour Into the Fire. This is our house, and they say it's on fire. It's in the middle of the night and can be put out by tucking it tight under unconsciousness and believing it's all part of the nightmare. Nor is it the kind of fire you imperceptibly smell and simply put out with the assumption it's only happening next door. They say this is a different kind of fire. Perhaps this is because if we stop to glance at it for just an instant, we will see our greed is dancing in the fire, yearning to be consumed. Our connection to ourselves, to one another, and to all of life is longing to be kindled again. The illusion of more and more forever is ready to burst into flames, and the story that this is it, this is just how the world works, is lighting itself out as alternatives to a world of not enough, of proverbial winners and losers are burning to be reignited. The reassurance that this has nothing to do with us, that rather those people are the problem, is bound to disintegrate. And our fear wants to be like heat and ascend, our angst of being too small, too insignificant in the face of dauntingly grand challenges. With it rises the resignation that there's nothing we can do, until it becomes thin smoke and eventually vanishes into insignificance. The assumption that this is our house wants to turn into ashes, as the humility of knowing this is our home, but the house does not belong to us is sparking. They say the house is on fire, and perhaps if we can bear to stop and stare at the fire for just an instant, we will recognize it. We will realize it's the fire of our collective state of brokenness. And perhaps there's something ceremonial about the fire, the kind of fire that calls us to sit around the circle and exchange the gift of our stories of trauma and injustice and genocide and anger and erasure, stories of denial and guilt and complicity and paralysis, stories of grief and fear and overwhelm. And also our stories of survival and solidarity, resistance and reciprocity, stories of hope. This kind of fire is not extinguished by buckets of water tossed at it in haste. Rather, ready to let go of. This is not a drill, they say. There's a fire. So I carefully pour the illusion that climate change only needs the work of our minds and our hands, but not our hearts, into the fire. And I hand the empty container over to you. What are you ready to pour into the fire? So I'll let that sink in. That's that first piece. The other one I'm going to share is called My Ideal World. You see it everywhere, plastered all over the news, painted over every report, cemented into every storyline, built into every single word. The reminder is everywhere. The world sucks, you tell me. You call it depressing. You tell me about the system, how it's broken. You talk about the urgency. We need to act now. So you ask why those in charge aren't doing anything. But it's only a half question. It's not like they care anyway, you tell me. The world sucks, you say. But in between the lines, you tell me you're scared, terrified. You're angry, outraged. You tell me you feel so small, powerless. In between the lines, you grieve, you mourn hope. The world sucks, but you say, we can make things less bad. We just have to play by the rules of the game for now. So I ask, what if we could rewrite the rules? You pause. I wish, you say, but let's be realistic. Well, I am what you call unrealistic, an idealist, a dreamer. I am obnoxiously optimistic. I am defiantly hopeful. My ideal world would be white, maybe as white as snow, perhaps with a slight tint of yellow. It would feel like the gift of a smile. My ideal world would be red, like being bold, like having the courage to say hi to a stranger, red like the universal humanness flowing through my veins and yours. My ideal world would be gray, like a rainy day, like passing through the storm, like knowing you don't have to brave it all by yourself. My ideal world would be color nude, like staring at your toes, like letting your toes see the sun for the first time after months, like the soft lipstick marks the sun leaves on your skin on an early spring morning. It would be bright pink, like the hair of that old lady who sat opposite me on the train, and I would tell her how cool I thought she was. It would be green, like moss, like trees, like the smell of wet grass underneath your feet. My ideal world would be hazel or blue or green or brown or gray or red. I don't know. It would be just like your eyes, and I would know because we would look away from our palms. We would look up and notice each other's eyes. My ideal world would be cream, peach, cashew, honey, caramel, mocha, chocolate, espresso. It would be all shades of human. My ideal world would be pitch black, like closing your eyes and staring into yourself. It would be gold, like the realization that the treasure you've been desperately looking for is buried within you. You say the world sucks, and you're grieving, and I grieve with you. I hold the same grief and sorrow that you feel on one hand, but I also choose to tightly grip onto the future I want with the other. Please call me realistic. Thank you.
I guess we're all speechless, Awa.
That was so amazing. Thank you so much for sharing.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. So, what is next, Jen?
That was a beautiful moment. Thank you, Hila, for bringing Awa to Climate Action Day. I was really excited for that session, and wow, did she deliver? I think a lot of young people will be inspired for a long time. We're getting a lot of messages coming in about this oral storytelling from Awa. Really exciting to see. So we heard from NASA about the importance of climate across the curriculum. Anyone, anywhere can participate. And then hearing from Awa about how we can use words and they have power too. Lots of special sessions. I know we have some really exciting ones coming up here shortly, but are we going to check in on social media first, Koen?
That's a great idea. Yeah. Hila, do we have something to share?
I do. Let me share my screen with you quickly. Okay. So can you see the social posts?
We can.
We have, so the first one we have from Alifia here. She says, I'm attending Climate Action Day. What an energy. These young change makers from all around the world are giving their best to save the world. What are we waiting for? Let's gear up to take actions. I love that. So we can see some of the screenshots she's got from the post today. We also have Greenfield School, who has shared a screenshot of Mary Robinson here from earlier in the day, and said that this is a glimpse of our children attending the live webinar. So thank you so much, Greenfield School, for sharing. Dr. Jes Thompson, who was on the stream earlier, has also shared about Climate Action Day. And she says the lineup of speakers is so impressive, but the messages from students around the globe is stealing the show. I agree with that. The students are absolutely amazing today. We have one from Art and Ecology. They have said, we're so excited to be a part of a global network on Climate Action Day. And we have some lovely photos here from their students who look like they're making some Climate Action Day art. We have one from Michael Dunley, and they have said, very excited for our 5th grade students who will interview the First Lady of New Jersey later today, Tammy Murphy. So stay tuned for that this evening, or this afternoon, or this morning, wherever you are in the world today. One from Cecil, they're saying our students are so excited, so we can see them watching the stream. That's so brilliant. And then we have some students from Pakistan who have shared some amazing photos today of some of their Climate Action Project solutions. And finally, one from Franco, who's one of our amazing teachers, and he said, our students are taking action on Climate Action Day. Join them by participating in events, spreading awareness, reducing your carbon, and advocating for sustainable practices. Together, we can make a positive impact on our environment. So thank you so much, everyone who has been sharing their posts.
Yes, and please keep sharing. We are taking a look at your posts on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We even do have TikTok. Jen, is that right?
We do have TikTok. Yes, we're across platforms. And for our students who are joining us today, your teachers have been working really hard over the past several months. And they've been working in our own internal platform, sharing about the work that you've been doing, collaborating, planning for those virtual exchanges. And so this is a new feature for us this year. We've been really happy to be able to connect our teachers joining from, and we can see the countries as they pop up. I think we're at 154 now. So Koen, I'll turn it over to you to show us what our platform and the work the teachers have been doing looks like.
Yes, exactly. Let's not forget that many of those attendees, students and teachers, have been working on a climate action project for the past weeks and month. And so this year we came with a new platform, and I would really love to go through it just briefly for a few minutes, because after that we will be having WWF with their work on Eat for Change. So please make sure to join our website, our platform, climateactionproject.org, which allows you to feature your own work on your profile and which allows you to submit all of your work. It's really great to see what has been happening this year. You will have your access to the documents we provided to you, the curriculum. We will be sharing more on the Lego challenges in a few hours as well. But another thing is that all of those people have been submitting weekly work, basically, on climate change, on the effects, the causes, but also on their solutions. And we have more than 3,000 right now, and it's still counting. Also, a lot of images have been shared, even from our event right now. You can see students watching the show, basically, which is really, really great to see. Another thing is that we have at our platform, the community page, a new feature is the stories. You can now feature your work, and we will make sure that it will be featured on social media as well. We have groups for several languages with ambassadors, with the facilitators. Also a shout out to them for helping us, but also in different languages from España to Arabic to Hindi and other languages as well. The great thing about this, and this is what Jen mentioned basically, is that people have been requesting virtual interactions and have been meeting each other basically. And it's really, really great to see what happened there. But they can also share about their work. There's a calendar. And of course, what's really important is the network. You can connect with thousands of teachers across the world, and you can even visualize your network. And we're working on this graphic to make sure that it will be improved. Jen, what's your favorite feature on the platform?
Oh, well, I mean, I am a big fan of virtual exchange. So the fact that teachers can go in, they can request a virtual exchange with teachers from around the world. I think that's really special. I really do love the tree planting work that we do. I just love the platform itself, as Bob from NASA always says. No matter what your gifts are, you can find a place for the work in climate action. And I know we have our team behind the scenes. We have Bram and Justin and Wout, who work really hard to bring their ideas around computer programming and graphic design to make this a special experience for teachers. And then our teachers helping all along the way to build this up. So giving us feedback, joining for focus groups. So this is truly a community-driven effort, and we're always improving. So it's just a really special place.
And there's one special page as well, which is the impact page, which shows all of those tree plantings on a map. So you can go to any country you'd like, and you can see if there have been trees been planted, 20 trees in this place here. You can see that people across 97 different countries have been planting more than 2 million trees. You can see their solutions, but also through the app, our impact on transportation, plastic, food, clothing, consumption, and other things, basically. So thank you so much for using our platform. We are going back now to our next group of speakers this time. And I think it's really exciting because this will be something special, something different as well. We will be having people from WWF. And yes, we are really looking forward to this because it's something special. They will be doing the slot Eat for Change now. So thank you so much for being here, Carolina, Alexandra, Miriam, and Anna. And the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm speaking here from Sweden, and it's great to see you all. Or rather, I can't see you, but I can imagine you in front of me. So we're going to talk about Eat for Change, and I don't see the slide being shared. Yeah, there it comes. Okay. So it's wonderful to share this work on Climate Action Day, and climate action can take so many shapes and forms. But now we're going to talk about the one that we're especially interested in, and that is food. What the heck does food have to do with climate protection, climate action, and what can I do? That's our headline. Next slide, please. So we are the team. My name is Anna Rickert, and Miriam Prager, Carolina Oliveira, and Alexandra Appelsten. And we have been working for a couple of years now in this wonderful project called Eat for Change, where we together mobilize for sustainable diets, youth awareness, and engagement on the question of eating better for the planet. So I'm going to kick off, and after that, Miriam will come and speak. So next slide, please. Why is food important? Well, I'm bringing you 3 important things here. 1/3 of our climate impact is related to food. So this you can take with you, that it's a substantial part. It's not only energy, it's not only tree planting, it's not only getting the transportations right, but food is an important part of the climate puzzle. But it's not only that. Food is also the major driver behind the loss of biodiversity. And these 2 questions are connected and interact. So addressing food with a climate perspective and a biodiversity perspective together is important. And many of the solutions to climate change are found within the food system. I'm going to talk to you about 2 aspects that are especially important. So next slide, please. You might realize this, you might recognize this drink. So Coke, I think many of you have had a Coke in your lives. I have, certainly. And the picture shows cleared land where sugarcane is going to be produced. And this is the important aspect behind climate change, is the land use change that is connected to our consumption of food. So when you drink Coke, the landscape that you are creating, it looks like this. This is something that we all need to think about, that food comes from a landscape and is produced by people and with machinery and inputs. So if you look at the next picture, this land could actually look something like this. Next picture, next slide, please. This. So on that land was previously something that had more biodiversity and was better for the climate than the production of the sugar that went into the Coke. So consider that when you're drinking your Coke and you are consuming food, that we need to take better care of our rainforests, and this land use change is a big part of the climate change that we're looking at. But it's not only sugar, of course, and not only Coke. Take a look at the next picture. On the one side, you can see the original piece of land, and on the other side, you can see land that has been cleared to produce soy. And the main driving force behind that is the increase of consumption of meat in the world globally. So of our climate impact, the consumption of meat and dairy stands for the largest part on a global level. And I mean, this doesn't look natural, what you see on the right-hand side. And of course, we need to produce food, but we need to take much better care of the land and of the climate impact when producing food. And take care not to eat so much meat, because less and better meat is a big part of the puzzle. So next slide. This is what less and better meat can look like. So think about that, and also think about how you can include more veggie meals and more sustainable produced food into your diets, and you will do a good thing for the climate and biodiversity. Finally, I want to round off by saying something about the potential of school food. So please change slides. So we do need to work on getting school food better. Thanks for the food, but now it's time for a new menu. And what you can do in your ordinary lives is to push for this and to create good momentum for young people to eat good in their daily lives and have a meal that's helping, also integrated into the education, where you can learn more and understand more about where the food comes from and the effects of the food production. That was all from me as a short introduction, and now I want to hand over to my wonderful, bright colleague Miriam, who will tell you a bit more about youth action.
Yes, thank you, Anna. Hi, everyone. I'm Miriam. I'm a youth volunteer in the Eat for Change project at WF since the age of 15 now, so for 3 years now, I think. And I'm super honored to be here today, especially as someone who just graduated school recently, I think it's great that there's the space for celebrating action in schools. So what we would like to show you today is that activism and youth engagement can take on many, many different forms, and there is no one-size-fits-all solution. And I think we sometimes have a quite fixed image of what a young leader, for example, does or looks like, but it's important to remember that you can get active at many different levels and according to your time and preferences and your gifts. There's a place for everyone, and all of those levels are equally important and needed for change. And today, me and Carolina would like to show you what we have done for sustainable diets and food systems on different levels, and we hope it might inspire you to do the same or something completely different. Let's see. Now, the levels that you can always start at, that I'm going to talk about more, are the personal level. So that means yourself, your close friend group, your close family, for example, and the collective local level. That means within your schools or within any association or community that you're part of. Next slide, please. So me personally, I've also gotten active on those two levels. Regarding my personal level, I changed my diet to vegetarian, and changing a diet is usually one of the easiest things you can do on a personal level, and it also has a tremendous impact. So yeah, and you can of course inspire others too within your friend groups. For example, I organized a vegan dinner with my friends, as you can see here on the left side. And regarding getting active in your communities, I co-founded at school, when I was in school, I graduated this year, a school group called WeCare, together with other students, teachers, and parents, with the goal to have a voice for the environment and sustainability at their school. And since then, we've met regularly, and we have done many different projects and actions, also on diets. Next slide, please. To give you an idea of what we have done, this is in German now, but we, for example, organized many different pickup actions, planting actions, clothes swapping events, and we established a new trash system in our school. And regarding social media and sustainable diets, we shared a lot of information about why our diets are a problem at the moment, why they're harming the planet, and what to do about it. And we shared, for example, recipes with the other students. And next slide, please. And what's also really cool about the school network I was part of is that I now graduated, but new students are joining and it's still going on and they're still being active. And I'm quite proud to be part of that little legacy. So another possibility to get active within your communities is to educate others on sustainable diets. For example, here you can see two pictures, the pictures behind the front picture, where we, from Eat for Change, so me, Alexandra, who's also here today, and Greta, we held a workshop at the Scouts event in summer. And yeah, we just talked to other students and kids about sustainable diets, what they can do, why it's a problem. And I would like to end by mentioning that one of the most important things here really is not to forget to have fun. This is symbolized by the last picture, and it's important to do something you enjoy and like doing. But of course, next to getting active in your close circles and communities, there's a need for political and more structural change. And what can we do there? What can youth do there? Carolina.
Hi everyone, I'm Carolina from Brazil. I'm here currently in Finland, also with Alexandra. It's such a pleasure to talk with you all. So I'm going to be speaking a little bit today on how youth can get involved in the structure and political side. So I will tell a little bit about my journey working with climate activism and how we were able to engage many political processes in Brazil and in international spaces related to food and nutrition by mobilizing other young people. So in my climate advocacy story, I have started organizing with the Brazilian Youth Association Engajamundo, which focuses on many fronts like gender justice, climate justice, and things like this. And because of this work, I got involved in the international space of UNGO, which is a constituency of the United Nations talking about climate and young people. And with those experiences, we have participated in COP26 and also COP27, bringing in the topics of food justice and also climate justice in general. So every time we are able to articulate in spaces like this, I know they can sound a little bit intimidating because they are very big and there is a majority of people that are not youth there. But I promise you, they are not so intimidating as you think. And it's very possible to make a lot of connections with other young people that believe in the same thing as you. And you can totally get organized to mobilize better collective action. And that was the case for us at COP27. We got together with many other youth organizations from Brazil, and we had a meeting with the current president of our country where we were able to present a document demanding for higher participation of youth. And now we have created Conju Clima, which is an articulation for creating a national council on youth or for climate action and the environment. So this articulation has been going on for the past year. We have been mobilizing a lot of political actors in relation to this, and it has been very successful in the sense of getting the political things done. So we have the ability to participate in public consultations and also have a voting in some issues that before were not accessible to us as individual collectives. And this is just to share a little of what we've done in the terms of the international spaces to tell you that you can do it internationally, but nationally is also a great way to act. And for this, I brought some of the initiatives that I'm involved nationally, like the Brazilian Council on Nutrition and Food Security. I am actually the only youth representative in that space. And even if it feels lonely, it's super important that we bring more people in as we have the chance and that we continue talking about our struggles so that we can move on forward. Nextly, I wanted to bring up too our participation with the Sustainable Food Systems campaign in Brazil, which is a branch of our Eat for Change campaign, where we mobilize different actors. So sometimes talking about advocacy and those things can sound very distant, but it really is about organizing your collectives and getting together so that you can have an organized front to demand for attention. Because if you ask for attention and you bring in your points, you're totally going to get the decision makers to actually listen. Yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you, Carolina. I'm Alexandra, representing the Swedish youth team for WWF, and I have a background in restaurant and nutritional knowledge, or like athlete nutrition. So I'm here to talk about how we can make our meals more planet friendly. So my general tips are for you guys to think nationally and not locally. Understand which foods your country is rich in and embrace your national foods and vegetables and beans and local produce. Because what is sustainable for me here in Sweden or here in Finland is definitely not what is sustainable for your country, because I have a certain climate and you have a certain climate where different types of vegetables like to grow in. And also try to eat seasonally and eat whole foods. So eat seasonally because it adds variety to your diet without causing extra stress on the planet, since you don't have to import certain fruits from other countries. And also try to eat less produced products, since they're easier for your body to digest, and it also takes less energy to consume and less water to make as well. Also, don't be shy to or educate yourself and understand what sustainability is. Sustainability is not only what is sustainable for the climate, it is also what is sustainable for you as an individual. Like if you're an athlete, you have to probably eat more protein and more carbs and more in general than someone that does not move as much. And you also have to enjoy the food that you eat, because this is not tasty, no one wants to eat it as well. And learn to reinvent dishes, to make leftovers, or like make a new dish out of leftovers. So for example, if you have a lot of veggies over, make a pizza, make a burrito, make an omelette. There's so many different ways to throw in old leftovers in a new dish. And a practical example of how I make a more planet-friendly meal is this Swedish traditional dish. On the left-hand side, you can see a potato bun with pork and broccoli. And on the other side, you see a potato bun with a bit of green peas inside it and tofu as a substitute for the pork. And so I would like to have one last thing to say is I would like to challenge you all to reinvent a traditional dish to your country and hashtag Eat for Change and Climate Action Day, or Eat for Change Cooking Challenge. Because if you post a picture of this and hashtag, we will be able to send you guys a recipe book that I have written that is completely vegan. And also you can get a certificate for taking action and actually showing that you're taking action for the planet and yourself. Thank you guys so much for listening.
Thank you all, and it's up to me to round up now, and I'm so proud of the work that's been going on. So thank you, girls. Great job. And to all of you out there who are listening, remember to talk to your teachers, to your parents, to friends, because what happens, what you learn, you need to spread the word, and we need to reach out to many people, because as I said in the beginning, the food is an important part of climate action, and there is a strong sense of urgency. So we all need to know that we need to turn the tide right now to eat more environmentally friendly and to lower the impact on climate. So please help us in this very, very important mission and be a part of the solution.
That's a wonderful message. Thank you so much, Anna, Miriam, Alexandra, and Carolina. And you mentioned the certificate. So it would be a bit tricky to cook a meal which is eco-friendly right now and submit those on social media. So what we're going to do instead is we created a page for you where you can submit your eco-friendly meal and make sure what you learned that you can implement that, and we will be sharing with the team for the certificates as well. Will that work for you, Anna, Miriam, Carolina, and
yes,
Alexandra?
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you so much, and have a great day. Thank you so much for sharing this.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, which I feel a little bit lonely here. Hi, Jen.
Coming back in.
Yeah.
That was great.
So what's next? So let me share that slide once again. If you go to this page, you can submit your meal, which is eco-friendly. Make sure what you learned from the team to implement in your meal and make it seasonally, make it local and eco-friendly as well. So in a few minutes, in 7 minutes, we will go to Professor Wim Thiery, who will be sharing a lot of knowledge. Be prepared, but now it's up to us to share a little bit more from what the students have been working on. Jen?
All right, so we have some schools who have been preparing some messages. If you're just joining in now, which we have some schools that are just starting their day and are beginning their Climate Action Day events. So we have watch parties all across the planet, and we've been watching them on social media with videos and photos, everyone sharing in the chat. Earlier today, we heard from several schools. We heard from Kenya, Taiwan, Ukraine, Sri Lanka, and now we are going to head over to Romania. So let's hear what they have to say for us today.
We are honored to present to you you the northern part of Romania, our beautiful Bukovina, and especially our school, secondary school number 6 of Suceava.
Although our school isn't big, our students and our teachers constitute a formidable force. Therefore, in 2021, within the Climate Action Project, we were awarded with the prestigious title of Climate Action School. We are very honored of this international result.
Climate Action Project gave us wings. We worked together and found solutions in order to solve one of the most pressing challenges of the world, climate change.
We planted trees. We recycled. We came to school by bike. We carried out various activities and educational learning related to the environment.
The Action Climate Project has helped us become more responsible for the world around us, to better understand the nuances of the world that we live in, and to be willing to take action to save the world. Through the Action Climate Project, we have become more creative, cooperative, and empathetic to solve problems.
Use the Earth Project app. You'll be able to act faster to save the Earth.
We thank all of our teachers, and we especially thank Professor Daniela Florentina Roibu, who facilitated our participation in this project.
Thank
you.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
How cool. Those were students from Romania, and Romania, Kun, they show up every time, right? If we have a call out, we have Romania, Romania, Romania, lots of students and teachers there, so proud of their work. They're sharing in English. A lot of our schools are doing work with the Climate Action Project in English. I know we translate, I think we're up to like 16 or 17 languages now with our program. So it's not just in English that our schools are working and taking action. And we're really happy to have our friends from the Democratic Republic of Congo sharing a message for you now.
Nous sommes les gardiens de l'environnement ici à notre école. Nous sommes les élèves du complexe scolaire de la performance bâtie. Notre école est située à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, dans la ville de Goma.
Nous sommes contents de participer au programme École Action Climat pour partager avec d'autres élèves du monde nos connaissances et pratiques sur la protection de l'environnement et le changement climatique.
Nous voyons ici dans notre ville de Goma les conséquences du changement climatique et nous les enfants nous pouvons apporter notre pierre, lutter contre le changement climatique. Si nous sommes formés et éduqués sur la protection environnementale.
Si chaque élève de la ville de Goma pouvait avoir un arbre qui l'arrosera chaque jour, on aura une ville remplie des arbres.
Merci.
All right, they did fantastic. I think we have one more school for now, right, Kun?
We do. We have Poland.
Hello, we are students from the Secondary School of Electronics in Radom, Poland. We are currently taking part in the Climate Action Project.
In the second week of the project, every class in our school that is participating planted a tree on the school's grounds. We also had very interesting video conference with students from TED Konya College in Turkey and Greenfields School in India. Last year, our school underwent a major renovation. We installed solar panels to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and combat climate change. Students from our school transformed a gasoline-powered car into a 100% electric vehicle. There are 5 groups of students participating in the project this school year. We are very happy to be part of such an amazing project.
We can all make a difference!
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Wow, that's amazing. So happy to introduce our next speaker, who is from Belgium, and so am I, Professor Wim Thiery. And Wim is a climate scientist focused on modeling extreme events and a changing climate. He is a contributing author of the IPCC special report on climate change and land, and the 6th assessment report. His expertise includes land-atmosphere interactions, land management, storm early warnings, energy, meteorology, and global-scale climate impact modeling. When I read my newspaper, it's all about Wim and his findings about climate change, and I'm so happy to have you here, Wim. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Koen, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be here and to be great pleasure to be talking to you today. What I would like to talk to you about today is what climate change means for all of you who are following this stream with us today. And what I would like to start by showing you is a picture of my youngest son. Here you have Gaspar, and Gaspar was 0 years old in 2020. And on the left, you can see a picture of my mother. And my mother, well, she was 60 years old in 2020. Now, before we continue, I would like to ask each of you to think about how old you were in the year 2020, and keep that number in mind. We will need that later on. Now, if you've done that, you can ask yourself a question that looks like this. In my case, will a newborn experience more climate extremes compared to a 60-year-old? And with climate extremes, I mean things like heat waves, hurricanes, wildfires, and so on. If I would ask you that question, I think you will all say yes, that child born today will experience more extreme events, more climate extremes compared to the grandparent. And this we know, but the next question is, sure, but how many more? And this is a question that as scientists we hadn't really answered until recently. Now, asking this question is very important for at least 3 reasons. The first one is that it's a question of huge societal relevance. Since a couple of years, young people from around the world have been leading climate demonstrations. They have been organizing worldwide protest marches, school strikes, and recently even hunger strikes to demand for more ambitious climate action. Now, at the same time, countries from around the world are not succeeding in meeting their targets in stopping climate change. If we look at what countries currently promise to do in terms of climate action, we are heading towards 2.4 degrees of warming. And this is way more than what these same countries have agreed to reach in the Paris Agreement, because there the countries have signed a document to say that they will put in all efforts to stop global warming at 1.5 degrees of warming. So they are not doing enough today, and the potential consequence of that is that children will face the impacts, the negative effects of the lack of climate action by countries around the world. A second reason why this matters is that we are seeing a surge in climate lawsuits in the past years. People from around the world are suing governments or are suing fossil fuel companies for their lack of climate action, or for the damages that climate change is already causing to themselves. Now, in several cases, it's actually young people that are starting these lawsuits. And we have seen several cases, for example, here, Greta and a few other youth fellow climate advocates starting a lawsuit against several countries, or a few Portuguese children suing European countries. We are seeing such lawsuits started by young people around the world. And from that perspective, it's also an important legal question. Will a 15-year-old experience more climate extremes compared to another generation? Because if the answer is yes, that 15-year-old may be also a better place to start a lawsuit. Now, it's also an important scientific question to ask. And in a recent study that we have been conducting, me and my colleagues have calculated the total number of heat waves that a person will experience across their lifetime. From the year you're born till the year you die, how many heat waves will you experience? And we compare that number against living in a world without climate change, where we would not have climate change. And so then you can calculate how many more extreme heat waves you will experience. And this graph illustrates this. Now on the horizontal axis, on the x-axis, we have the age in 2020, and I ask you to remember your age, so you will need it here. And on the y-axis, we have how much global warming we will have by the end of this century. And now we can fill up this space with this increased exposure. For every combination of age and global warming level, you can find a color. And if you turn to the right on that color scale, you can find out how many more extreme heat waves you will experience compared to living in a world without climate change. And what you see is that these colors increase for younger people. And if we take one example, for example, the upper right corner of this figure, the newborns under 3.5 degrees of global warming will experience 44 times more heat waves compared to living in a world without climate change. Now, in this study, we have conducted this type of calculations for a series of climate extremes. We did the calculations for wildfires, crop failures, droughts, river floods, heat waves, and tropical storms such as hurricanes. Now that figure for heat waves, you've seen that already, we just looked at it, but you can also now make the same figure for all these other extreme event categories. And then the results look like this. Now this increased exposure goes from 1 to 4 for all these extreme event categories, except for heat waves, where it goes from 1 to 30. Now, what do you see when you look at these images? You see that, well, there are differences between these different types of climate extremes, but there is also a general pattern. And the general pattern is that the younger you are and the higher the level of global warming, the more climate extremes you will experience across your lifetime. You see that if you are 50 years or older, you see that the color differences when you go from down to the top, they don't vary that much. The color is pretty much the same. But the younger you are, the more there is color difference if you go from low to high. And this means that the younger you are, the more the level of climate change determines how many extreme events you will experience across your lifetime. If we take one example, for example, a 6-year-old in 2020, and that's not by coincidence the age of my oldest son. If we take that generation under 3 degrees of warming, we find that this generation will experience twice as many wildfires, twice as many tropical storms, 3 times more river floods, 4 times more crop failures, 5 times more droughts, and 36 times more heat waves compared to living in a world without climate change. Now, these numbers are very high, and I can also tell you that if we look at what countries are currently doing in terms of policies, in terms of decisions, this is the temperature where we are heading. Now, when you hear these results, you might be thinking, oh my God, we are all doomed. But if there is one thing I would like to remember you from this presentation, is that this is not the case. Let me show you this with some last results. Here we have a global map showing how many heat waves a grandchild will experience compared to their grandparents. And you can see dark red colors everywhere, which means that a child born today will experience far more heat waves compared to their grandparents if you consider the climate pledges of countries today, the promises of countries for climate action. Things look very bad in that case. But you can also draw the same map where we look at a more ambitious scenario, one where we stay within the Paris Agreement and where we fight climate change with ambitious action and that we succeed in limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. You see that there are still red colors, but they are now much lighter compared to the map on the left. And so from this, we can only conclude that we must limit global warming to 1.5 degrees to safeguard the future of current young generations. At the end of this presentation, I would like to invite you to take out your smartphone, if you have any, or if you have a computer, to surf to this website, myclimatefuture.info. You can scan the QR code if you have that possibility with a phone or with a tablet. And if you do that, you can also have the QR code here on the left of the slide. You can come on this website, myclimatefuture.info, and there you can select your birth year. You can select a scenario of warming, an optimistic one, 1.5, or a very pessimistic one with high warming, or one in between. You can also select your region, and then you can find out immediately how many more climate extremes you will experience across your lifetime. And besides finding out what climate change means for you, you can also share this information directly on social media, for example, on Twitter or on Facebook, and help to make your friends aware of what climate change would mean for them and how we can find solutions to stop this problem. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Wim, so much for your message. I know that Koen has been very excited for this session and wonderful to have Belgium represented. So really happy to have you here. And I know our community is going to be excited to stay in touch. So we have a couple of our climate scientists on our team. I know Hope and Scott, they've been sending messages from backstage, but they were excited to hear from you too. So thank you so much. All right, so we went from Koen's backyard and now we're going to go to my hometown in Clearwater, Florida. And I am so excited to introduce our next speaker. And so I am proud to introduce astronaut Nicole Stott to join us for our next session here at Climate Action Day 2023. So let me tell you a little bit about the work that Nicole has done in her career. She is an astronaut, an aquanaut, an artist, a mother, and now the author of her first book, which is titled Back to Earth: What Life in Space Taught Me About Our Home Planet. She is also the founding director of Space for Art Foundation, which we love here at Take Action Global, uniting a planetary community of children through the awe and wonder of space exploration and the healing power of art. And as I bring you in, Nicole, it's so great to see you. So wonderful to have you. Well, and I have a personal connection to you too. Not only do we grow up in the same town here in Clearwater, but you are a good longtime friend of my aunt. So I'm so happy to have you here.
I love the small world connection. It just keeps getting smaller. And I think that's a lot what this whole, Climate Day Action Day is about. It's we are just one little local community.
We sure are. Well, we have a full community here that is ready to learn from you. So I'll turn the stage over to you. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll try to make the present thing work. I usually can. So let's see what happens here. Present, share screen. I'm just narrating. Entire screen. Boom. Share. Look at that. All right, I'm going to hide this little thingy, which means I'll probably have to go back. There we go. How's that, Jen? Does that look all right?
Looks great. Thank you so much.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, as was mentioned, I am astronaut, aquanaut, artist, author, and most importantly, mom, Nicole Stott. I am so honored to be here together with all of you today in support of Climate Action Day. Now, I am blessed with the opportunity to have experienced our planetary home from the extraordinary vantage points of undersea and outer space. And as you can imagine, there is a lot of complexity involved with this kind of exploration. But the simple lessons in it all are what stand out to me as the most important. We live on a planet. We're all Earthlings. Only border that matters is that thin blue line of atmosphere that blankets and protects us all. And that by choosing to behave like crewmates and not passengers, we absolutely have the power to create a future for all life on Earth that's as beautiful as it looks from space. And you will see that I will end with those same words, what I believe is a call to action at the end of this presentation as well. Now, as astronauts, we become aquanauts. We live and work in inner space to prepare to live and work in outer space. We understand that being surrounded by the extreme environment of the depths of our ocean, it is the best example, best analog to what it will be like to be surrounded by the extreme environment of the deadly vacuum of space. And my time in space was spent on the International Space Station, the ISS. It is a masterpiece of technology and of peaceful and successful international cooperation. It is a place where human beings find solutions to some of the most complex problems by first believing that there is a solution and by always working together with a here's how we can, not why we can't approach to everything. The ISS is the best example of living off the grid that you can find. It is a football field-sized spaceship that has been orbiting our planet for over 20 years now, with crews working together that represent over 15 different countries, and where all the work we do together is to the motto, off the Earth for the Earth, which means everything we're doing there in space is ultimately about improving life on Earth. The ISS is a mechanical life support system that we've built in space to mimic what Earth does for us naturally, where every day we wake up and some of the first things that we do are check how much CO2 is in our atmosphere, how much clean drinking water we have, the integrity of our thin metal hull, and we absolutely check on the health and well-being of all of our crewmates. And we know we have to do this just to survive in this place. This is a wonderful example for how we should be behaving like crewmates here on Spaceship Earth. Now, we build these mechanical life support systems in space so we can not only survive there, but so we can thrive there to perform the science and exploration work in that very special microgravity environment. We are there as human beings who bring our humanity with us. The best crews have personality, but also can trust each other to have each other's backs when things don't go as planned. I enjoyed my time in space with all of these people, but I also trusted them to have my back, and I know they trusted me to do the same. We're in this place in space because we can look at things from a whole new perspective. Scientists love doing science there because everything behaves differently, and we can learn so much that's new by just being able to take gravity out of the equation. As crew members, we are observers for the scientists. We are also observers as human beings. We take great joy, as you can imagine, in appreciating our planetary home through the windows of our spaceship. We're presented with the stunningly beautiful reality of who and where we all are together in space. There is no denying that we live on a planet. We're presented with the interconnectivity of everything, wrapped in a veil-thin line of fragile atmosphere. We are presented with a living, breathing planet where lightning wraps around the planet like neurons firing in a brain. And we aren't the only observers in space. Our network of satellites are measuring our planet for us, a fleet of Earth observers, watching the Earth breathe from space, measuring the vital signs of our planet, and providing us with all of the critical information that we need to solve our greatest planetary challenges, like climate change. providing us with a beautiful data-driven story of our interconnectivity and the absolute connection between our personal health and our planet's health. Now, I want to thank all of you for taking climate action together today and every day. And I'm hopeful that as we all leave here today, we'll be remembering that we live on a planet, we're all Earthlings, the only border that matters is that thin blue line of atmosphere, and most importantly, that by behaving like crewmates, not passengers, we absolutely have the power to create a future for all life on Earth that's as beautiful as it looks from space. Thank you. All right, escape.
The technology.
Stop sharing.
Yes, it's
all
quite
right.
the production studio.
Am I back?
You
Am I
did
back?
it!
Okay. All right.
Absolutely
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh, thanks.
Incredible. And we have our students have been preparing for your session. We had a speaker guide. They have had questions to encourage dialogue over the past days and today. So I'm sure that they're going to be excited to connect with you. Nicole, what's the best way that they can find you if they have questions or want to learn more?
I think through my website, which is either NicoleStott.com or mpsdiscovery.com, and through Instagram, all those social media things. And I'm really thankful to see the activities that are going on. I love seeing the pictures from the schools before, and that art was part of the way that we're communicating the challenges that we have and how we can overcome them. It makes me very happy to see that.
Well, we'd love to have you back, and thank you for being here.
I'd love to be back.
Your first Climate Action Day, but hopefully not the last.
Yeah, and don't forget to read my book, Back to Earth.
Yes, we're so excited about that. That's wonderful.
Yeah. Thank
All
you,
right,
Jennifer.
talk
All
to
right.
you soon.
See ya.
Bye. All right, talking about Hilo will say we had a sneaky peek. We just got a sneaky peek of our good friend who will be joining us. So we have Koen, myself, Hila, hosting today. We have lots of friends that are working on the team. There's Hila that are helping with social media. They are collecting quotes. They are writing blog posts. There's so many things happening. And a lot of our friends that have been with us from the beginning, a couple of them are going to be joining us today as our special guest co-hosts. And I think we have one of those individuals arriving now.
We do, and we already had him earlier, 2 years ago, I think. Yeah, when he was part of Cartoon Network. But now he is back.
He's back. It's Mark. Hi, Mark.
Nice to see you all. Yeah, 2 years on. It's amazing. You're doing great work. It's been great afternoon in the UK. I don't know, morning for you in the US. Yeah, no, fantastic. And as you said, 2 years ago, I was with Cartoon Network when I think we were giving out certificates to many of the participating schools, which was a great privilege. And I'm now, I've actually moved on. My journey is moving on along with all of the schools and the students. And I'm working with the Lego Group, and I know we've got one of our colleagues from the Lego Group talking later. So it's amazing to be part of this again. So thank you for inviting me.
That's right. The power of play, the power of storytelling. We have all of these great organizations that are a part of our day and part of your work too. I know your daughter is helping us today too. What is she working on?
So she's in her final year at high school. So she's and currently studying chemistry and maths. So, and looking at universities actually, and looking at natural sciences and those universities that have some relation to positive impact and what you can do to sort of change the planet for the better. I know she's helping you behind the scenes, taking screenshots. Yeah, we're all part of one big family group here, helping out today. So hopefully she's upstairs. I'm hoping she's not stealing all my internet access, because otherwise I'll be a bit jittery through the afternoon.
Yeah, we do. Shout out to Lily for all her help. Thank you so much. All right, Mark and Koen, where should we head next?
Students.
Ooh. All right, so Mark, as you know, a big part of our day is having classrooms share their big ideas, their solutions. We have crossed the planet earlier today, and we've had friends from Europe, from Africa, and let me see where else, Asia. And now, you want to take a guess, Mark? You want to pick a continent where we're going to head next?
So South America? Am I being too...
Oh, that's an interesting guess. Hila, you have a guess?
I'm thinking Australia, Oceania.
Oh, okay. All right. Koen?
Hila, where are you based right now?
I am based in London.
And you, Mark?
Yeah, I'm in London too. You're giving us a few clues here. So is it one of our UK schools who are going to...
Correct.
Something? So given the...
私たちはイギリスにある日本人学校の帝京ロンドン学園の生徒です。今から私たちが行った活動の紹介をします。私たちは全体活動を3つ行いました。1つ目は栗の木の苗木を作るということです。私たちの学校はグリーンベルトに囲まれており、緑も大変多く、栗の木もたくさんあります。そのため私たちはマロニエージュの実を土に埋め、後輩たちが食事を将来行うために苗木を今育てているところです。2つ目は私たちは食堂を利用していて、たくさんのゴミが出るので、その生ゴミと土を振ったものを高温機に入れて、その生ゴミが土に帰る様子を観察しています。3つ目はフードロスに関するポスターを作り、それを食堂に掲載する予定です。
そして私たちはそれぞれウェブサイトの制作や環境に関するポスターの制作、環境に関するアンケートの実施、そして海面上昇に関する動画の作成などをしました。また他校とのオンラインコラボレーションなども行いました。
先生方が私たちにこのような活動をする機会をくださったおかげで、私たちはクライメートアクションプロジェクトに参加することができ、気候変動についての学びを深めることができました。
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
I'm sorry, Mark, I interrupted you.
No, not at all. No, I was just saying it's coming to the end of the day, the school day here in the UK. So yeah, hence why it's so dark outside. But having that video from students in this part of the world, it sort of brings to life some of the things that school children are doing here. And we're very lucky in London that we have things like the Green Belt, which is protected space, but not all schools or not all areas have that same protection. So I think there's some really interesting things that we can we need to hold on to, but also how we can share the things that we learn in different parts of the world about how the practicalities of what's going on in their own environments. I love the research into food waste. I remember it's one of the first things I think we spoke about 2 years ago, about how much food does get wasted and what impact it has on our carbon footprint generally, but also what schools particularly can do. There's so much food wasted through schools around the world. And I know students all over the world are actually taking action about that. I remember Mary Mount School in Italy were doing some really amazing work. I remember. So a shout out to them. I'm sure they're probably watching as well.
That's great. Yeah, I once learned that wasting food is the number one reason for climate change caused by schools. Yeah, correct. Jen, how about featuring some of our amazing students?
I think we should. So we have another video. We earlier saw our school in Kakuma share our welcome message. And now we're going to go back to them to our innovation lab to hear about some of the solutions they've been working on as part of the Climate Action Project.
This project that we are planting, it also make awareness to the community and also so that they can also plant many trees.
Wow, thank you very much.
Okay, and next we go to?
Oh, we're going to head from Kenya. And I'm excited about this one. We have some students joining from Saudi Arabia. Let's hear from them.
Welcome. Marhaba. Hola. Hello. We are students from SEK Riyadh.
Last year we did a project related to the SDGs, and mine was related to healthy communities, and it was about how smoking can affect you and the environment around you.
Our project was about life on land, one of the SDGs as well. We noticed about our school and our surrounding environments that we didn't have enough trees.
Someone donated some trees and flowers to make our school very colorful.
For that to happen, we had to send an email or a letter to the manager of the Crown Plaza Hotel.
My project was recycling, which is also one of the SDGs. So our action was we contacted Hallow and V-Shape, and we told them that they're food companies, right? And they come and give us the food in cardboard boxes. And we told them, how about you come weekly and collect those cardboard boxes so we could reuse more.
We encourage you to take action in your communities.
For example, you could write letters
or plant trees.
Thank you, our global friends.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass the message of action to you, our global friends.
Bye!
Adios.
Thank you so much, students from Riyadh. I love the adios.
Yes, they're having lots of fun. So we're hearing from a lot of our classrooms today. We have students as young as age 3 participating in the Climate Action Project, all the way through adult learners. So lots of different schools, many different school types. We have big, large international schools. We have really small independent schools. We have some schools that work outside all day, some schools that are learning online. So everyone is welcome with our Climate Action Project. And we also have a program that is for full schools, don't we, Koen?
We do, yeah. And it has a name.
Oh, as you can imagine.
Exactly. So what we noticed is we find it really important that we are delivering quality. And so at the end of the project, we ask our teachers and students involved to enter a survey, basically. So we have feedback. And what always has been part of that feedback is that people want a longer experience, longer than just 6 weeks, but they also need to have training. So professional development is really key for them. And that is why we decided last year, for the first year, to come up with something new, Jen.
That's right. So we did hear from teachers and school leaders, and they said it's no longer just 1 or 2 teachers part of the Climate Action Project. We have all of our faculty participating. Or we heard from schools saying this is something we care about and we want to have it a part of our entire year. So we launched the Climate Action Schools last year, and it's 100 schools that come together from all around the earth, and they work on climate action together, and we partner them up. They have a lot of training for the teachers. The students are able to get to know local community members, experts. We have live school assemblies online every month. So there's a lot happening. And this year we are back with our version for 2023-2024. And you can see there a lot of the flags that are representative of our climate action schools for this year. We have a few more to add in. I know we had, I think, 2 new flags this past week. And then here you can see the beautiful logos all together in one space. So these are schools that are really special to us. They are working really hard, taking action, going to ministries of education, taking local and national action. So we'll have lots more updates about our climate action schools, but we were excited to kick them off just this month.
There's one thing more about that. We are happy to give you more information about it, about the Climate Action Schools. And that is, Jen, why we created a webinar. We planned for it in January. Maybe you can give a bit more information on it.
That's right. So we would love if you are a school leader and interested in learning more. Maybe you're a teacher and you want to bring this type of program to your school. Of course, you can always send us a message. We'd love to hear from you and talk about ways that we can connect at a school level, or you can join us in 2 months. Mark your calendars, January 10th at 10 a.m. and that time is Eastern. And so we'll have lots more information. We have a web page that you can check out that talks about our Climate Action Schools program. And this is just a great way for you to expand on the work that you're already doing in your classroom. So thanks to all our schools. Big shout outs to them.
Jen, one final question. Is there anything, those who are interested, is there anything they can do right now for to know more, or can they sign up or get more information right now, or do they have to wait until January?
Nope, they can sign up now. So you see that Kun, you've shared across this ticker here at the bottom, we have a web page. It talks about our Climate Action Schools program. So you can check that out there. And then there's an application that you can submit to tell about your goals, your school, and then we will be back in touch right away.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So for the next hour, we are going to gossip and talk about life, Mark. So anything you want to share right now? You're on mute, so it must be a really bad gossip.
Yeah, no, someone had to be on mute. Someone had to be on mute. You'd think by now know how to do this. So things to gossip about. Well, I suppose we're in the UK particularly. We're going into the winter months, and the weather around here has been completely what's the right word? It's just been all over the place. We've been seeing rains when there shouldn't be rain, and we've seen sunshine, summer sunshine, way into the autumn months. And I think that sort of makes it really something for all of us. We're starting to really notice how much the seasons don't follow the plan that we used to, and especially someone as old as me. When I remember, it came to September and it was always going to be rainy. And then come to October, November, you're starting to get really all your coats on and things like that. And this year has just been completely different. And I think that is something that just sticks with all of us. I see Hila, you're in London as well. You've probably seen it as I have.
Yeah, I think we had one weekend that was sunny and 23 degrees, and then the next weekend I had my winter coat on and it was 3 degrees. So very jarring, but scary as well.
And for people like me, I've been sort of following the climate emergency from a very, very long time. So back in 2002, I was actually working at the BBC then. We were working on a documentary about whether this thing called climate change really existed and whether it was really true. That was 21 years ago. The good news now, and I think you've shown it today with all the contributors you've had, is, we absolutely know what some of the problems are. And we've got lots of really bright people of all generations working on solutions. But we've still got quite a long way to go. And I think that's what's inspiring about getting everyone together today, so that we can, it's not just in the hands of the older generation to fix this. This is going to come, the bright ideas are going to come from people in schools. And I love the fact that the partnership between teachers and students is one of the things which I love about the Climate Action Project and Take Action Global, is that, the grown-ups don't have all the answers. A lot of the answers are going to come from you, the students, but we've got to work on this together. There are some things that the old folk can actually help open doors, talk to the right people, make a few changes, but the real game-changing changes are going to come from students. And that's either by ideas you come up with or by nagging the grown-ups that you're involved in, your teachers, your parents, your community, to make some small changes, and those small changes all add up. So I think the weather outside today is really bringing this close to mind. But yeah, there's a lot of opportunity, but still quite a lot of work to be done.
Great. We have a person who is called Alice. She will be our next speaker, and she has been doing something about this. Jen?
Yes, we are so happy. And as Mark just said, it's the voices of students and youth. So Alice Mukashyaka is coming to us from Rwanda, which I know you already heard from Eyanfa from our team. He's coming from Rwanda as well. So she is the co-founder of Starlight, an edtech social enterprise that makes STEM learning, which we love, kits and introduces high school students to STEM careers. So let's listen to Alice's message for us today.
Thank you for having me. My name is Alice Mukashyaka. I am excited to talk to you today all the way from Rwanda. If you haven't been, Rwanda is known as a country of 1,000 hills and the home to the magnificent mountain gorillas and one of the best tourism destinations. And trust me, it's a place you should definitely visit. Before we dive deeper into today's chat, let me share a cool thing about me. I absolutely love looking at the stars. There is something incredible about staring up at night sky and feeling like you're part of something huge. Just like each star has its own special shine, I believe that every one of us has something unique to offer to the world. When I got the invitation to speak here, I jumped at the chance. Of course, it was really hard for me to make it live because it's quite earlier where I am located at. But I decided to make a recording because I really want to make a contribution to this fantastic topic. It's such an important theme, chatting about how young people in warm tropical places can learn skills to help take care of our planet. You see, right now, our world is facing some big problems, starting from climate change and losing precious plants and animal species. And in tropical areas with lush forest and vibrant coral reefs, these problems can hit pretty hard. Just think about the Amazon, full of life and giving us the air we breathe. Imagine colorful coral leaves, homes to tons of sea creatures. These places are not just beautiful, they're also fragile. Even a small change can mess things up. Now, something that has been really bothering me is that fewer and fewer people know how to take care of nature. It's like we've forgotten how important it is. That's partly because we don't have enough cool places to learn about it. When we don't understand how important nature is and how it works, we don't take care of it. That's just a fact. But guess what? Acquiring these green skills can really change that. These skills, we could see them as a toolkit of knowledge that help us to make the world a better place. They're not just about books. They're about understanding how everything in nature works together. When we talk about green skills, we're talking about knowing how to think smart, coming up with new ideas and solving problems, and having the concept of social justice in mind. How can we all live in harmony without harming the environment and with us prospering? It's like having a superpower to help protect the earth. In Rwanda, many young people and the government are doing awesome things. For example, the startup I co-founded, Starlight, I haven't said it in the beginning, but we are making learning about science and technology and mathematics and engineering fun, but we bring a component of protecting nature, and we do this in a fun way for high school students. Because we believe that you can be a great innovator, but you really need to think about what you're developing. Is it really nature friendly? Is it now going to harm the environment? We're also working on making places where people can learn about nature and the cool things Africans have done to save the planet. These places don't just teach us, they're also inspiring us to take care of nature and do something to help. Today's young people aren't just the leaders of tomorrow. I know you've heard this sentence, like you keep hearing it over and over again, but it's true. They're also the ones who can make the world better right now. By giving them these green skills, we're helping them become superheroes of nature. They will know how to make smart choices and fix things when they go wrong. And guess what? When they start doing these things, others will join in too. It's like throwing a stone in water. The ripples spread out and make a difference, a big one actually. So to conclude, let's remember how important it is for young people, especially those from the tropical places, to learn about these green skills. These skills aren't just good for them. They're a secret weapon to save a beautiful planet. We should all support all the initiative, programs, campaigns, and spaces that are helping young people to learn these skills and become champions of a healthier and happier planet. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my quick intervention.
So thank you to Alice for sharing her words and inspiration for us today. Now we're going to go to Alice's colleague from the UN Foundation, to Butti Almheiri from UAE. And Butti works as an analyst at the Office of Strategic Affairs in Abu Dhabi, and he is a Next Generation Climate Fellow under the United Nations Foundation. So Butti, welcome. Let's hear from you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and fellow climate advocates, my name is Butti Almheiri, and I have the honor of serving as a Next Generation Fellow for Climate and as the President of the Arab Youth Council for Climate Change. Today, I stand before you as both a testament to the dedication of our youth in championing climate change, and as an example of what becomes possible when governments recognize and harness the potential of their young citizens. Across the globe, it is becoming increasingly evident that the solution to many of our pressing challenges, especially climate change, lies in empowering our youth. They are the innovators, the change makers, and the inheritors of this planet. Governments play an instrumental role in the empowerment by investing in education, skills, and opportunities for our young individuals. we set the stage for a future that is resilient, innovative, and forward-looking. I serve as a living testament to this transformative power of such governmental investment. My entire education, which focused on understanding and combating climate change, as well as sustainable energy engineering, was fully sponsored by the government. This gesture not only showcased the trust, but also underlined the importance of investing in youth and specialized knowledge for the challenges of tomorrow. Additionally, their unwavering support provided me with unparalleled opportunities to represent and engage at international platforms, such as the COP26 in Glasgow and the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, being one of the youngest participants among the UAE delegation. As we ponder the road ahead, a pertinent question arises. How can different countries come together to help fight climate change? The answer lays in recognizing the universal nature of climate crisis. We need to go after the 22 gigatons of greenhouse gases emissions together, not going over each other. While the impacts of climate change might vary from region to other, the essence remains the same. It's the global challenge requiring global solutions. Nations can collaborate by sharing research, technology, and best practices. International agreements like the Paris Agreement serve as a fundamental framework, bringing nations under a shared vision. Pooling resources, fostering joint research, and enabling cross-border clean energy initiatives are just some ways in which nations can unite against this shared adversary. Furthermore, what are the benefits of working with people from all across the globe? Drawing from my own experiences at the Arab Youth Council for Climate Change and as a UN Next Generation Fellow for Climate, I witnessed firsthand the transformative power of a global collaboration. The answer is multifold. Diversity of thought leads to innovation. When we collaborate across cultures and geographies, we amalgamate unique perspectives, leading to holistic solutions. My interactions with peers, experts, and leaders from various backgrounds have enriched our collective endeavors, offering a depth and a breadth that would be unattainable in isolation. This fosters understanding and empathy, uniting us in a shared mission. A global collaboration not only makes our fight against climate change effective, but also efficient, as pooling resources and knowledge accelerates our progress. In conclusion, the foundation of a sustainable future is a strong investment in our youth. By recognizing their potential, providing them with their opportunities, and nurturing their talents, we pave the way for a world equipped to tackle the challenges of tomorrow. Together, let us champion this cause and create a brighter and greener future for all. Thank you.
That was such an amazing message from Butti there, so thank you so much for sharing. And I'm really excited to announce our next speaker. So we'll be going all the way across to the other end of the world. And our first speaker today from representing Oceania. So next up we have Tishinko King, and she is the campaign director at Seed Indigenous Youth Climate Network in Australia. She is a proud Kulakalik woman from the island of Masig and Badugal of Teru clan in the Torres Straits, and has recently joined the Australian Communities Foundation as their First Nations philanthropy manager. So please welcome Tishinko King to the stage.
My name is Tishinko King, and I'm a proud Kukulog woman from Kukulog Nation from the island Musig Zenadith Kes, known as the Torres Strait Islands in so-called Australia. And I'm one of the First Nations groups here that were the first peoples before settlers and colonization. I recognise that sovereignty was never ceded and pay my respects to those elders past, present, and those right across the nation that are leading today. I want to acknowledge the many footprints of those that have gone before us and honour their contributions to culture, community, and the climate justice movement in protecting and fighting for our country. I think I really wanted to share mostly about, in this moment, in this global landscape, about how we can continue to bring our communities together on this fight for a safe and healthy planet, for our communities, for our culture, for our countries, but for Mother Earth. As a saltwater woman coming from islands, I used to hear stories about the ocean and the way that my grandfather was connected to, and how he was connected to the ocean, but the stories in place that told our history, that was woven in to our everyday life and our culture. And I wanted to share this with you all, that when I was a young child, I remember learning about the sea before I could walk. I used to sit with my grandpa Jack and stare out across the ocean, and where he used to actually share about his deep connection to the salt water, which translates to salt water. My grandpa Jack, he would yarn about his time on the Pearl lugger boats and share how if we respected and looked after our ocean would look after and protect us. And so our culture is so embedded into the practices of the ocean, where our people didn't have a written language. It was through our songs, our dances, our island practices, and our food where we gathered together. We sat down, we prayed, we shared, and we listened, and we yarned. And it is that language of community, culture, and sea country that has bound us together with the ocean, that we as saltwater people have a responsibility to fight for her. And so, for those folks that don't know where the Torres Strait Islands are, it's located between mainland Australia and Papua New Guinea. And so they are distributed across an area of 48,000 kilometers square, with 150 islands within the region, with 18 island communities. And it has been, the Torres Strait was formerly a land bridge which actually connected present-day Australian continent to Papua New Guinea. And this land bridge through the decades has submerged by rising sea levels, forming the straits now, which connects the different seas. Our islands and the surrounding waters and reefs provide a highly diverse set of marine ecosystems. The island that I come from, the Central Island Group, Kukulog Nation, is in the eastern area of the Central Island Group, and it is about 2.7 kilometers in length and about 800 meters at its widest point, so quite small. The people of Musig, which translates to York Island, are skilled navigators, with a detailed knowledge of our reefs, and that comes back to our really deep connection of our history and our culture intertwined with our natural world. And so because of that, I think what it does, it brings into share about the moment that we're in, and why I advocate for my community. And I think that's really understanding climate justice. And so right now, everyone may be feeling climate, just the impacts of climate, but we're not actually feeling it equally. And in the Torres Strait Islands, it is home to a culture that has been here for over 60,000 years. And Torres Strait Islanders are actually on the front lines of the climate crisis, where urgent action is needed to ensure that we can remain on our homelands. We have advancing seas that are already threatening our homes, as well as damaging fresh water supplies, crops, burial grounds, and sacred cultural sites, where in the past couple of years I've had to pick up the bones of my grandparents like seashells on the beach. And so the campaign Our Islands Are Home that was led by the Torres Strait Islanders was so that they can, in order to remain on their homelands and protect their island homes. And so we launched in 2020, where the 8 incredible leaders took their voices to the Human Rights International Court, where last year on September 23rd of 2022, the Torres Strait 8, those 8 islanders made international legal history after the United Nations Human Rights Committee found that the Australian government is in fact violating their human rights and the obligations to Torres Strait Islanders by failing to act on climate change. Yay! And so this landmark decision obliges the government to do whatever it takes to ensure the safe existence of the Torres Strait Islands and its people and community. It also sets precedent for Indigenous peoples all around the world. And so right now what we're doing is continuing to lead and build our community, supporting and urging our current government to the Albanese government to adopt our 5 recommendations and demands of our campaign to protect Zemkes from climate change. And so we have a unique opportunity, our government have a unique opportunity where, as the sunniest and windiest country, we are able to transition and transform our communities and bring everyone along and not let anyone behind. But right now, as we continue to see the ties, the connection between fossil fuel corporations and our government, who continue to approve coal mines, which in fact contradicts us meeting those obligations to their first people here in Australia, but also for everyone. We continue to see fires burning and flood happening right across the globe, as we continue with these extractive industries that are perpetuating our polar ecosystems, making them super vulnerable, creating our oceans to rise. And so I think urgently there's this opportunity, especially within this critical decade, that our government needs to play. They need to have the political will, and not just us. We're seeing that right across the globe. I became a marine biologist because I was so passionate of drawing both of our traditional knowledge and Western science together. But with connecting all of that together, sharing that our oceans are the lungs of our planet, and those that have lived in harmony with her for millennia continue to do so today. First Nations custodianship must be at the heart in protecting our oceans. And so I invite you all to come along, take action and stand in solidarity with the people of the Torres Strait Islands. We may be feeling disempowered and defeated by the scale and the complexity of the climate crisis, but it is easy to focus on those emergencies and frightening statistics, but together we can do this because it will require all of us.
All right. thank you from Tashika and her amazing message from her organization and representing She Changes Climate. And now I have a special announcement. We are about halfway through Climate Action Day. And a lot of you who have joined have been working on taking action for the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So these are 17 goals that we as a world agreed upon in the year 2015. Some of you might not even have been born then. And we are at our halfway point to reaching these goals by the year 2030. So I was at the United Nations. We had Take Action Global was there. We were learning about ways that we can take action, prioritize the voices of youth. I have my SDG soccer ball here, and we have some special guests that are going to do a halftime talk for us here today. And I'm so thrilled to welcome for our halftime talk, Coach Mickey Adams and Principal Ian Smith from Brookhouse College. So Ian, how are you all? Looks like you're geared up and ready to go.
Hey, Jen, can you hear us from the UK?
You sound great.
Can you hear us loud and clear?
You sound perfect.
Oh, fantastic. Hey, well, hello to Cohen. We're missing you. We're out here in the UK. It's getting a little bit dark now, but at Market Harborough, we're at Harbour Town Football Club. I've got the whole group with me today. Most of our boys and girls at Brookhouse College are out training at the moment. So they're out in the rain, I'm afraid to say, but they're enjoying their training that they do every afternoon. Welcome to the world from Brookhouse College in England and from Market Harborough Club run by Thompsons. Today, give a little some thoughts about what you just said are Sustainable Development Goals. I remember taking this football around New York City and sharing your passion for climate change. SDG 13, climate action. That's what we're here for today. But the SDG, I love that. And we can do policy. 60 nations at Brookhouse College. 6 and give you some thoughts about our work. Thanks so much for giving me the chance to be in New York with the English captain, Leah Williamson. It was an absolute privilege. We want to encourage the world now. We're going to take Mickey Adams off the pitch to provide a pitch. He's going to give some inspirational words to help us move forward for the next 7 years and achieve potentially the impossible. We want to ensure that one of our very special students, Rihanna, born in Yemen, and she's going to introduce Mickey with some words. Over to you, Rihanna.
Sport has the ability to inspire and unite us all. Mickey, please help me get the world, ready for the second half.
Thank you, Rihanna. Hello, world. It's a warm welcome from Harbour Town Football Club and especially Brookhouse College. We're all players and we all have a responsibility. Today, we have the chance to be winners. Go out today and imagine winning. Think about winning and the consequences of that. She's got a few messages that she would like the team to share with you. Rihanna.
I think it takes courage. Courage to portray your talents to others.
Hi, I'm Smuddy.
I'm from Jordan, and I'm a striker. For me, it's about focus. It's about being in the decisive moment, score goals.
Hi, I'm Sai. I'm a winger, and I'm from New York, and I believe in purpose.
Hello, my name is Annette. I'm from Tanzania. I'm a midfielder, and it takes perseverance.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Oscar. Je viens de Paris. Ça va être la dédication.
Hello, I'm Freddie from Australia. I'm a defender, and for me, it's about resilience.
Hi, I'm Kimano. I'm from Antigua. I'm a centre back, and for me, it's about conviction.
Hi, I'm Olani from Nigeria. I play striker, and I believe in the passion.
Hello， 我係 Lucia。我個位係中場，我嚟自香港。我認為樂觀係好重要。
Hi, my name is Ryan. I'm from Hong Kong. I'm a midfielder, and it takes optimism.
Hi, my name is Tori. I'm from Bermuda. I'm a fullback, and for me, it takes determination.
Well, I think that captures the essence of what we want to achieve together. As a world, we can achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We can win in that second half, make the impossible possible by our actions. We believe it's possible, don't we?
Yeah.
We believe it's, don't we?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Don't we?
Yeah.
We've got a very special guest for you next. Baroness Sue Campbell is the Director of UK Sport. She's one of the most inspirational speakers with regards to global sport, football, and her work particularly to inspire and to engage women in sport. She's offered this piece for our interest. Jen, thanks so much for giving Brookhouse College the stage to work with you as a climate action school and be part of the journey towards 2030. Thanks, Jen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sue Campbell. I'm the Director of Women's Football at the FA. I'm delighted to join you today, and I want to share a very special story with you. In the summer of 2022, our women's team, the England women's football team, won a major title, European champions, the first title achieved by any football team since the men won the World Cup in 1966. Those women were women from an ordinary background who had a passion, a desire to play the game that they love. And despite all the setbacks, all the barriers that were put in their way, they pursued it to that very special, special moment in front of 87,000 people at Wembley Stadium in summer of 22. It will stay with me forever. Their dreams realised, all those sacrifices that they made on that journey worthwhile, all those moments of self-doubt left behind to achieve something that all of us really had dreamed of. But was that enough for them? Here they were, European champions. On the next day, on the bus, on our way to celebrate at Trafalgar Square, something really special happened. We'd been up quite late after the game, enjoying with friends and family a very special moment. So we hadn't had a lot of sleep. I was sitting on the bus when I got a tap on my shoulder. Leah Williamson, the captain of England, and Lotte Wouber-Moy, player from Arsenal, also an England squad member, said to me, "Sue, we don't want winning the Euros to be our legacy." For a moment, I didn't understand. What do you want? And they said, we want to use the platform of winning the Euros to make sure that no girl is ever refused access to the national game of football, whether that's in schools or clubs. We wrote a letter, the team, signed the letter, wrote the letter to the Prime Minister. And in February of this year, 2023, Rishi Sunak, our Prime Minister, agreed to everything they had asked in that letter. What an amazing achievement. Not just winning the Euros, but making sure that a legacy which will affect every girl in this country forever was laid down from that platform by those players. I hope you enjoyed that story, and I hope it inspires you, not just to go on and play sport and do well, but to use the moments of success in your life to inspire others and to do something very special that only you can do. Good luck, take care, thank you.
Hi, Hila. Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Hi, Kun.
Hello.
You're back.
Okay, wonderful. So how about we share a few pictures from students watching this event? Please say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's do it.
We have been getting some pictures from students from across the world watching this event.
It's cool.
It's great, yeah. Some are at home and some are in a classroom.
And I'm guessing it depends what time of day it is, wherever they are, whether they're
correct.
doing this
No.
after school activity or whether it's in class.
Yep. And the last one was in New Jersey, and we will be going back to them later today. Yeah. So, if you have any questions for the four of us, please drop in the chat. I noticed one question, and that was if they can still join the project, and I will take that one. They still can. They still can join the project. And if we have people who are still working on it, don't feel bad, and you can still join climate action projects. Let me drop the website here, multitasking a little bit. So here is the link which allows you to join the project. If you are a bit late with submissions of the weekly work, which are week 3, 4, 5, maybe even like 1 and 2, no stress, have fun. You can still submit those weeklies. Jen, what's next?
Okay, we need to go visit some of our schools that are eagerly awaiting their messages. And so, Mark, I heard you guessed South America a little bit earlier, but we're not heading there yet. Another place closer, maybe we should head to North America. And we have a classroom in Colorado with a message for everyone here on Climate Action Day.
Hi and welcome. This is Miss Flitz bringing you live coverage from Evergreen Middle School, Halloween style, of the EMS Green Team in action. First, I would like to introduce you to our climate activists, HQ and Artemis, along with Sharky and Positive Panda. Oh yeah, saving our planet one campaign at a time. If you remember, last year, our previous adventure involved recycling and energy. This year, we're all about food waste. Go team!
Hi, I'm HQ. And I'm Artemis. We're on a mission to reduce food waste in our school. And this is the quote: "The greatest threat to our planet is the belief that someone else will save it."
By Robert Swain. And why are we doing this? Right? What are some food waste statistics and facts? Why do we care so much?
Because each person in the U.S. wastes approximately 1 pound of food every day. The whole country wastes approximately 330 million pounds of food every day.
Whoa, that's a lot of food. What else do you have to say, Artemis?
We're presenting to our principal on Friday and starting our compost program in 2 weeks.
That's right. We did a food audit in our school. We weighed and measured how much food we waste per grade level, and we have made recommendations and suggestions to our administration so that we can start our own compost program. That's us, the EMS Green Team. Come on, Sharky and Positive Panda. Get yourselves back in there. We celebrate you. We celebrate Climate Action Day. We celebrate what it takes to be a collaborative family of activists on the planet fighting for green. Go Green Team!
Happy, happy, and 'Cause the activist saved us.
All right, they bring the energy in Colorado. Lots of things happening in Miss Fliss's classroom. I love to see that. And I think next we're going to head back over to Africa, to Tanzania and the Butiko Secondary School.
Okay, I was so not really prepared for that.
Not ready for Tanzania.
So
we can come back. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Habari. We are students from Butiko Secondary School, found in Kigoma, Tanzania.
We are joining with other young generation over the world to save our planet.
By using different sources of information, we have educated about climate change.
Through planting trees and recycling may lead the earth safe to live for any organism.
The youth is power through collaboration, the earth can be saved. Together we can.
Thank you very much to our government and the school administration to protect the environment. Having different types of environment to our region simplifies the learning process and the research to our students. Gombe National Park, forests, and the Lake Tanganyika are very important to both the living and the non-living things. Through engagement of young learners, we always make the earth more attractive to live. Together we can.
That's amazing. Seeing these different stories from Africa, but also earlier from the Torres Straits. Just to get these different reflections around how climate change is both affecting those areas, but also what people want to do about it. And then going back to North America, wow! I hope they succeed in taking on their principle later in the week. I'm looking forward to hearing how they get on with that composting challenge.
Wonderful. Well, we actually have another group from Qatar.
Imagine a world where desert landscapes meet the sea, where innovation and sustainability blend seamlessly, and where the warmth of the sun doesn't threaten the very existence of a nation. Welcome to Qatar.
Qatar has a desert-like climate. However, as you can probably guess from looking at my surroundings, it's not completely uncommon for us to have greenery. Qatar isn't a full desert that's fully submerged in sand. We do have quite a lot of green plants. However, most of these green plants are not artificial. They are real plants, but they were planted in an attempt to have better air quality in this country.
Climate change has wide-ranging effects on Qatar's population, such as heat-related health issues, water scarcity, and food security challenges. These issues directly impact the lives of Qatari citizens.
Qatar has moreover taken a leading role in international climate negotiations. They are aware of how critical sustainability and adaptability are in the face of climate change.
Hi, this is Balkis, and we're here with Miss Claire. She has gathered some students and has made the garden. Could you please tell us a bit about it?
Okay, so the garden that we have originally, it was biodiversity garden to protect bees and insects and pollinators, but it's also become an international medical garden. So this is a lemon tree. It's a medical tree in the Quran. At the moment, what the kids want to do, especially with the current situation, is they want to start a peace garden, an international peace garden, because if we work together for peace, if we water it and we take care of it and protect it, peace will grow. Okay, hi, I'm Krista, and do you see this expanding being resource project? Inshallah, yes, because we are coordinating with the National Museum, and we're trying to get this research on medical gardening into schools all over Qatar.
So great to hear from our students in Qatar. So I'm pleased to announce our next speaker, Anya Kamenetz. So Anya is an American writer and researcher living in Brooklyn, New York City. She has been an education correspondent for NPR, a former staff writer for Fast Company magazine, and a columnist for Tribune Media Services. And she's also the author of several books. She is currently a senior advisor at the Aspen Institute. So welcome, Anya. We're so excited to have you here today.
Thanks so much for having me. It's really exciting to be connected with people all over the world who want a better future for our planet. So I decided to use my time today to talk about something really close to my heart, and that is the conversation about climate emotions. And so a lot of times when we talk about climate change, we really focus on actions that we need to take, and taking action together is really important. But climate change is also something that affects our mental health. And I think a lot of times that's not something that we talk about. So I focus on the silence between parents and children. 82% of parents say children need to know about climate change, but just 49% have talked to their children about it. Similar silence between teachers. 86% of teachers say children need to learn about climate change, and just 42% are teaching about it. But we know that our young people are aware, and they're very, very concerned. And this concern is great when it leads to action, but it also affects our mental health and our well-being. So when 75% of youth say the future is frightening in a 10-country survey, 45% even go beyond that and say climate feelings negatively affect their daily life and functioning. We understand that we need to be aware of climate change as a mental health issue all around the planet. And this is going to be important for learning about climate change and also for taking action. So what we advocate for, this is a picture of me with my older child. We advocate to start the conversation and have a conversation about climate emotions. So with Climate Mental Health Network, I've created a resource for talking to young people around climate emotions. It's also something that students can use to have a conversation with their peers or with adults about climate emotions. The intergenerational conversation goes both ways. And so how do we approach the climate emotions conversation? We start by asking questions and listening to the answers, affirming what people are sharing. We can educate ourselves about climate feelings and the range of climate feelings, how they relate to each other. And then we are going to be moved to take action as we process our climate feelings, and then understand that this is not a one and done conversation, but we're going to be working on this throughout our lives. So how do we start a climate emotions conversation? What are some questions that we can ask? There are lots of different ways to approach it, but you can just say, have you thought about climate change? Do you know about climate change? What do you think about when you hear the words climate change? Greta Thunberg, what does she actually fight for? Maybe you could reference something that's going on in the weather or in the news. What have you noticed? Air quality, wildfires, things that are going on. And then importantly, just to raise the question, how are you feeling about all of this? I think that there is sometimes a social taboo about talking about emotions, and particularly with regards to climate change, people kind of say, oh, it's fine, or it's too big to talk about. But it's really important to make space for these questions and then to listen to the answers. So you listen to what your person that you care about is telling you, person in your class, a friend, a family member. And some of the responses you can have is you can show empathy, say, I feel the same way sometimes. Tell me more about that. Thanks for sharing that with me. I know that lots of people feel this way. You're not alone. That's a really important thing for people to hear when they're expressing climate emotions. You're not alone. If they have a question about something, you can always say, that's a good question. Let's look it up together if you don't know the answers. Some things not to say in a climate emotions conversation is don't worry about it. It's going to be fine, or that you're getting so upset because we don't share our feelings with our loved ones. We're worried about getting them upset. And that means we keep our feelings inside. When we keep our feelings inside, they can really hurt us. They can actually even make us sick. So it's really important to be able to have a safe space to let out emotions. If somebody has volunteered to hold that space for you, it's okay to be that person who expresses their feelings, and it will actually strengthen your relationships at the same time. So as you're starting these kinds of conversations, it's really important to learn about the full spectrum of climate feelings. And what's a good context for this, to understand that when we talk about mental health is not about feeling good all the time. It's not about being relaxed all the time. Mental health is about having appropriate feelings for your circumstances and then managing those feelings well, especially if those feelings are negative or unpleasant. So this is Lisa D'Amour, a clinical psychologist who focuses on teenagers. And it's really important to say, you don't have to be happy all the time. And when it comes to a really big problem like climate change, it makes sense. It's rational. It's totally fair to feel anxious or to feel sad sometimes. And the question is, how do we approach those feelings? How do we express those feelings? How do we process those feelings? One way of looking at climate emotions, I created this visualization with the Climate Mental Health Network. It's based on research by Panu Pikala, and it shows that there's different quadrants of climate emotions. There's anger, there's sadness, there's fear, and of course there are positive emotions we should be aware of, such as empathy, a feeling of connection to all beings around the planet, gratitude for what we do have and for having clean air and fresh water to drink, if that in fact is true for you. And feelings of interest and curiosity. You know, we're all here, I think, because we're passionate and fascinated by climate change and climate solutions. And so that's an important positive climate emotion to think about. But there's a full spectrum. This is a word cloud that shows the same research results about the most common climate emotions. Definitely these negative emotions like sadness and hopelessness and anger loom large, but you could also see, you know, a little bit smaller feelings like interest, feelings like empowerment, which I hope that you get to experience in relationship to climate change. This is another visualization by Professor Kimberly Nichols talking about the cycles that we go through. So climate change's emotions are not static. We feel different feelings in relationship to what's going on around us, the actions that we're taking, how aware we are of what's going on. And it's going to continue to fluctuate over time. So we should not expect things to be even every day, but the more tools we have for talking about and processing climate emotions, the more positive we're going to be able to be and function and enjoy our lives, even as we're determined and taking action at the same time. Interestingly enough, you think about climate change and climate action, negative emotions can be strengthening, they can be empowering. This is a study that showed that anger actually was most connected to taking external political action. So it's okay to be mad if you use that anger for a purpose. So what we, you know, this is a transition from thinking about how do our climate feelings actually make their way out of us and what happens to them next. So Maria Ohala did a study specifically about children and how they process climate emotions. And she said there's 3 different kinds of coping. People do coping with the emotion itself. So that would be things like letting out the emotion, drawing, painting, singing, crying, talking about it, taking a walk in nature, calming yourself down. That's emotion-focused coping. Problem-focused coping is when we take actions to resolve the problem. So climate change is not something that we can just have a feeling about and then go on about our lives. We have to be able to do something about it in order to manage those feelings, or they're just going to keep coming back. And so this is where we cycle back into thinking about action. And, you know, there's all different ways to take climate action. I'm sure you're learning about so many different ways here. You can take action as an individual citizen, a member of a community, a member of a school group. You can take action with your buying choices as a consumer. You can take action as an investor with your money that you're moving or that your school is moving. And you can take action in your lives, preparing for green jobs, green technologies, and to be a professional in the world of climate solutions, which I hope that you all do. Another way of looking at climate action and where it goes. This also has an emotional dimension to it. So this is made by Ayana Elizabeth Johnson, looking at climate action as the intersection of what needs to be done, what is your skills, what are you good at? And then the really important one here is what brings you joy. So climate action can bring us joy. It can balance out that climate emotion spectrum. And when we find the thing that really brings us alive, that's when we all feel like we're in our sweet spot for climate action. So there's lots of different solutions out there. There's lots of different ways of looking at the problem. And I want to call your attention to the number of different groups that are doing work to help people work in groups. I mean, the thing to do with climate emotions is to talk about them with your family, with your friends, with people that you care about, to continue to have new tools in your toolbox to help you process emotions. For some people, it's art. For some people, it's mindfulness meditation. For some people, it's physical movement. You know, these are all different groups that will help you perhaps talk to other people who are sharing the same things, and to know that you're not alone. So I want you all to know that you're not alone. We all have climate feelings and we can all learn to manage them better. And I wish you all joy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anya, for sharing this. I think that was really rich and really pleased to get those insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we will be going to our next speaker, which is Julieta Martinez. She's a Chilean activist and ecofeminist, and she's also the founder of Tremendas, the movement, which is currently present in 20 different countries. So pleased to have you, Julieta, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And what an honor to be with all of you today. I hope my connectivity is well. Here in Chile, we're having a massive thunderstorm, so I'm gonna do my best. So hello, everyone. Again, it's such a pleasure to be with all of you today. My name is Julieta Martinez. I'm 20 years old. I'm an activist for climate action and gender equality from Chile. And I'm the founder of an organization called Tremendas that works with girls in 18 countries around Latin America and the Caribbean, giving them access to climate education, science, technology, engineering education, civil rights education, and much more. What I want to talk to you all about today, it's about intersectionality. But first, before going to the most technical stuff, I would like to tell you a story. This last 5 years of my life, I've been having the wonderful opportunity to learn more about climate action, to learn more about the scientific community, about adaptation, mitigation, climate resilience, but also my life in the lives of so many young people in Latin America has changed brutally. Most of our countries, as you may know, like Chile, Venezuela, Argentina, and others, El Salvador as well, has been going through a lot of social crisis. We have going through really problems related to protecting democracy, about preserving democracy, about there's a massive distrust to go towards organizations, towards politicians. There's a lot of anxiety right now going on, and there's a lot of young people that are somehow getting involved with the climate action movement, not because they are really interested in it, but because they are scared. There's a lot of fear about the future, fear about the present, fear about what do I need to do to protect not only myself, but my community, my ecosystems, my family. That's how I learned about intersectionality. The importance to understand that every single problem that today is affecting our world, is the economic problems, wars, the climate change, everything somehow is connected. And how important it is as well, that we're going to talk about that every single problem is connected, then solutions should be as well. So let me tell you a story about how intersectionality became even more tangible in my life. Right now, as I told you before, I'm 20 years old at the moment. And when I was 15, it was the first time in my life I had the opportunity to talk about members of state. I had the opportunity to go to Congress, to Senate, to talk about climate action, to talk about the importance of getting young people to be present in action and decision making, since we're not only the future, but the present as well. And I started to notice a pattern that gets repeated over and over and over again when it comes to climate negotiation or climate conversations. Every time somebody talks about young people, there's this one phrase that there's always there somehow. That's first, we gotta put children first. And second, we need to work for a generation, a braver generation, a more resilient generation, a more empowered generation. What do you think about that? Maybe you think, well, it's absolutely, it's really important that today young kids are growing empowered, like when empowered communities, we're getting access to education. We need braver young people. And I will never forget a conversation I had that same day, me being 15 with another friend who was 14 at the moment. And we were saying, I don't want to be, I mean, it's wonderful to think about being braver, but I don't want to be brave. I don't want to feel more empowered than I am today. I want to feel safe. my whole goal in putting time of my life and my work in climate action is because I want to feel safe, is because I want to have access to clean water, is because I want to have access to it's because I don't want to become I don't know, I really remember the word in English, but I just want to grow up knowing that my generation and future generations are going to be safe, actually safe, and have an opportunity to decide, to be independent, to have autonomy on their own decisions and their own bodies. That's when everything changed for me. And that's when I started wondering if how can I get connected with the climate movement, having intersectionality as the main point, as the main focus of my agenda. So I started wondering, is climate change, or the effects are, everybody gets affected the same by the effects of the climate crisis? And that's when I started wondering, is it a coincidence that today 80% of climate refugees are women and girls? Is it a coincidence that women are 14 times more vulnerable to die in a natural disaster? I started to travel around Chile, that if you have seen Chile in a map, it's this long country at the end of the world. I started to go to rural areas, to go to the south of Chile, get to the north, and you get to see that normally people that have been adapting all their life, people that are in charge of getting access to clean water for the communities, to get access to protect the environment, are mostly women. I'm talking about women that have no idea of what does it mean to talk about. If I go and talk about the IPCC or reports of or I talk about adaptation, mitigation, climate resilience, but without knowing the technical matters, they know what's happening. They know how to work and better solutions because they have been struggling and surviving all their lives. I understood the power that education has, not only to get girls educated about green jobs, to talk about renewable energy, but how education saves lives and change your life for the better, of course. So I think right now, if I had to say, I remember when I got invited to this wonderful event, I noticed that there was a lot of people talking about climate solutions, right? Ambitious solutions, creative solutions. I want to talk about effective solutions as well. Because we can talk about ambition all we want, but if we keep forgetting about people that are being left behind every single time, that's not going to be equal. Think right now, in countries like mine, countries like Chile, we're going through a lot of changes, not only social crises, but right now, for example, we're talking about the rewriting of a new constitution, a constitution that was made in dictatorship, and a constitution that today is being built by people from the scientific communities, private sector, public sector, civil society, all together to think about a better future. And we need young people. We need indigenous communities. We need the most affected communities present in all of these conversations to get to effective, actual, and tangible solutions. I think that's what I would love to, if I could leave a message to you. I think that's the best chance we get to keep moving forward, right? Outside of just focusing in the climate, in the general matter, we need to talk about who are the ones that are suffering the most, and not only seeing as pity, but seeing them as actual factors of change. That's mainly what I want to say. And again, thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you so much for this invitation. And I hope you keep working based on intersectionality, and I hope you keep working with a gender perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julieta. That was so inspiring for our young people to hear. I loved your quote when you said, we don't want to be brave, we want to feel safe. I think that's so important because as young people, we get told, you have to be fighters, but really, if we're young, we need to be looked after, right? Like children need to have people looking out for them and taking those actions for them as well. So thank you so much for joining us today, and we really appreciate you coming along.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Great. So what do we have coming up next?
Well, Hila, so I'm really curious about how we are doing on our social part.
Yes. Okay. So I have a lot of social posts that people have been sharing, but I do want to quickly say, please continue sharing because it's been so great to see everyone. And yeah, we want to see what you're doing and how your classrooms are participating in Climate Action Day. So firstly, up on my screen here, I hope you can see it, we have a classroom who is sharing some of their drawings using our Climate Action Day worksheets that you can get from our website. There should be a link there. We've also got some students watching our NASA segment earlier on, which was so fantastic. Some more NASA ones. JC is saying we are all connected, living on one beautiful planet. I love that sentiment. We also have some quotes that we've got from the YouTube comments. So if you are on YouTube, please keep commenting your thoughts and we can share them as well. So this one is from Kimberly Williams. She said, Earth science classes are loving hearing all about taking course to learn about our own planet and others while we study the planets. Thanks, Dr. Ali. Students, especially girls, rethinking career options. And we also have from Joan, comparative planetology sounds like a great area to study. We had no idea that Mars has a greater wobble. We've got another post from Art and Ecology. They are showing some of the art that they've made for Climate Action Day today. Some students here from a class in India also showing they seem to be doing school from home, or maybe this is the evening for them, all watching the stream, which is so amazing to see. We've also got a post from David, who will be joining us within the hour, actually, from Lego. So stay tuned for that. And he looks like he's excited as well to be joining us at Climate Action Day. We've got a post from another post from Joan. Climate Action Day is pure inspiration. Our brains are on fire. Her words are so powerful, and we're ready to journey to Mars and help save the world. I love that. And finally, some more pictures from our classrooms watching the stream earlier today. This is a classroom in Mumbai, and we have another classroom in Ukraine. So thank you so much for everyone who has submitted their social posts.
We also had some questions in our chat, and there was one question about how to become an ambassador, Jen.
Oh, great. Okay,
Yeah.
So we have teachers, and it could be educators that are working in different parts of the school. Some of them are classroom teachers, some of them are school administrators. We have librarians, we have PE coaches, we have art teachers, and they are really passionate about taking action within their school and beyond, and want to find ways that they can use the power they have as an educator to create change. So if you have interest in becoming an ambassador, definitely reach out to us. We'd love to hear from you. We have our country ambassadors. And so they're doing work like reaching out to press. They are doing advocacy work. They're doing outreach, and they're bringing new climate action project classrooms and new climate action schools in. So love to hear that there's interest around becoming an ambassador with us. But we have a couple different types of ambassadors. We have our Climate Action Project ambassadors, and then we have the new this year, our Climate Action Day ambassadors, and they've been busy sharing out, just like as Hila was mentioning, on social media. So we're just so grateful for everyone's help.
We also have a question about the access to the resources, the PowerPoints being shared by the presenters today. Hila, what do you think?
We can always ask and see. So that would be my response. What do you think, Koen?
Let's do that. Yeah, we will ask them tomorrow, and we will be sharing at the website. And then we have the best question, if there is a best.
I'm eager to
Why
hear it.
did we decide to create this project, Climate Action Project,
Uh-huh.
and how did we manage to implement it? So okay, I always suggest that we will cancel our next 10 speakers so we can take our time. It's a good question. I will take my minute to answer, and then I will hand it over to you, Jen. But basically, I think there's a big power in connecting people across the world. Teachers sometimes are willing to do more than just teaching their own students. They're willing to go the extra mile and even teach about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals by the UN, of which climate action is one. That principle allowed us to build schools in Kakuma and bring quality education over there, but it also allowed us to tackle this climate crisis in our way. And especially what we want to do is just going beyond learning about climate change. We want students to take action, not only complain. Complaining also has a certain role. We have to call on governments, but what we want to do is taking positive action and making sure that there is a certain impact. And the impact of education needs to be a mind shift and a change of behavior. And that's what we try to do by trying to get our students to come up with solutions as well, and to work together on a global stage. And with that, we offer them green skills as well. That would be my 2 minutes. Jen?
Well, you took all the answers I can think of too. I'm just kidding. Well, I think for us, we're a team of global educators, and we have long since seen the power of classrooms, of teachers and students, and our biggest hope is in our youth. So we work in this space of climate education, and we want to find ways to make sure that teachers and students' voices are heard, that we can help to amplify those, and so we can empower teachers to get the training that they need. So my background is not in climate change. I'm mostly focused on literacy and storytelling and communication, and really love the arts. And I think a lot of our teachers find that too. So they haven't had climate change as part of their pre-service teacher training. They have an interest in using technology to connect around a cause and a purpose, like taking action for our planet. So I think that's what we see as our job and the work that we can do to serve teachers and connect classrooms. And the Climate Action Project is one way for us to do that. So it's a moment in time where we get classrooms in, learning quickly about causes and effects of climate change, but then moving really fast right into solutioning. And so by week 3, so halfway through the project, they're already creating solutions. And then as we're seeing today, some of our classrooms are ending with inventions. Some are ending with advocacy campaigns. Some are just ending with a question. They need more time to think about the ways they want to approach this problem. So we just feel so privileged to be a part of this conversation and to work with so many global educators who care about this work. So it's an honor for us.
Okay. My screen is frozen.
Oh, you look great. It's not frozen on our side.
I wanted to bring in Mark.
Great.
But yeah. Can you do?
Oh, hello.
Welcome back, Mark.
I'm not frozen.
No, you're not. Kun, we can hear and see you great.
Yeah, but I'm not able to push the buttons. It
Great.
says page unresponsive. I'm sorry.
So I just wanted to reflect on what you both were talking about.
But I can sing a song.
Oh, you might not be able to hear.
You can't hear us either.
No.
I will have to go out and...
Great. Okay, he'll come back in. Please, Mark, we'd love to hear your reflections.
I joined this group in 2021. I think that's the first time I met you, Hila, and you were organising it. And it coincided with COP26, which was, for those who don't know the COPs, I think we've heard it mentioned a few times. It's the Conference of Partners, I think it actually stands for, but it's where all the different nations can bring representatives to a sort of international conference about climate change. And it's where I first heard quite a lot of the voices of indigenous peoples as well, which had normally been left out of the conversation. And I remember you and Koen were saying, well, we're going to do a whole day of streaming. And I thought you were mad. I thought you were crazy. How on earth are you going to do this? Not least because we were still sort of coming out of lockdown, and I think we were all working from home. I worked in broadcasting, and I know how hard it is to pull this off. So I was just, staggered by that conversation that you kicked off, bringing in people from all around the world. And I think, that is, for me, one of the biggest things around the Climate Action Project. It's not just a sort of a curriculum of things that you can do in your own school. And I know there are students everywhere doing sort of amazing stuff and following that. But the connectivity that actually you realize, it's one planet, we're working together on this, but with lots of different perspectives. And my only other sort of reflection on it is that, you particularly, Jen, have been in the education space for, a long time and working with educators, passionate educators, about how we sort of empower our kids and the next generation. But a lot of this stuff that we're talking about, we didn't even know what these jobs were when I was at school. And, I know Nhial has been working with the community, connecting all these different groups, particularly talking to the activists as well and bringing those voices to the table. But it is something that I don't think is just owned by grown-ups anymore. It's not just owned by the adults. I think this is a sort of a cross-generational opportunity, and that's what I love about what you've done. I think you're being too humble about what you've achieved, because this is an amazing opportunity for all the schools to get together. So I'd say thank you for that, and I'm very proud to be part of it and helping you if I can.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. And now you joined the Lego team, right?
Mm.
So, which brings us to the next speaker, which is David Pallash. But what to expect for the next hour, basically. Really looking forward to Christina Kwauk, who will be sharing in a few minutes about her findings. Really looking forward to that. She's always amazing. And then we will be having Tony Hawk. I don't know if you know him. It's something with sport, I was told. And then we will be having Esra from the UN as well. So a few speakers coming up. And the first one will be David Pallash from Lego. Let me show his picture so you can know who we are talking about. But David is the senior manager of responsibility of the Lego Group. And we have been working with him quite extensively for the past weeks and months and years even. And he has been part of the Build the Change team. And he inspires students to come up with ideas for real-life solutions to issues affecting our planet. He specializes in all things play, people, and planet. He's not in the UK right now. He's watching polar bears, which is really exciting, and he will be sharing about it right now.
Hi folks, David Pallash from the Lego Group's Build the Change program here. Good to see you all. Now I am in a very special place. I'm in the tundra of the subarctic, close to the Arctic Circle, with some very special guests like a polar bear over here. How cool is that? Now, I wanted to tell you and remind some of you today about our Build the Change program, a program designed to get children around the world connected to sustainability issues through learning through play. Yes, play is a powerful tool and we can all use it for good. So Build the Change is all about getting children also to voice their ideas and get people around the world to listen to their awesome ideas and creativity. Now, we have some very new resources out there. We have one course pack on human impact through the lens of birds, one of my personal favorites as an ornithologist. We have one on circular economy, where we're getting children to look at a future without waste. And then most recently, and this is very exciting, we have rebooted our biodiversity and climate change course pack. Now, within this course pack are some incredible animations and resources and lesson plans, and we want you to get involved and dig in, get creative, get your students around the world sending us their ideas for a better future. Now, to play us out, we thought it would be really appropriate to show you one of our new animations on a case study animal that's very special, and it's just over there, the polar bear. So, hope you enjoy it. Until next time, everyone, take care, and remember, build the change.
This is a polar bear. Polar bears are expert Arctic predators. They have an amazing sense of smell and can sniff out faraway prey even under the ice. But because of climate change, finding food is getting more and more difficult. Global warming means the ice habitats where polar bears live are melting away. There's less room to hunt and find shelter. And without ice, they also lose their natural camouflage, making it hard to sneak up on prey. Hungry bears are entering towns to find food, putting themselves and humans in danger. Luckily, people are working on creative ways to help protect polar bears and their habitats. Ideas like pumping stations to remove warm water from underneath thick ice might help keep it cooler. But the key to keeping the ice frozen in the long term will be reducing the greenhouse gas emissions that are causing global warming. But to protect polar bears from the impacts of climate change, we'll need more creative ideas. Ideas like yours. Together, we can build the change.
Amazing. And we've been working with Lego on a few initiatives, and one of those are the cross packs. So we have 3 of them, the human impact one, the future without waste, and the biodiversity and climate change one. You can download those for free, and you can use those within your classroom. And every single month, we are also launching new challenges. We are proud to launch our 8th challenge for this month, which will be one in which you have to think about renewable energy machines. And we have been working on a challenge on sustainable schools, transportation, houses, playgrounds, etc., etc. So this one is a new one, and all participants will be getting a personalized Lego diploma as well after submitting their work. And it doesn't have to be Lego in which you're creating your solution. It can be in cardboard, it can be a poem, it can be a drawing, whatever you want, and you can submit those at the website. And then we have a new initiative as well, Jen, which is the Build the Change Institutes.
Yes, excited to share about our new initiative, which this is a 4-week program that is designed for global educators. So each cohort was 1 month long. We accept 100 teachers. Of course, it's all free, and teachers can join in. We will support with professional development, all the resources that you will need. We'll have a webinar with David and Anders, which will be fantastic. And then the teachers will be invited to create mini lessons themselves. So that does end also in a certificate, and we are right in the midst of our first cohort. So we'll have another one starting up next week and then running through the beginning of 2024. So if you're interested in learning about more ways you can bring learning through play into your classroom to support your students to build the change, we'd love to hear from you. This program is for teachers who work with students in grades 5 through 8. So if you're working with those middle year students and looking for something to jump into around building, we'd love to have you. As Koen mentioned, you don't have to use Lego bricks. You can use anything. You can have recycled materials. You can use instructional resources. You can even create using technology. So lots of flexibility there. And of course, lots of fun, as you can see from David's message. We always like to have fun with them. So hope to see you soon.
Yeah, So Jen and I, we decided to draw straws for introducing our next guest, but I lost, so I'm out. See you.
And I won. So yes, we always get excited when we're able to introduce our next speaker. So at Take Action Global, we love to create programs and projects and find ways to bring teachers and students together. We are also very much committed to research. And as the body of knowledge around climate education is growing, we want to be a voice in that and contribute. One of the greatest voices around climate education research on the planet for us is Christina Kwauk. And we keep asking and she keeps coming back. She is very busy, but we are honored to have her here today to share some of her messages for you all, our global classrooms. Hi, Christina. So great to see you.
Hi, Jen. Hi, Kuna. It's so great to see you all too. Well, I mean, it's my pleasure to be with you all today. Thank you so much for inviting me back. It's great to be able to celebrate the work and the impact that all of you have made towards climate action. I thought that I wanted to maybe spend some of my time today with you all talking about an area of climate action that I think is extremely important, but often overlooked. And that is the role of girls' education in climate change. So you may be wondering what girls' education has to do with climate change. Well, I will tell you about it. First, it's about ensuring that half of the population have the equal opportunity to build climate resilience for themselves, for their families, and for their communities. It's also about ensuring that girls can equally participate and contribute to a green economy in decent family-sustaining jobs. And it's about ensuring that girls and women can enter pathways to leadership so that society can activate the perspectives, the knowledge, the experience, expertise, skills, and capacities of all people that are needed to really drive the level and scale of climate action that's necessary to achieve our potential as a species to survive and thrive for generations to come in balance with the planet's ecosystem. So education makes all of this possible. But without education, a situation that more than 120 million girls around the world face today, these outcomes are not possible. And because most of these millions of girls are located in low-income countries that are already experiencing the brunt of the impacts of climate change, not paying attention to girls' education as a climate solution is really a climate justice issue. If we continue to not address the climate vulnerability of these communities, we put an additional 12.5 million girls' educational futures at risk every year. And when we look at this from a policy perspective, alarmingly, out of the 30 countries where girls' education is projected to be disrupted by climate change the most, only 6 of those countries' climate strategies even mention girls. So this is an area where we're really not putting enough attention and enough investment into in order to really leverage that potential for all of society, for adaptive capacity, for climate resilience, climate mitigation, and everything. So now you're probably asking yourself, but doesn't climate change also impact boys? Yes, absolutely it does. Climate change does not discriminate, but I think it's important for us to understand that its impacts do. And while the impacts that climate change has on boys cannot be ignored, we have to really understand that existing gender inequality exacerbates and magnifies these impacts for girls, and in many cases increases their vulnerability by heightening their exposure to climate risks. So I'll give you a few examples. So first, because of strict and constraining gender norms, girls and women are often less exposed to life-saving information and resources and skills because they're oftentimes excluded from participating in household and community decision-making, as well as participating in risk reduction activities. And so as a result, girls and women have a lower life expectancy in the face of natural disasters. And some research has shown that women and girls can make up to as much as 90% of those who are killed in weather-related disasters. So this has real impacts when it comes to looking at across genders. And then when we think about those who survive these disasters, their gender inequality heightens their vulnerability to things like human trafficking and sexual assault during the post-disaster recovery phase in crowded shelters or in temporary camps. And then when we think about the prolonged climate disasters or short-term weather-related crises, we see that household coping mechanisms also put girls at higher risk of things like school withdrawal in order to have more hands to help complete household responsibilities like collecting water in times of drought, oftentimes because women's roles in societies are oftentimes connected to access to natural resources in the environment. We also see that rates of early and forced child marriage increases as a household coping mechanism because oftentimes the dowries that marriage brings can help ease the burden of stretching scarce household resources across multiple family members. So when we look at these responses, these responses really threaten to change the course of girls' futures by ending their education and ushering their premature transition into adulthood. And then this itself perpetuates their marginalization as well as their vulnerabilities in ways that will have long-lasting impacts, not only for them, but for their future families. And so when we think about these existing, gender unequal structures, when we think about structural inequities, like gender inequality, if we're not centering these into the design of our climate solutions and our climate action, then this means that our climate solutions could potentially be causing harm by perpetuating unequal systems of power. So whether that means thinking about, who gets to benefit from green innovations, whether that's in transportation or energy or construction, or perhaps even potentially missing a key beneficiary population because of their unequal access to basic services, whether that's water and sanitation and hygiene, or that's education. So when we look at, gender inequality, and if we begin to even add what we call an intersectional lens to this, we can also begin to understand how gender can compound the effects of other inequalities that are structured along lines of race, socioeconomic status, geographic location, and so on. So when we move into thinking about solutions, we really have to ensure that these solutions are centering the needs and experiences of the most vulnerable in order for our solutions to really benefit all of us. So this brings me to the last point I wanted to make today. So I started off by saying that I wanted to talk to you about the importance of girls' education in climate change. And this is still true. I want to leave on the point that it's not just the education of girls that we should be focused on, or any kind of education that we should focus on. I mean, yes, we understand that more education is correlated with strengthened adaptive capacity and reduced climate vulnerability. And we've seen these trends highest for women, which reinforces the urgent need to ensure that girls have access to education. But what I want to leave us with is sort of a call to raise the ambition and to raise the bar when we're talking about girls' education and climate change, to not just saying we just need girls to get 12 years of any kind of education, but we need 12 years of quality, empowering, gender transformative education in order for our education to really help us begin to tackle the root causes of gender inequality, as well as systemic and structural discrimination against those who are most marginalized. So such an education would not only be about building a breadth of green skills so that we have the full workforce that's needed to fuel a just transition to a green economy, but an education that builds what we like to call a feminist planetary consciousness, where we understand that as a society, our planetary challenges are intricately interrelated with our societal challenges. So that includes the way we view one another, the way we view the equal humanity of others, and the way we understand everyone's human rights to education, access to shelter, food, security, all of these things. So that's the point I wanted to leave us on. I wanted to start off by saying, we really need to be focusing on girls' education and climate change as a real important solution to climate change. But really, we have to also raise the bar when we're talking about that. We need to think about how do we do that while tackling deep systemic inequalities that start with how we view the world. So that's all from me. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Kun.
Thank you, Christina. I have a couple things I've been thinking about sharing with you, so I'll take this moment to do that. One, I've been thinking about you. We were at the United Nations for ONGO Week in September. We go every year. And Years ago, I remember we were there and fighting for teachers, youth to have voices in those conversations. And I think about last year, we started to see maybe one young person included in a panel or participating in a day. This year, it was different. It was full days dedicated to education, full sessions with students and youth taking the lead, and this message and theme of green skills. And I was like, Christina would be so proud. So your messages have, I think, carried through to those global stages. And then just from us at Take Action Global, you've always supported us and encouraged us to stay the course. And we always try to take that message from you and share it out to our teachers and remind them, you've got to stay the course. We're here for the long run. And we're just so grateful for you sharing these messages today.
Absolutely. And yes, absolutely, to staying the course. I think doing this line of work can get very emotional and very heavy at times. But I think when we really remember the kind of impact that it can have for generations upon generations to come, I think it's the piece that keeps us in the game. So thank you for having me. And thanks for sharing those messages.
Thanks for being here. We'll talk to you soon, Christina.
Bye.
All right. So, Jen, I know that you have been excited about somebody, and now is the moment.
This is the moment. All right. Well, you know, every year when we do Climate Action Day, Kun will send out a message early on and be like, all right, who would we love to have for Climate Action Day speaking? And then you sent me a message one day and you said, I think we have a special new speaker, and our next speaker is that person. So Kun, are you going to share who that is?
It's your... You can do it.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll do it together here. So we are so proud to bring our classrooms from around the world a special message. This is for you, for our teachers and our students, to inspire you to stay the course. And we are so thrilled to welcome Tony Hawk to the stage. He is one of the top skateboarders in the world of our time. He was 16 when he started his career, and he has won more than 70 skateboarding contests. So through the Tony Hawk Foundation, he provides grants and technical assistance for new parks, especially in low-income areas. And today, he is going to share his words of encouragement for you all.
Hey, what's up? This is Tony Hawk. I wish I were there skating with you right now, but I am thankful to know that you are working on important problems that benefit the world we live in. And hello to all the teachers and students who are part of the Take Action Global community, representing countries from across the planet. We celebrate all of you who are taking action for the world and to make our world a better place for today and for the future. I realize you are taking on a big challenge, one of the biggest of our time, climate change. And I know what it's like to advocate for something that is mostly misunderstood, but you have to stay the course and find purpose in what you're doing, even if you aren't getting the accolades for it, because it will be some of the most rewarding work in the end. Skateboarding was not popular when I started, but I loved it so much that didn't really matter. Through my ups and downs, both literally and figuratively, I was able to champion my passion to a new audience and eventually have success beyond anything I ever dreamed. But your potential for success in this field could impact future generations much more than skateboarding itself. Thank you to the teachers and students for your ideas, your hard work, and most of all, your collaborations. And special thanks to Kun, Jen, and the entire team at Take Action Global and their mission of climate action education for all. Congratulations to all of you for the positive impact you are creating. And please continue to inspire us with your perseverance. And if you're near a skateboard, do a kickflip.
How cool is that? All right, Kun. I think we're getting cool points. At least I am in my house with messages from Tony Hawk around climate action and messages to our classrooms. So that was awesome.
Yeah. Now, this event is about awesome people, but also about amazing students and teachers. So let's not forget to show their work as well. Jen, who would be the next one?
Oh, yes. All right. So hopefully we have our students that are starting to probably wake up on parts of our planet. And our next classroom, we're going to hop over to Hawaii to the Kukua Academy to hear their messages around ways that classrooms can take action today.
That after morning melee, campus cleanup and then line up.
What do we do during campus cleanup?
Pick up star fruit.
And where do we put the star fruit?
In the compost.
And how often do we do that?
With a stick.
We do that with a stick every day?
Uh-huh.
Awesome. Talk about what you're doing, Logan.
So every time when we do campus cleanup, we pick up a star fruit. Like you can pick one up with a leaf or a stick. And then over there's the compost bin. So then you go over here and then you throw the star fruit into here. Or like, what else can you throw in?
What else is in there
That
we can see?
You can throw in bananas.
And why do we have the compost bin? Why do we put things in there?
To compost stuff, I think.
Amazing, right?
So
what
sweet.
all of those students, young and old, are doing across the world. I think it's really nice to see what's available as well. So I've been seeing a lot of inspiring teachers creating stuff, Jen, coming up with their solutions. And let me check my desk, but what they created is like solar lamps, you know, those small little lights. We have those created by students in Portugal, but also in Canada. Like Ian and Ines has been creating those. And they even shipped those to Kenya, to the slums, and they were brought there by DJ, who is going to join us in 1 hour, something like that. We also had small little cars which are driving on solar energy. We also have cars which are working on salt even. So no battery, just like solar energy and salt. And there's even like what I found is a clock which is working on water. So no battery, just on water. And it's great to see that those small things are inspiring so many different teachers. And it may not save the world, but it will make sure that they think about this. And so there's a great connection with STEM. And so unfortunately, my Minister of Education in Belgium claimed on national television, like, stop educating our students about climate. We have more important things to do, like math and our language Dutch. But I think it is important to educate our people, our youth, about climate. And that is also what our next speaker is going to share. Again, I lost. So it's up to you, Jen.
I just keep winning those straw polls. All right. So over the past few months, we at Take Action Global, our team really looks to find ways to make sure we can help our community of educators be a part of this work. So we have been a couple different places. One was in Washington, D.C. at a conference with a lot of different thought leaders talking about a lot of different things in education. The theme was STEM. I was just mentioning that. And this conference is called Emma Education. And when I was there, I had the great pleasure of meeting our next speaker and being a part of her session where she was sharing on the most recent thinking around climate education and a lot of other topics. A few weeks later, we got to meet again at UNGA in New York City at the United Nations. So I took I heard that word bold earlier, but this bold moment to see if Dr. Priya Joshi would join us for Climate Action Day, and she accepted. So I'm excited to tell you a little bit about Priya and her work, which is absolutely extraordinary. So Dr. Joshi is a senior research officer with the Global Education Monitoring Report at UNESCO. And this is an editorially independent team that monitors education progress globally. And she is the lead researcher, author, sharing amazing papers that we at Take Action Global are using. That's our research we base a lot of our instructional design on. So Priya, I am going to bring you on stage, and we're so happy to have you here. And I know you've been backstage waiting and hearing from a lot of our speakers. So I can't wait to hear what your thoughts are and your reflections and recommendations for our teachers here today.
Thank you so much, Jen. I hope everyone can hear me well. And I think I will choose to make this presentation about the SDGs, the broader reflection of my time with the SDGs. I've been with the GEM report team since the beginning of the agenda. So a bit of a personal reflection. So, we are, some people have mentioned, at the midpoint of the agenda. And this is a little bit on how we're engaging on climate change. So the GEM report, for those who don't know, has been around for 20 years. As Jen mentioned, it is one of those few global brands that exist for a long time. Like since 2002, we've been focusing on monitoring education, but also there's been a big discussion since 2015. And, it's our mandate to monitor SDGs. So this includes holding all partners to account for what they've committed globally. When I started on the SDGs, the first report in our series was on the 2016 report, People and Planet. What really struck me was, in all of these conversations, that what it did over with millions of people engaging, and also a couple of at least 2 years of work, was it united the development and environmental perspectives, right? So the Millennium Development Goals and COP, and that 2015-2016 era was just such an era of excitement and enthusiasm. It aspires to be interconnected, right? It's not just about climate, and it's not just about education. It has to be about everything together, and it also aspires to be universal. So it's not just about poor countries. And that is really quite an amazing framing principle for the world that we live in now. And our role is to talk about education for the SDGs, that education and lifelong learning, if it's formulated in the right ways, can really lead to a more sustainable future for all, right? Education outcomes are interlinked with the other SDGs, as Christina Kwauk had mentioned earlier. But, whether it be climate, health, poverty, education is very embedded. Education and learning are very embedded. And also, of course, education helps build the capacity, so the professionals that we need for all of the SDGs, including for climate change. One of the sort of interesting things, and maybe one of the most ambitious part of the agenda, was what we call Target 4.7, education for sustainable development and global citizenship education. If you read the details of this goal, of this target, it is quite dramatic. It is quite ambitious. The goal is that we need to ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills to promote sustainable development, and that for education to achieve its potential for the SDGs, the focus has to be on the right kinds and types of learning, right? So sustainability is not just something we learn, but is something to live with, and that, of course, has been the flavor of so much of the conversation today. And of course, I would say, because we look at the system level, my own reflection has been that since 2016, the policy ambitions have increased, but they're still not sufficient. Climate change education, of course, is increasing in the agenda. One of the core products that we've worked on is the climate change and communication education country profiles. As of 2022, we had analysis around 50 countries, and we see that most countries, like 90% of these 50 countries, do have are addressing climate change in their laws, policy, or plans. They're even trying to train government workers for the most part. They have, most of the teacher training plans have a focus on climate education. But you see this weaker implementation because, for example, only 27% of countries have publicly available climate education budgets. So there's one thing to have policies and plans and one thing to implement things. What we will discuss at COP28 in Dubai, is that it is so important to understand the issue, right? The climate impacts and disruptions on education are, we sort of have more and more information on this. It needs a lot of adaptation as a result. But really, we need to harness the potential of education for climate change adaptation. Climate change education has to improve, as we've heard from youth and teachers and, university students as well. But we also need to focus on, awareness capacity building for adults and professionals, which need to be better assessed for, if you are providing awareness, what is it actually doing? Is it changing hearts and minds? Is it leading and motivating action? And one of the things that I think is a challenge is that despite all of this growing call, and I know, we're in a hopeful space, most climate action policies broadly are not prioritizing these needs. So in an education focused world, we are of course cheering and we're seeing some progress, but it clearly is not sufficient. And I think embedding education more strongly in climate agendas is a must because of all the evidence we understand. But to really make this ambition more of a reality, we need to have more guidance. We need to be broaden sort of our conversations, and I think we really need to speak more to non-education audiences. And I feel my main message for everyone listening, whether it be teachers or youth or other stakeholders, is we need to equip ourselves with the rigorous evidence that exists. We need to understand the policy efforts that are happening, because this better information can then drive our actions, drive our advocacy. And at the global level, one of the big needs is the promotion of better research, a promotion of better understanding of climate action, especially from all over the world, because as with everything else, so much of this is concentrated attention in like more richer countries. And one of the big problems, which I hope Jen, you and Cohn and others really understand, might be working more towards, is how do we engage with and convince people whose bread and butter is not dealing with education, right, at the global level or the national level or the local level. And that really is needed if we want to find innovative ways to get governments, private sector, and others to commit and implement these systems. To commit to the education systems for humanity and for the planet. I'll leave you with one statistic. There's a 97 billion annual financing gap for low and lower middle income countries to achieve their own national SDG 4 benchmarks, which is comes out to $80 per child or so. The money has to come from somewhere. It won't just come from the education sector. We need to sort of understand that education is critical for all SDGs, for climate change. We need to use all of the monies available, globally for the betterment of our planet, and learning has to be at its core. And really, we need to speak beyond the audiences we're most comfortable with. So that is really my take as something we need to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. And you mentioned COP28, which will be in Dubai this year. This is the big annual event around climate, and we're excited that there will be a full day dedicated to education this year. I know you all, UNESCO, have a large presence there. We have representation from our team. We will have some schools from UAE that will be there and empowering some of our youth voices. So excited. As our schools get to understand the GEM reports that you all put out, what can they expect for the next one? Where should they watch and learn more?
Thank you. You can go to our website at GEM Report at UNESCO. I think we do such a host of activity. We're on Twitter, we're on LinkedIn, and of course our website. We are engaging on climate change very shortly at COP, as you mentioned. And the next, as you also mentioned earlier, the previous global report was on technology and education. And that really was talking about how technology has to be used as a tool for engaging globally, for engaging with the education, that we cannot use it as a standalone object. It's a tool for learning. And The next report will be on leadership, so it will be it will be on political and school leadership, and also this concept of really engaging with the idea of teachers as leaders in the classrooms. So I really hope you can engage with it. There are consultations happening, but also the website gives information on this topic. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And we talk about this idea of leadership a lot here because our teachers, as we think of identity and our teachers starting to see themselves as climate action educators, we talk to them about their role as a leader in the space. If they're talking about climate education and they're doing climate education, they are leaders right now. And everyone's looking to them to see where to head next. So thank you for your research, for all you do for education and thought leadership you bring. But excited to see you all next month in Dubai.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Priya. See you soon.
Yep.
All right. So we're going to keep going. We've talked about the UN. We've had some conversations around the SDGs. Of course, we're talking about climate change. A great friend of ours that we have coming up next for our next session is coming to us live from the United Nations headquarters in New York City. And Esra has become such a good friend to us at Take Action Global. And she has hosted us and done speaker groups when we were on a tour at the UN, and joins us today in her new role. So her roles have evolved over the years. Hi, Esra. I love to see your SDGs in the background.
Hi.
So great.
I also have this.
Oh, look at that.
And you can see climate action here.
It's right there. That's our to-do list. Yes. And I know you joined us early on back, I think in 2020, and did a webinar for our teachers talking about the ways they can get involved in the UN. I know the United Nations always has looked to us at TAG, also teach SDGs, making sure teacher and student voices are involved. And I'd love to have you share today on your new role, the work you all are doing at the UN, and ways teachers can get involved.
Absolutely. So basically, recently, it's been actually like a few months, 4 or 5 months since I started in this role. And currently, I'm working for the UN Office for Partnerships, where we basically co-create partnerships to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals that you're seeing here. And at the same time, we provide communication support to the Deputy Secretary General in her communication. So thanks so much, Jennifer. And basically, it's wonderful being back at Climate Action Day. It's always fun connecting with teachers and students from all around the world. I cannot believe it's been already a few years. Time definitely goes by really quickly. But one thing I can say about this is we're at a critical moment in this fight against the climate crisis. And I can tell everyone why, because the science tells us that every indicator is heading in the wrong direction. We know that carbon pollution is at its highest level in history. The last 8 years have been the hottest in recorded history. And 2023, in fact, this year is on its way to be the hottest on record. Many people think that climate change mainly means warmer temperatures, but temperature rise is actually only the beginning of the story. We know that the climate change affects our health, it affects our ability to grow food, it affects our housing, safety and work, etc. So we know that the reminders of this emergency are everywhere, from floods to droughts, wildfires to heat waves. They have struck countries across the world, and most of the time it is actually the poorest and vulnerable are hit the hardest. And this is only happening only at 1.1 Celsius of warming. And our Secretary General in the past, he said that if nothing changes, we're heading towards 2.8 degree temperature rise. Which means we're going towards a dangerous and unstable world. One question is that, do we need more proof to see that the climate crisis is happening? Absolutely not. Our actions or inaction, to be precise, are putting our world and people at immediate risk of hurtling past dangerous tipping points. And we know for a fact that this will lead to massive damage to communities, to businesses, supply chains and economies. What needs to be done is quite clear. We need to act now because we know that the time for excuses, time for delayed action and baby steps is absolutely over. But just because everything is going bad does not necessarily mean that we don't know what to do. We already know what to do, and the world already has the financial and technological tools to get the job done and save lives and livelihoods. So I can say that we need urgent action on 3 fronts. One, to summarize, we must end our addiction to fossil fuels, and we must drastically cut carbon pollution. So what does this mean? This means that global emissions must be cut by half this decade if we're to have a fighting chance of limiting global heating to 1.5 or 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on where you are, in order to avoid the worst impacts of the climate crisis. So what we know is that 2020s must be the decade of renewables. So global renewable power capacities such as like wind, solar, hydro, geothermal energy needs to be tripled by 2030. We know it's very clear, science is very clear, current national climate plans are unfortunately not aligned with the 1.5 degree of the Paris Agreement. We need new and updated plans, and they need to be consistent with the scale of this climate crisis we face and narrowing window of opportunity, because it's still not too late, but that time is unfortunately running out. Number 2, the action that we need to take is we need to act urgently to protect those on the front lines of the climate crisis. It's a fact that climate crisis is affecting everyone, but not everyone is affected at the same level. Today, and this is from the IPCC report, persons living in one of the global hotspots, like hotspots for the climate crisis, like Africa, Central and South America, South Asia, or a small island developing state, these people are 15 times more likely to die from a climate impact. What's more, and I can give one more example, is that close to 70% of all deaths from climate-related disasters in the past 50 years have occurred in the 46 least developed countries. But we know that no person or no country is immune from the climate crisis. So our Secretary General is a very vocal person on this specific issue, and he has this acceleration agenda, and it offers a clear roadmap for delivering climate justice. And what that means is we must increase adaptation finance. Developed countries in the past, they already promised to doubling adaptation finance, and that needs to be the first step to ensure that at least half of climate finance goes to adaptation, and not just as loans, but grants needs to be prioritized over loans. We also must ensure that every person on Earth is protected by early warning systems by the end of 2027, because early warning systems are critical tools to enable communities around the world about an upcoming dangerous weather, basically coming their way, but some communities are not aware of what's happening. So that's why early warning systems are quite incredible tools to inform communities and decrease the damage, reduce the damage. And obviously, one of the hot topics for this year, for this year's COP28, is the operationalization of the new loss and damage fund. So that needs to be taking place. And my final point, other than these, is maybe the top line messages. We know that one country cannot solve the climate crisis. Climate action needs to be an area of cooperation and collaboration, because climate crisis does not recognize borders, goes beyond everywhere. And this is a global crisis that requires a global response. We know that governments must lead the way, but at the same time, individuals, teachers, students, they can all be part of the solution. So let me finish by saying that my call to action to everyone who are watching us online, and thanks so much for listening in. This means a lot to me. Hearing us speak about, like the importance of climate action. My call to action is this: please learn more about the climate crisis. Try to live sustainably. We know that in some places it may not be possible to be like fully sustainable, but do your best. And most importantly, do not stop talking about the climate emergency, both on an individual level, but at the same time at the community level. Make sure that you speak up. Make sure that you use your voice and demand action. Use your vote for people who are taking climate action. And we know that this will influence governments. This will influence like businesses and all other organizations that in order to make the large scale systemic changes needed or necessary to address this climate emergency. So that's my main message. I hope you join us, and thank you so much. So that's pretty much it from my side. Over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much, Esra. That was such an educational address, and I really loved your calls to action at the end. I think that's going to be really useful for our students and educators watching today. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Great. So I'm so excited to announce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Akilah Jaramogi. Akilah is the co-founder and CEO of the Fondes Amandes Community Reforestation Project. For over a decade, Akilah and members of the American Heritage Foundation in Trinidad and Tobago have been championing the cause for recognition of Trinidad American Maroons at home, the Caribbean, and the world. So welcome, Akilah. We're so excited to have you join us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And here I have with me Kemba Jaramogi, our Technical Director and Education Officer at Fonsuman Community Reforestation Project. Kemi, would you like to say a few words?
Hi, everyone. Greetings. It's nice to be here today to share with all who's listening online.
Yeah, so we take this opportunity to share what we have been doing, and it is such a pleasure to be here. Our work spans from way back 1982 to now, caring for the environment and addressing, environmental degradation in the forests of St. Anne's. So we have been working with young people over the years, creating a space, a green space in a suburban community. This space was once degraded because of forest fires, and by students and community members and other civil society groups joining us, we have been able to convert this fire climax zone into a healthy agroforestry project, planting over 100,000 trees here and creating a space where young people can be part of. They too can come and continue to come in this space. When we talk about applied education, when we talk about addressing the crisis, this is what is happening at Fonsuman here today. Kemi?
All right. So one of the things that we're doing in terms of education around climate change is looking at creating relatable examples of climate change for our tropical Caribbean region. Very often when we hear a lot of, or when we see or come across a lot of free climate change resource materials, it's tend to focus a lot more like storm surges, sea level rise, or ice cap melting. And sometimes we need to be more in tune with what's happening in bioregions or different parts of the world. So at here at Fonsuman, what we have done is look at how climate change impacts us and our forests. So we looked at things like the increase in temperature, the inconsistent rainfall patterns, the strong winds, and how that affects the work that we do, which is forest fire prevention, suppression, as well as reforestation. How do these things impact our watershed? So in creating different resources and resource materials, these are some of the things that we take into consideration. Localizing the climate that discourse. So that you can have some relatable examples for your students and for other people who are willing to learn. So as part of that, we also have our field work, where we have students go out into the field and learn from the different systems that we employ. So for example, we have our surface water management system, where we have our contour drains, check dams to reduce the fast runoff from the hillside and make it connect to all the different things that are happening that affects us day to day. Like when there's a heavy shower of rain. With climate change, we know now that the rainfall is a higher amount in a shorter period of time, which often results in flash flooding, and massive traffic, this, that, the impacts on the mangroves and so on. But with the contour drains and check dams, what we show people is that it slows down the runoff from the hillside and the water gets time to percolate and to enter the water table. So if we have flash flooding every time rain falls, we will actually end up with drought in the rainy season. So, having these relatable examples is things that we like to encourage here at Fonsamon, and we continue to do so.
Yeah, so some of the things we have been doing is reaching out to schools. We have created a program called Field School Initiative, where we work with from preschool to tertiary level. No one is left behind. We create learning information, teaching information where, we can reach the indigenous community, the grassroots communities. We get them to come on the land, give them that opportunity to come on the land, plant trees, experience what is extreme, experience the extreme dryness on the hillside. Even in the rainy season, we are experiencing dryness, really, really dry time, dry weather condition. So this is where we can relate directly to the crisis. We even have them involved in, writing poems and coming up with jingles. One year we had the young people, right? And this is what they said: raise your voices, not the sea level. This little you don't want no trouble. Don't slash and burn. That's not clever, because it can cause a man-made disaster. Put your trash in the bin, not in the sea. We need it clean for all of us, So put your trash in the bin, not in the road. So don't have garbage men hopping like toads. Use containers that can be recycled. So no more plastic inside the jungle. Raise your voices, not the sea level. This little you don't want no trouble. So you're getting it from the children, We're getting them to sing it, dance it, express it in different words. And we ourselves, we come up with jingles when they come and they want to know about reforestation. We have them singing reforestation, reforestation, planting back your forest. So again, the preschoolers, they leave our side feeling like a forest defender, feeling like they are part of this whole initiative, and helping them to be custodians, no matter how big or how small, custodians of their natural environment. Kemi?
Yeah, so when we look at some of the messages that we want to share with teachers and different educators, we know that it's a struggle. We know that the school curriculum is changing all the time to incorporate a lot of different things for a more eco-conscious or a more socially accepted human being. But one of the things I tell students very often is that you don't have to be an environmentalist in the sense where you go off and study geography at your degree or master's level. You can be an environmentalist in any field that you're working in. So if you're into medicine, be interested in what happens to the medical waste. If you're in forestry, see how you can have more long-lasting tools and equipment to ensure that work can be done, and also fight for the right to repair movement to ensure that we don't consume so much electronics at whim. All right. If you're within a business sector, see how much you can make sure you have green business practices, reduce emissions within that company, within that organization. You can be a voice, because very often we have this way of separating fields. We are all part to play in this whole climate crisis, and we are all part to play in terms of looking at a solution and moving ahead. So it does not need to be so disconnecting and say, oh no, that's the environmentalist job, or when I become an environmentalist, then I can make a change. You can make a change at any stage. You can have an impact in any environment you're in any field of work you're in, once the passion is there, and then you have that voice to encourage others, and you can also lead by example. So if you're that one person who always have a reusable bottle, no matter what, just be that person and lead by example.
So one message of hope, or our message of hope, is no one must be left behind. We take this commitment to reach all, and we create information in a way that can be accepted by all. The language, the song, the movement, the space, this is what we are doing to reach people at all levels, to reach teachers and students at all levels.
And I think lastly, don't be afraid to go outside. Don't be afraid to have a meeting outside in the cool breeze or the hot sun, or because we as human beings, we forget that we need to adapt to climate as well. And climate change adaptation for humans doesn't just look like climate proofing your homes with more things and burning more energy. There's also, how do we now exist within this new normal? You know, do we change the way we dress? Do we change what time we go to school or what time we go to work? Do we then work less days at office and more days at home to reduce the resources used to commute? You know, all these kind of things that we have to, have discussions about, and continue to have those discussions critically, and to see what makes sense and what, can then save the climate in the long run, or to repair the damage that we create as a society. So, we just hope, we wish everybody the best of luck as we honor Climate Action Day, and we continue to hope that young people become stronger and stronger in their voice and their activism, and, as we continue to repair the damage.
Thank you. So it's no longer climate change, it's climate crisis. No longer global warming, it's global boiling. So we all have to do our part to balance Mother Earth.
Thank you so much. Our guests from Trinidad and Tobago, thank you for your beautiful message. Thank you for sharing those important words with us. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
And with that, we go to our next speaker, who is Minister Marina Silva from Brazil. She's a Brazilian politician and environmentalist, and current Brazil's Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. She's also the founder and former spokeswoman of the Sustainability Network, and she will sharing a special message with you.
Agradeço pela oportunidade de poder participar desse seminário de celebração. De fato, nós estamos vivendo um momento histórico da trajetória da humanidade, em que os ideais identificatórios que nos trouxeram até aqui se mostram insuficientes para que possamos dar continuidade à nossa jornada em condições minimamente dignas para a condição que promove a vida humana e as outras formas de vida na Terra. Nós estamos vivendo e pagando um preço muito alto pelas mudanças que tivemos nos ideais identificatórios que nos trouxeram até o início da Revolução Industrial, que, na minha opinião, era o ideal do ser, e passamos para o ideal do ter. O problema é que nós temos mais de 8 bilhões de seres humanos com capacidade infinita de desejar, e as pessoas desejam ter coisas, e o planeta já se mostra insuficiente para atender todas essas demandas. De sorte que os ideais identificatórios que poderão nos ajudar a salvar a vida e a salvar o equilíbrio do planeta é aquele que é capaz de usar com sabedoria os recursos naturais, cultivar e, ao mesmo tempo, guardar esses recursos, protegendo, inclusive, a suficiência necessária dos serviços ecossistêmicos. Os ideais identificatórios que tínhamos até a Revolução Industrial, sobretudo até o mercantilismo, era o ideal do ser. Os gregos queriam ser sábios e livres, os romanos queriam ser grandes e fortes, provavelmente os egípcios queriam ser imortais. Na Idade Média, as pessoas, mesmo tendo cometido muitos pecados em nome da santidade, queriam ser santas. Mas, no mercantilismo, as pessoas fizeram um deslocamento para o ideal do ter. E, no meu entendimento, é impossível atender essa demanda porque os recursos naturais são finitos e a nossa capacidade de desejar, como alguém já disse, é infinita. O novo ideal identificatório terá que migrar do ideal do ter para o ideal do ser, sair dos limites extensivos e ir para os limites intensivos. Nos limites extensivos, nós estamos disputando recursos, coisas. Nos limites intensivos, nós podemos desenvolver outros aspectos da nossa condição humana. Há limites para ter, mas não há limites para ser. Há limites para continuar usando indefinitivamente combustível fóssil, mas não há limites para fazer a melhor poesia, não há limites para compor a melhor música, não há limites para dar a melhor aula. Como eu costumo dizer, acho que as ferramentas, a maior parte, nós já temos. Nós já temos respostas de como produzir energia do sol, energia do vento, energia da água, energia da biomassa, para substituir a matriz fóssil de suprimento de energia. Infelizmente, essa resposta técnica não tem sido acompanhada da devida decisão política e do devido compromisso ético de usá-la em benefício das grandes transformações que precisam acontecer. O papel do Brasil é o de liderar pelo exemplo. O nosso maior vetor de emissão de CO2 é a transformação do uso da terra e desmatamento. E o Brasil tem compromisso com desmatamento zero. Agora, nós precisamos fazer essa mudança e mudando ao mesmo tempo o modelo de desenvolvimento. Não apenas do Brasil, mas do mundo. Porque mesmo que a gente chegue ao desmatamento zero, se o mundo não parar de usar combustível fóssil, a Amazônia vai ser destruída do mesmo jeito. Portanto, é usar as respostas técnicas que temos com o compromisso ético necessário para fazer as transformações que o mundo precisa. Da minha perspectiva, o futuro da Amazônia só tem de que ela continue sendo a Amazônia, de que seus povos originários continuem fazendo o seu percurso histórico, social, cultural, em todos os sentidos. Para que se possa fazer com que ela continue sendo a Amazônia, é preciso que façamos a mudança que o mundo precisa levar em conta de fazer, que é encerrar a era dos combustíveis fósseis. Enquanto continuarmos financiando os produtos que são carbono intensivo e a matriz energética fóssil, a Amazônia estará em risco. É difícil fazer essa transição? Com certeza não é fácil, mas não há capacidade de suporte para continuarmos usando indefinitivamente carvão, petróleo e gás na matriz energética global. E aí é criar espaço de cooperação. O Brasil é um país que pode ser um grande provedor de energia limpa, de hidrogênio verde, e é uma contribuição que pode ser dada em parceria com outros países do mundo que não têm as mesmas oportunidades.
All right, so we are going to hear from a classroom from our community from Brazil a little bit later, but I imagine all of our classrooms in Brazil are celebrating hearing their minister share those incredible words. So countries like Brazil, we are always looking for bright spots at Take Action Global. We're looking at countries like Italy and the Philippines. We move through an asset-based community development approach. So looking at what's working well and how we can build on that. And one of those bright spots for us is the state of New Jersey, which is the first state to mandate climate education for all. Every student across the curriculum, which of course is what we believe in here. And I am so thrilled for this moment to arrive in our Climate Action Day. We are welcoming back the First Lady of New Jersey, Mrs. Tammy Murphy, to share. She has been with us over the years in celebrating climate action globally and locally. And so we are going to be welcoming Mrs. Murphy in today, along with 5th grade students from Kenneth R. Olson Middle School in Tabernacle, New Jersey. So Mrs. Murphy and Mr. Dunley, we welcome you today. And Mrs. Murphy, I know you have a lot going on in the state. All eyes are on New Jersey. We hear from states all across the US, and they're like, how is New Jersey doing? So everyone's watching the work that you're doing. And I know Mr. Dunley and his class, your friends, are here today with some questions. So, Mr. Dunley, I will turn it over to you, and welcome to you all.
Well, thank you very much for inviting us this year. We're excited to be a part of this amazing day of climate action awareness. And we would like to welcome our state's First Lady, Mrs. Murphy. It's exciting to partner with you again. We have some very excited students, and I know it's been a whole year since we interacted last time, and another year of implementation of some of these standards. Would you like to just start by telling us a little bit about how you have a background that puts you in such a position to talk about climate change as an expert?
Sure. Well, great to see you. Hello to all of the students. I love the fact that you're waving across the miles to me. Thank you. And Michael, it's great to see you again. So thank you for inviting me back. I lived in Germany in the 90s, and when living in Germany, I was stunned to find that the entire country was interested in recycling, separating garbage to make sure that different colored glasses were not put in the same bin, and then at the grocery store they also made sure that you brought your own bag. You were really scorned upon if you did not bring a bag with you to the grocery store, and that is going on 30 years ago. So that was something really new and different for me at the time, but it made me start thinking. I subsequently was asked to be a founding member and the secretary of Al Gore's Climate Reality Action Fund, which I have served on now for probably 15 years. I also have now joined the Climate Reality Action Project as a board member. So I've had the real chance to learn alongside Vice President Gore for many years now. And I think finally I would say to you, our state, New Jersey, has been put on a path to 100% green energy by the year 2035 by my husband, Governor Murphy. And that is a really great opportunity for all of you, you children out there, and I'm really excited about that. So I think
I know we have limited time, and I know certain questions were the students have generated they would like to ask you. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to our first student. He'll introduce himself and ask you the question.
Hello, my name is Ethan, and my question is, how can climate change education lead to future careers in New Jersey and around the world?
Well, hello, Ethan. Thank you for that question. In fact, as I just said, my husband's put us onto a path for clean energy by the year 2035. That means that there are going to be enormous opportunities in new industries in the green economy, whether it's wind or solar or electric vehicles and charging, hydrogen. There's so many opportunities. And so I think that by learning about climate change and recycling and solar energy and all these great things that are involved in our world, that you will be in a better position down the road to really lead in those industries and have the best paying jobs and be able to add the most value to whoever you might work with and for in the future.
Thank you.
And our next question is.
Hello. Hello, my name is Leland Melvin. What changes in climate change versus sustainable energy? Why is it so important for students to know about this?
The good news. Okay, kids, I'm so sorry about that. I'm actually, I need you to repeat that question. I'm actually, if you want to know this, I'm actually sitting in a hospital right now because my son is really sick and they just came in to talk to me, but they said they needed another 5 minutes, which is great. So I'm sorry, ask that question one more time.
What changes does climate change bring to sustainable energy? Why is it so important for students to know about this?
I really having trouble hearing you. I'm sorry.
So he wants to know basically how's climate change really impacting New Jersey? Why is it so important for students to learn about the impact on New Jersey?
So listen, I don't think any of you missed this summer where we had increased wildfires where the sky was supposed to be blue and we woke up for weeks on end and it was orange. That's not good. That means that causes unsafe air quality. It means you probably couldn't go outside and play. And that's one way that climate change is impacting our state. We have a sprawling shoreline in New Jersey, and that has suffered somewhat from erosion and dune damage. Hurricanes are becoming more frequent and intense, and those cause flooding and damage to property. more importantly, those changes can cause a loss of life, as we all sadly experienced with each of Hurricane Sandy and Ida. So those are all ways that it's impacting life in New Jersey, and we need to make sure that we're taking care of our planet.
And this is the 5th grade class, so their 4th grade class trip got impacted by those Canadian forest fires. So they know very, very well what you're just talking about.
Hi, Ms. Murphy. My name is Annie, and I would like to ask you, what can students from New Jersey and around the world do to help combat climate change? What can we do now?
So the most important thing I think you can do is you can learn about it. You can learn and be prepared to help address the effects and prevent the causes down the road. But in the interim, there's so many fascinating projects that you can lean into. I recently met with some Girl Scouts, and they were working on 2 different initiatives for environmental actions. One being recycling, and another one being just beach cleanups and general cleanups and across the state. But students in New Jersey can really get involved in your communities. So I know in Middletown, where we live, that a lot of the students have leaned in to work with the council and install solar panels on the town hall. I know that in other areas across New Jersey near the shore, some students have worked to plant dune grass to protect our shores from rising water and erosion. There's many things you can do, but those are a couple of examples.
Well, we can't thank you enough, because I know that you're clearly in a very important situation, and we wish great help to your son and hope it all works out. We want to thank you for taking the time and working with us and letting the students know that they matter and that they're important. We really appreciate everything that you're doing at the state level. This is about the 3rd year now that we've had the standards in place, and we're starting to see some real changes come out of it. And it's just exciting that you're able to take the time and work with us. So we want to say thank you for all of that. Is there anything else you'd like to say at the end of our session here?
One other thing I just thought of is there are a lot of climate competitions across the state. You know, we're trying to make sure that New Jersey really shines, and that the great ideas and the great things that all of these students are working on are elevated. And there are several that will make sure that if he doesn't already know, you have a fabulous teacher, you know that. But if he doesn't already know where to source some of these different challenges, then we will make sure that my office connects and gets that to you all, because I fully expect some of you to be participating in those challenges and be able to see you perhaps at the governor's mansion down the road.
We would love to participate in anything. And I do want to say that one of the themes about today is that we all work together. And I'd be remiss in not giving out the credit to Mr. Shin, Ms. Mosser, and Mrs. Gulick, or the other 5th grade teachers, of which 2 of their students are here with one of mine. So that it's a whole 5th grade, and we've all been learning about climate change, and we're all proud members of the state of New Jersey. And I grew up in Middletown. I grew up in Navesink. My parents still live there in Atlantic. So we have a lot of common things here. So thank you again for taking the time to work with us, and hopefully the state will continue to be a leader in climate change.
Yes, totally agree with that. And we're relying on you kids for the future, because you're going to be the leaders of the future. And because New Jersey is the only state in the United States that teaches climate change across all standards of the core curriculum, you all are going to be the leaders. And I'm really proud of you. So keep working hard and do good things with your teacher.
All right, boys and girls, say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye, guys.
All right, thank you.
Hope your son feels better.
All right.
What? Extraordinary. Wonderful. Mr. Dunley, thank you for being back with us every year and for leading in the state and the country and the world in what you and your students are doing every day.
Aren't they great?
Yeah.
So we're going to follow them.
Love all the flags.
They are. They're going to make climate change go away. They're going to be out of job.
We're counting on them for sure. See you all next year.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. All right. So Jen.
So incredible. So where are we at? We're at hour 6, Kuhn. Is that where we're at right now?
Let me check. We have a really great slot right now because it involves music.
Yes.
And I really like this because we started to speak with Pete and Dylan about a song they made. And the great thing is that our audience, our students, can be part of that song. So I'm really pleased to announce our next speakers, Pete and Dylan. And Pete Cronoway is a singer-songwriter who founded Face the Music Collective, a guide for creative activists utilizing performances to inspire targeted individual action. Then we have Dylan. Dylan is the program manager of the Be Cool Song campaign. So really happy to welcome you to the stage. You're probably pretty used to a stage, right? So the floor is all yours.
Nice suit, Dylan.
Thank you so much. I'm, trying to dress for the occasion, trying to pop out and see the world. So they see
I did my one world thing, but hey, it's just so great to be here. Hello to everyone here and everywhere around the world. As Kuhn mentioned, I'm a singer-songwriter and I use my performances to inspire people to take action. I'm also a board member of a music climate organization called Music Declares Emergency, and I work with some really cool musicians. Dylan.
And I am Dylan Charles Gurmick. Hello to the world. I am the manager of the Be Cool Song campaign. I'm a local and international touring musician as well, so I love music very much. And as we mentioned, and you may be able to see from my outfit, I am super cool. So
super
it's
cool.
Truly a pleasure to get. It's super cool. It's truly a pleasure to get this opportunity to be here for Climate Action Day and ask you all that are tuning in to be a part of something we, Pete and I, feel is truly special.
So we're here today to invite all of you to join our Be Cool campaign. It's a call to action for young people all over the world to use the power of music to sing and inspire people to take substantive and meaningful action.
Yes, and so as we know, music can heal, it can make us feel good, and it can be a source of inspiration. Every culture, if you think about it, in every corner of the world throughout history, has used music to tell stories, to celebrate life, work through emotions, and inspire people. Music has the unique ability to transcend spoken words, ways to transcend spoken words that can't be done ordinarily.
So when we sing together, when we sing a chorus together, we build community and connect with one another. And there's so much great music about the earth, about the environment, and even the climate crisis, but there really hasn't been a song that we can all sing together as an anthem until now.
So two nonprofits came together, Music Declares Emergency with the Climate Music Project, and we taking this song that was made called I Want to Be Cool, and it's a song that's rooted in climate science, and it's written by two award-winning songwriters and musicians, Will Kimbrough and Brant Miller, and it takes the undeniable power of music and applies it to the undeniable realities of climate change, but it's mostly to inspire meaningful action.
So we have, in addition to the kids, we have Grammy-nominated guest vocalists. They're going to add their voice to the song. We're going to invite thousands and thousands and thousands of young people to sing on the chorus. And then we're going to have this amazing organization called Imaginary Forces. They're an Emmy Award-winning design studio, and they're going to produce a music video early next year. So go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, so that brings us to the first goal of this campaign, and it involves all of you out here. So it's really the most important goal of the campaign. We are going to try to recruit as many kids out there in the world to come and sing with us. So for all of you listening, you can be a part of this. And we ask you to just come in, and we're going to have everyone that wants to participate sing on the chorus of the I Want to Be Cool song. And we're all going to put it together and put it out to the world.
So that brings us to the point where hopefully we'll hear the song. Can you cue up the song?
Please, God. Well, we got to get cool, Pete. Got to get cool, man. I don't know about you. Let's do it.
Oh, yeah.
I want to be cool. It isn't a joke. to walk in the woods without all the smoke. I love to swim, but not in a flood. We can't grow a crop down in the mud. I want to be cool and get the job done, so we don't get left out to bake in the sun. Let's plant some trees and make some shade from the ground up. That's how change is made. I want to be cool, how about you? Together there's not one single thing that we couldn't do. Take care of the earth and each other too. Working together, we all can be cool. I wanna be cool, it's gotten too hot. I'm joining the movement to save what we've got. So every girl and every boy can live a good, long, healthy life and find some joy. I wanna be cool, how about you? Together there's not one single thing that we couldn't do. Take care of the earth and each other too. Working together, we all can be cool. Leaders, it's time to lead. Listen to your people in need. The whole world is sweating this out. Can't you hear your kids starting to shout? I wanna be cool, how about you? Together there's not one single thing that we couldn't do. Take care of the earth and each other too. Working together, we all can be cool. I wanna be cool, how about you? Together there's not one single thing that we couldn't do. Take care of the earth and each other too. Working together, working together, working together, we all can be cool. I wanna be cool. I wanna be cool.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, I am overwhelmed by the comments. Yeah, we love the song too. We do, and we think that this song, it's a step forward. So there's really, yeah, I got my sunglasses, but I can't read. I can't read if I put
We're
my
not reading,
sunglasses.
we're not reading at all. We're just,
Here's my sunglasses. I'll put them over here. So
I can't stop feeling cool.
So there's really 3 simple steps for us to just take part in this fun, free, and rewarding project that we have. First of all, it's really simple. Just go to climateactionproject.org/song. You can hear the song there, and that's also the place where you can find the lyrics and chords, which you can download if you want. Secondly, just record yourself. You can record yourself on a phone. You can record yourself, on your computer. And it could be your individual can sing it, or we encourage you to have a whole group of people singing. And then the final step is really simple. Just fill out this authorization form that's on that website, and then sign the consent form. It's important to sign that consent form, and then that way we can participate. And then you submit the audio up to the website. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. See, that's simple. That's simple. And I see all these comments. I'm loving it. I'm feeling juiced right now. So all of you commenting, I want to see you click on these links, get a hold of us, get a hold of me. But anyway, sorry, I'm excited. I gotta calm it down. We hope to see everyone commenting, join this campaign. We really can make something special together. But Pete, there's so many actions we can take to protect the earth from the climate crisis. Why would we just sing a song?
That's such a great question, Dylan. And I'm glad you asked. And, of course, I knew you were going to ask because we wrote this script together. But all right. It turns out that when we sing, we have an opportunity to internalize issues emotionally. Singing touches something really deep inside us, unlike anything else.
So think about it. If have you ever gotten a song in your head, like an earworm, or just, you hear a song once and you just can't stop hearing it and it plays over and over and over and over. But when you sing a song, you internalize a song, and it helps us process information in a more perhaps inviting way, as opposed to just simply reading like another disastrous headline. So the song is obviously fun. And I think it's, an inspirational, kind of hopeful take on climate right now. So let's take a minute and talk for real. The second goal of the campaign is for everyone who sings to take a pledge to mobilize themselves, their friends, and communities to take direct, high-impact climate action. Absolutely. So, we want to know about the actions that you take. So that means, we would encourage you. So when you take a pledge, which is not required, but we really highly encourage it. But if you take a pledge, we want you to take a note, send it to us, maybe some pictures and some videos, so then we can help you share, to your local communities, to the world at large, to help get everyone as engaged on a global level, but also more importantly, on a local level.
And the actions that you take, it's not required. You can just sing the song and record it and send it in, but we encourage you to take action, of course. And there are many ways that you can make a difference. We can make changes in our own lives, like we've heard about throughout this wonderful, inspiring day. And we should talk about those changes. But I think the most important action that we can all take is to find a local group so we can all work together. Like, if you think about what the song says, the more of us that work together to solve the climate crisis, the more effective we're going to be. And there's organizations all over the world to join. Just find a local group that has momentum and takes regular actions, and that's how you make a difference.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's just basically it. I can't say enough about how much I love this campaign. Obviously, you got to hear the song and just how wonderful it is. But we really thank you for this time and this campaign. It truly depends on all of you. The more of you that join us together, the more impact we can have on our communities and the world at large. And we can make some really great music along the way. You get to be on this song. So let's sing together so we can make this earth that remains a place that we can all laugh, dance, and play together for generations to come.
Because as the chorus of the song says, there's nothing we can't do if we do it together. So be cool.
Be cool.
Join us.
Join us. Join us.
Amazing. I must say, I really like this song. I'm not just telling because we're on a show here, but I really, really love the song. Thank you so much for this initiative. And to make it perfectly clear, everyone can be part of the song, of the chorus. You just have to submit your audio file, which you can create on a phone. So no fancy materials required here. You can go to our website, climateactionproject.org/song, and you can find all of the instructions with the consent form. Jen.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for this day.
Thank you. You guys have done an amazing job. This is so heartening. It's amazing to see all these really impassioned people from all around the world. Thank you for the work that you're doing.
That's so cool.
There's hope. There's hope.
There's hope. Yes. You all were bringing the beats. We were backstage dancing. So yes, it's awesome. I think we needed that. We needed some energy for the second half of our day. So we've been going at it for many hours, and now we're ready to go for the second half. So thank you for your song. Thank you for your
We're here
talent.
for you. You got this. You got this.
Awesome. We'll see you guys next time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
It's already an earworm. It's already
Right?
in my ear.
It won't
No,
leave
in my
you
ear.
now. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's good. And I want to see the dances as well. I can imagine we don't have two-way cameras on all of our schools.
Right,
but I can imagine people already getting up and teachers are going, sit down. You're going to break something.
Okay. So what's next? What to expect for the rest of Climate Action Day? We will be having a few more speakers. We will be having Tyrone Jew. We will be having Tom from CNN, Mala from Oceanwise, and many more people. We are going to have the mayor of New York City as well. So stay tuned and sit and relax. And now it's time to relax. Mark, so any jokes there?
Oh, don't ask me.
You'd like to share?
Jokes aren't my thing, I'm afraid.
No.
It's. I think the point about having a bit of fun as well. It's I know David from Lego Group was talking about the power of play. It's something that I think a lot of us all feel very strongly about. That that creativity from having fun that comes out is also can drive you forward. Also about the passions and getting it through. So there were some really, really powerful points earlier today about emotions and about being able to express. If you are feeling climate anxiety, making sure you can talk about it, I think is really important. But also, don't beat yourself up. You're doing some amazing stuff and releasing that pleasure and fun with people sitting next to you. I think that's really important.
Amazing. So what we have been doing is bringing Mark in just because we can. And it's really wonderful to have you here, Mark. But we also have another guest / host. And let's bring him on. Hello, TJ.
TJ's back.
I'm back in action. Listen, I saw Kuhn's face and he was like, all right, what hour is this? Pick you up. I am living caffeine. Hi, Kuhn. Hi, Jen. Mark, how you doing? I haven't seen you since like last year. So I'm happy to see everybody.
2 years. 2 years.
We're back.
We're back. Let me tone it way down now. Okay.
Oh, that might be tricky for you, but we'll give it our best go.
Were you singing along, TJ? Were you singing along?
I don't know, TJ. Did you hear the last speakers sharing our song?
That was amazing.
Epic, right? Right? Yeah.
We have so much talent. That's the thing I love. It's people that care about our world. They care about each other. But then there's that creative element that comes in that really kind of glues us all together and kind of unites us and says, you know what? It doesn't have to be stodgy or boring. It could be fun and exciting. And so it just fantastic, just fantastic.
So maybe we skip one step. Maybe you need to introduce yourself, DJ.
Oh,
who are you?
I'm fine. Hey, everybody. My name is Thomas Anthony Jones, but I go by TJ because it's a lot shorter than saying Thomas Anthony Jones. I'm an actor. I'm a producer. Right now, I'm a host for a large company that does not want me to say their name. I might say it if it's got letters in the name. But I am passionate about our world and people and our environment. And I also want to say I love this time of year because I get to connect with people like you and people that are like me. And I feel like everyone watching is a part of my family, or what I like to say is my tribe. And so I feel like wherever we are in the world, we see each other. And whether it's in New York for the United Nations, or in Germany or Florida, wherever we might be, or in Africa, I'm just happy to be a part of this group, especially today. And it's so wonderful. And I'm just honored. And I would do this for the next 50 years. If my Captain Crunch cereal will keep me alive that long. But that's what I want to say. So I'm happy to be here.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. It's always fun having you. So I actually already mentioned to you today. I spoke about solar lights, and we had students in Portugal creating those, but also in Canada. And you have been bringing those, remember?
Absolutely.
You just share a little bit about it, what you did and what kind of impact you created by doing it.
Yeah. Well, listen, I can't, it was a bright idea, but it wasn't my idea. It was actually spearheaded by Kun and Jen. And Kun said, listen, it would be great if you could go to Kenya, to the Kibra slums, and, or I was going to say the Kibra community is what I like to call it, and introduce this kind of science experiment, because they don't have a lot of daylight, because they don't necessarily have the same resources that a lot of people have in different countries. So when the sun goes down, that means the lights are off. So that means potentially you aren't reading your books, or you're not able to study, or you're not able to cook. So we decided, Kun said, hey, if you can create this solar light with different tools that we can have, simple tools at home, it's a great way for kids to take those lights that we have and put them in the little jars, like Kun said, and store up the sunshine, which is free for all of us. Let's use it. And then when you need it, you can flick the little switch and it can work. And the kids over there were so wonderful and so smart. And I almost felt like I didn't need to do anything. They were like, no, you have to put this in here. Yeah, go. Okay, now this works. And put this up. No, you have to turn it off. So we did a wonderful little experiment with that. And I might be able to find it, actually. I might be able to find some pictures when we're looking through that. But it was a wonderful experiment about solar power and people being resourceful and making the use of our energy and resources here without expending energy or using carbon or anything to do day-to-day things that a lot of us take for granted, like turning on a light switch in your room or cooking or having power, things like that. Light changes all of that. It allows you to read, allows you to cook. It can also offer safety when you're walking home or you're walking in groups. And those are a lot of things that I took for granted as an American. And it really helped center things for me and showed me, you know what? These amazing, resourceful children in this community can learn from this experiment and use it to better their lives and pass it on to people that are coming up behind them. But that was in Kenya, in the Kibra community. And it was just a wonderful experience. So listen, I learned more than they did. And people always say that, but it really was true, because I realized I take a lot of things for granted. And being around kids and people that don't have a lot, and they celebrate the things that they do have, it really just moved me. And that's why I do what I do. But those kids are great. And it just meant so much to them that they are so positive and they care about our world, and they're always looking to learn and do more. And so I thank you, Kun, for that direction, and Jen.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it was just fantastic. And Mark, I love you too, but I just want to say that. You gotta include Mark. Everybody gets a piece of candy. And okay, give one to Mark.
I've got a question. So explain the link with the school, the other kids in the other schools. So you mentioned Portugal, Kun, about the all the schools have been working on this light project. How does it all come together?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Kun. Okay, great.
I'm sorry. It's the floor is yours, DJ.
No. I thought Mark was asking me. I'm questioning it. Look at this. This is me. Question to you.
So basically, we have extraordinary teachers, and a few of those were like Ian in Canada, and we had Ines in Portugal as well. And she came up with the most brilliant things, like plastic recycling machines, but they made a solar light with plastic bottles, and they also made a very small solar light which I basically showed you. And we were thinking, Jen and I, wouldn't it be great for those students if they would be able to change the lives of people who really need the solution, because for us it's more like a gadget, but for them it can be a real game changer, basically. And so DJ was kind enough to bring those, I think what were 200 to families who were able to charge during daytime, and they were able to bring light into their homes during nighttime. And so I was able to find some pictures. And
Hey,
from
that's the one I just looked at on my phone. I was like, hey, I
TJ's
That's so great. Oh, that's
Instagram.
wow! Look at that.
Yeah, that's great, right?
Beautiful.
They, yeah,
Love that.
it's wonderful.
So
to
were these
see.
all in your luggage then, TJ? Were you bringing all the bits in your luggage?
Actually, yeah, we shipped it. So we had an interesting experience at the airport in Nairobi because they were like, "You're bringing all this stuff? Yeah, it's for children. You're not bringing all these lights for your children." It was we had to get really creative. And the cool thing was we also brought bottled water in aluminum bottles because plastic isn't allowed there. So we brought those as well. So we were able to kind of say, oh, let's barter the situation. Let's get a plastic bottle. But that's what I did with the global response team. In fact, here's what's crazy. I'm going to go to my refrigerator and get a bottle of water right now and show you.
Oh, we lost TJ. Just like that. But I bet he'll be back in a flash.
He's back. He's back in a flash. So this is our bottled water. It's called Be Clear. And it's water that's processed in an aluminum bottle. And it's something that they can use to recycle when they're there. And we even got our little logo on here. It's the Global Response Team on this bottle. And you can see all that. So that's
so cool.
There. And this is one of our sponsors. Her name, she's actually running, but her name is English Gardner, and she's Olympic silver medalist in the Olympics, and she's going to be participating in the Olympics in Paris next year too. So we got a lot of people that were interested that wanted to help make a difference. But all that to say, Mark, yeah, we had to give them a bunch of water while we were there. So that's how we were able to do that. But again, all through Kuhn's leadership. And listen, this is something Kuhn sent it to me in Los Angeles and paid for it. Not that, listen, it's more than when you say I have a great idea. When you let your money do the talking and do all those things. So Kuhn, I know you didn't want me to say that. I'm gonna say it because I'm honest. So Kuhn and Jen paid for that. So it was wonderful, and I thank them for that.
Which brings us to our next speaker.
Sorry, I'm talking so much. You gotta kick me off. It's too much.
Okay, thank you so much, DJ. Please stay with us, Mark. We will come back to you. But now Hila has some news. Hila?
Yes, I'm super excited to welcome our next speaker to the stage. So our next speaker is Tyrone Ju. So Tyrone is San Francisco's Chief Climate and Sustainability Executive, and he is also the director of San Francisco's Environment Department, recently appointed by Mayor London Breed. So welcome, Tyrone. We're so excited to have you with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hila. And just hi, everyone. I hope everyone's having an amazing time on this event and listening in to all the various stories that involve music and just learning about what's happening in the world. My name's Tyrone Ju. As Hila mentioned, I'm the director of the San Francisco Environment Department. My role and my team's role is to implement policies and programs that address environmental issues in San Francisco, such as climate change, around energy, around zero waste, and transportation. I've personally been working in this field for about 20 years, and I'm super passionate about making San Francisco a greener and healthier and more livable city, and also making sure that what we do here is able to be replicated throughout the world by other cities through the many organizations that we partner with. Really honored to be here to talk to you, the teachers, the educators, the students, our future generation about a topic that's very close to my heart and the topic of this event, which is climate change. I thought I'd start off with a quote I always like to refer to by Eleanor Roosevelt. And she made this quote saying, "The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams." And this particular quote resonates with me because it captures the essence, I think, of what we're all trying to achieve through this event and through all of our work. We're trying to achieve a future that's beautiful, hopeful, and possible. A future that's not only defined by the challenges we face today, but by the opportunities we create tomorrow. And that future is not determined simply by the actions of others, but it's really by the choices we individually make ourselves. And that's how we approach our work at the Environment Department here in San Francisco. And the questions we always ask ourselves is, how do we make this future a reality? How do we turn our dreams into actions? How do we overcome the obstacles and uncertainties that stand in our way? And especially related to climate change, I think those are important questions to ask because, we can no longer think of climate change as some distant threat, but it's a present reality that it's affecting all of us across the world. We all know it's caused by the accumulation of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And we know it's our actions that's causing this effect. And we're seeing the consequences of climate change already in my own city, and I know throughout the world. We've seen more intense wildfires, droughts, heat waves, floods, and storms. We've seen the effects on our water supplies, our air quality, food security, and public health. And most importantly, we've seen these impacts on our most vulnerable communities. And those are the communities that we really have to pay attention to because they're going to bear the brunt of this climate crisis. And I just want to remind everyone, and it's so important that we remind ourselves that we're not powerless in the face of these challenges. And that's part of what all of you do, is, you create hope. And we all have that opportunity to create hope and that responsibility to act now to make a difference for ourselves and future generations. And I think the other piece that I always tell everyone is that we already have the solutions and most of the technologies in place to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We already know what we need to do, right? One of the most important things we need to do is we have to eliminate fossil fuels, not just from our energy system, but the use of these kind of unsustainable extractive resources that are percolating throughout our economies and on our products and our way of life. And we know that fossil fuels are the main driver for the greenhouse gas emissions and pollution that cause climate change and harm our health. And we also know that they're finite resources. And we also know that there are tons of other options out there that are already available if we can all take that bold step together. And, what also gives me hope is that people aren't standing still. Just like all of you are leading the charge of our next generation and are going to be our next generation, we see the amazing innovation that's happening right here in our own city, in our backyard in San Francisco. We're leading in climate technology and innovation for the world, just like we led with Silicon Valley and kind of the development of all of these internet and social media tools and technology tools that we depend on. We have companies like Pachama that are using artificial intelligence and satellite imagery to measure carbon sequestration potential of forests and lands that are helping companies achieve their carbon reduction goals. We have companies in our backyard like Heirloom and Charm that are working on pulling carbon dioxide from the air to reduce what's already in the atmosphere and to reduce global warming. And we have companies like Wildtype and others that are creating lab-grown seafood to reduce the impacts of overfishing and create a sustainable food source. And these are just some of the examples of how climate technology is transforming our world and kind of what changes are in store for us. And all of you are important in setting the stage because you're preparing our future innovators and leaders. And you are going to be our future innovators and leaders to help correct kind of the mistakes that we've made in the past. And that's really where all of you come in. You're not just teachers, educators, and students. Those are just labels. If I were to assign another label, you're also the dreamers and doers. You each have the power and potential to inspire and motivate yourselves and others to take action on climate change. You have the knowledge and skills to educate and empower yourselves and others to understand the causes and consequences, as well as the solutions and opportunities. And you have the creativity and innovation to design and implement projects and activities that showcase how important it is to create a sustainable planet. In many ways, you're dream weavers. You're helping yourselves and others dream about what is possible and to not lose hope. You're helping yourselves and others, like I said, learn from their mistakes and to be better. And you're helping yourselves and others advance our society and planets in ways we have yet to discover. And that's the power you have as teachers, educators, and students. And that's the gift you're going to give to our future. And so I'm so excited to be able to speak to you a little bit about that. And hopefully I've given you some words of inspiration. And I'll conclude with just, one thought, that climate change is not a problem to be solved. It's an opportunity to be seized. And I know it's an opportunity that all of you are seizing through your work as teachers, as educators, and our future leaders. So just want to thank you, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day and the event.
Thank you, Tyrone, for your words, your calls to action, your encouragement. So I don't know if you know, we have students joining from 154 countries, and they're here today. We have classrooms in San Francisco. Dave Potter on our team lives in San Francisco, and he's always sharing the great things that are happening there in your city. And we have had all eyes on California with climate literacy initiatives across your state. So we'll continue to follow your lead and bring messages out to the world of all the great work you're doing. So thank you for being with us today.
Yes, and thank you for all of your work too.
We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon. All right, so we have been eager about this next session. I'm really excited to share with you our next speaker. And I have had some recent conversations with Tom, and we can't wait to let you all know about an initiative coming to you for classrooms. A lot coming up. We're already racing towards Earth Day, but Tom McGowan is the commissioning editor for CNN's Global Features team, doing a lot of work around climate education with their program Call to Earth. So he is here to share with us today about the work that they're doing. They're an international organization. And for me, I get especially excited hearing from journalists on the importance and the role of storytelling in this work around climate action. So Tom, it's so great to see you. Thank you for joining us. I know it's probably getting a little late for you there.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. The bigger problem is it's been wet and cold all day. But
we heard about that from
London in
others.
November.
That's right. Well, we'll turn it over to you, Tom, and we'll be back soon.
Thank you for that introduction. And thank you all so much for allowing me to spend time with you today. It's incredibly cool to be part of an event that includes actual astronauts and people like Tony Hawk. This is my first experience of Climate Action Day, and I've been amazed by all of the wonderful speakers and participants. My name is Tom McGowan. I run a team of journalists from CNN's bureau in London. We write articles and we produce TV shows across all kinds of themes and topics, things like sport, business, style, and travel. But what I'm really excited about, and what I wanted to talk to you all about today, is conservation and environmentalism. When you think about journalism, you think about the news. You think about the big things happening right now all over the world. These things are really important, and the climate crisis is one of the most important issues facing our planet. When we think about these issues, sometimes they can be overwhelming. The numbers involved can seem too large to comprehend. The problems can feel too big to solve. This can be especially true when we think about the climate crisis. The most important thing journalists do is tell stories. It's really the only thing we do. And we can tell them in different ways. But we're always trying to help our audience understand something. What's important is that people connect with our stories. And we achieve that connection by presenting facts. We do that by talking with experts or people with knowledge of specific situations or topics. There are so many ways to approach telling stories, but these things are crucial if you want to do it well. Take the climate crisis as an example. At CNN, we have a dedicated climate team. These people report on the latest events, whether it's a political development or an extreme weather system. This is the kind of thing you might see if you watch a news broadcast on television. What my team does, though, is slightly different. We make documentaries, we make shorter videos, we write articles. Crucially, we focus on stories that inspire. We go all over the world and we focus on the people finding solutions to the problems facing our planet. What I'm talking about is a project called Call to Earth. Call to Earth is a celebration of a planet worth protecting. For 4 years, across social media, our website, and our TV channel, we've been telling the stories of people making incredible impacts, both in their communities and on the entire world. We wanted to motivate people, to bring some hope to a growing crisis, to the challenges that seem too difficult. And we've been inspired. In fact, we've been so inspired by these fantastic people that we decided we wanted to make a positive impact of our own. For this reason, once a year, we host Call to Earth Day. We team up with individuals, schools, and organizations across the world. All across CNN, we show how people have been inspired to take positive action to protect our planet. Last year, we decided to theme the day around our marine ecosystems. Call to Earth Day, Our Living Oceans, saw more than 130,000 people take part in 240 events worldwide. They cleaned rivers and beaches. They hosted talks and lectures. They produced works of art made from trash that had been choking our waterways. At CNN, we got the opportunity to work with the incredible Sylvia Earle, making a 30-minute documentary about her career as one of the world's most important marine biologists and oceanographers. All of this brings us to 2023. This year, we're more committed than ever to growing and inspiring our Call to Earth community. And rather than tell you about how you can get involved, I thought it might be better to show you with this video.
Last year, more than 100,000 people came together to play their part for the environment in over 140 countries across 6 continents for Call to Earth Day. Call to Earth Day is a worldwide celebration of our incredible planet and an opportunity to do something positive to protect it. From our biggest cities to our most remote communities, we can all contribute. On November 28, 2023, CNN will once again celebrate those working to protect our connected ecosystems for Call to Earth Day, our shared home. Whether you live in a bustling city or a remote and wild community, you can help us to protect our planet. In 2022, more than 240 events took place worldwide. 102 beaches and rivers were cleaned up. More than 4,250 trees were planted. Over 1,000 kilos of garbage were collected, and 1,000 poems and 10,000 artworks were created. Don't forget to take lots of photos and videos and post them on social media with the hashtag #CallToEarth. What will you do for Call to Earth Day? To learn more and register your event, head to cnn.com/call-to-earth. From the wilderness to the city, we all have a role to play in helping to protect our planet. Thank you for playing yours.
As you've seen in the video, our theme for Call to Earth Day 2023 is Our Shared Home. This is all about celebrating how living things connect and coexist. So, on November 28th, how can you get involved? If you were planning an event, what would it look like? What would you and your classmates do? Nothing is too big and nothing is too small. I'm sure you've all got incredible ideas. You can stay in the classroom or you can go into nature. You can write songs. You can create works of art. You can learn more about the awesome people who are already protecting animals and environments. Maybe these people are close to you. Maybe they work far away. The purpose of this day is to help people realize we are all connected and to find motivation and purpose in that connection. This is a global day of action. Whether you live in the biggest city or the most remote community, you can take part. What you do matters. We want people all over the world to realize we are all connected to nature and that we all need to play a role in protecting it. We want to make it as simple as possible for people to take part. As the video says, you can go to cnn.com/call-to-earth. There, you'll find a registration page which allows you to let us know what you've got planned. There are loads of great resources there, like videos and articles about the smart people working to protect our planet. And this year, we've gone one step further. We've partnered with specialist education consultant Coty Christie Blitt. Coty worked with us to produce lesson plans for children aged between 5 and 17. These can be used anywhere in the world. I hope you'll sign up to take part in Call to Earth Day. I can't wait to see all of your brilliant ideas. And please remember to share your initiatives with CNN and the world using hashtag Call to Earth. It's so exciting and inspiring to see how passionate young people are about this issue and the incredible things they can achieve. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk with you all today.
Thank you so much for joining us, Tom. It's been so great to have your support and CNN support today, and your calls to action and Call to Earth Day sounds incredible, and I'm sure that our students feel really lucky to have had that. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. The day's been incredible. Good luck with it all and keep it going.
Thank you. We'll see you soon. Okay, so I am really excited to announce our next speaker. Our next speaker is the wonderful Mala Sharma. Mala is the Environment Education Generalist at OceanWise, which is an international NGO committed to cleaning up our oceans and educating about ocean pollution. She studied environmental studies at York University, where she embarked on her mission to become an environmental educator. So welcome, Mala. We're so excited to have you here with us today.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited. I'm sure you can tell from all of my bubbly energy. I've been looking forward to this all week. I'm so excited to talk to you all about OceanWise and what we do and how we are trying to help protect and restore our world's oceans. So I'm actually coming to you from Toronto, Ontario, which is the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Huron-Wendat people. Before getting started, I just wanted to honor this land and extend my thanks to the communities who have been here since time immemorial, taking care of our beautiful, wonderful land, seas, and skies. I feel so lucky to be here today with incredible people who are working towards tackling the climate crisis. And I am very excited to talk about the organization that I work with, which is OceanWise, which is based out of Vancouver, British Columbia. And we have a goal to protect and restore all of the world's oceans. As an ocean educator, I get to bring super fun, interactive, and important climate change conservations and programs to the screens of students all around the world, similar to what I'm doing today. We are also huge on climate activism and optimism. But why exactly should you be caring about the ocean? Well, my friends, the ocean is incredibly diverse and extremely beautiful. We use it for a source of water, food, medicine. It inspires culture, beauty, and it's also what connects all of us around the world. But unfortunately, our oceans are facing a lot of different threats. And some of these threats are ones that OceanWise is working towards finding solutions for. We have a collection of wonderful teams, including whales team, the plastics team, the seafood and fisheries team, the seaforestation team, and the youth team that work together to tackle three primary issues that the ocean is facing today. And that is ocean pollution, overfishing, and climate change. Today, I am going to take you all on a journey with me to explore one of these amazing teams and see what they do very, very close up. So one of the main things that we as humans need to survive is oxygen. And oftentimes when we think about where we get our oxygen from, I'm sure we think of all of our beautiful trees and plants that grow on land. But what if I told you that we actually have underwater forests in the ocean, and the ocean is actually responsible for producing 50% of the oxygen that we breathe? My friends, these underwater forests I'm talking about are called kelp forests. And these ecosystems are incredibly rich and diverse and play a very important role in the ocean and also on land. So today I'm going to introduce you to OceanWise's Seaforestation team and talk to you about all of the help that we get from kelp. So what are some benefits to seaweed in the ocean? You might be wondering. This isn't something that we oftentimes talk about when it comes to climate change initiatives. Well, kelp and seaweed, more popularly known, is actually a carbon capturer. So it traps all that carbon inside of it the same way trees do. It also removes excess nutrients, and it is a huge habitat for lots of different animals, and a personal favorite animal of mine, which is sea otters. Sea otters live in kelp forests and are actually keystone species, which means that they play a really important role in keeping specific ecosystems like the kelp forest alive. But unfortunately, the homes of these sea otters, kelp forests, have been under a lot of pressure and have been disappearing in our oceans. Kelp covers around 28% of coastlines, which is 5 times more area than coral reefs cover. But they're also declining twice as fast as coral reefs. It's actually estimated that between 40 to 60% of kelp forests have already disappeared globally, and this is because of things like climate change. But what exactly is OceanWise doing to help? We have our lovely, amazing team of superheroes called the Seaforestation team that is working super, super hard to bring those kelp forests back. What exactly is seaforestation? Seaforestation is the act of restoring, planting, managing, and caring for underwater seaweed forests. I'm actually going to introduce you to the team today, and we can see exactly how they are doing that.
Hey guys, I'm Lydia.
I'm Max.
And we're OceanWise's Seaforestation team. We're here and we're about to go for a dive to collect some sugar kelp and some bull kelp for our restoration project. Come with us.
Amazing. So I hope wherever you are, you can put on some goggles while we dive through and swim through this kelp forest today. As we can see, the kelp forest is a little bit empty right now, but that's okay because our team's goal is to plant the kelp so that it grows into a giant kelp forest eventually, where a bunch of different animals can all come together and live. Our Seaforestation team is actually growing baby kelps themselves inside of our very own nursery. In this nursery, we collect samples from the ocean itself of different types of kelp, and then we grow it into little baby kelps until they're big and strong enough to put into the ocean so that eventually it can look like this. Eventually, our kelp forest will grow into entire ecosystems. This is actually a real kelp forest that our OceanWise team grew themselves along the coast. And now a bunch of fish, crabs, and octopus can all call it home. It just goes to show that even though we all might feel some eco-anxiety at times, and we might feel like there isn't much we can do, restoration efforts exist and they are working. It takes people like you who are here today from all over the world and people like scientists and researchers to come together and come up with these solutions and make these things possible. So you might be wondering, okay, Mala, that's all good, but it's super hard for me to grow a kelp forest. My parents won't even let me have a fish tank. Well, don't worry, my friends. There are so many things that you can also do at home to be part of the change and take action. And these are 3 solutions that we at OceanWise recommend. One thing we recommend is eating sustainable seafood. And in regards to kelp forests, you can also eat seaweed in specific. I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat fish, so I like to eat seaweed salads. But eating seaweed will make it really, really popular. And if it gets popular, people will want to grow and invest in seaweed farms, which can help the environment and help our oceans. The second thing that we can do is doing exactly what we're doing today, and that is continuing to learn about what is going on in the world and then supporting those initiatives. So take a look around your communities and see what people are doing and get involved. The last thing, which is the easiest thing to do and my favorite thing to tell people to do, is just tell your friends and family about what you learned today. You all got to talk and see amazing people that are working on incredible initiatives from around the world. I urge you all to go home and tell at least 3 people what you learned today so that we can continue raising awareness and keep these conversations going. Thank you all so much for listening in on our session today. And I hope you all learned something new. And I encourage you all to stay curious and ask questions and be the change within your communities. Also, if you are an educator that's looking for free conservation education resources, feel free to visit our website, ocean.org, where our team has worked incredibly hard to create entire lesson plans that are completely free and online that you can bring into your classrooms to increase that climate literacy. We also provide online climate educations where educators like yours truly will come in and lead sessions and Q&A periods with your students to talk about different oceanic themes. And again, I appreciate you all so much for tuning in today, and I hope you all stay on and continue your journey learning together. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Nala. I'm not sure why I'm so... Okay. Jen, you are on mute. First time in 7 hours, so it's okay.
Wow. I know. I don't know if I've ever done that on here before. So excited to hear your messages. And I love the energy you're bringing. And thank you for sharing about the oceans and ways our students can take action today.
For sure. Thank you all so much. Bye-bye.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you. DJ, still alive?
Oh, I'm still there. Listen, I thank you, Mala, and thank you, everybody, like Tom and Mala. This is amazing. So when Mala was talking, there's a little QR code, and I put my phone up there to see what type of ocean animal I was. I didn't get through the entire survey, but I encourage all of you out there, if you see that QR code, go back to YouTube or however you're able to watch this again and find out what ocean animal you are.
Ooh, that's cool.
A tiger shark or something exciting.
Okay, we have a lot of students and teachers joining this event, and we would like to show one more video right now of students sharing what they've been doing. Jen?
Yes. All right, TJ. So earlier in the day, we started on one side of the planet and we've been moving all the way around. And now we're heading back to India, where we're going to hear some messages from students at Delhi Public Schools.
Ooh,
Hey everyone, this is Aisha Goel from Delhi Public School, Varanasi, India. I'm excited to share a climate action project learning experiences with you all. Gratitude Team Climate Action Project. I'm proud to share that since 2021, Delhi Public School has actively participated in the Climate Action Schools project. Through virtual interactions with the global community, we have learned about keystone species and how to spread awareness about climate change. Climate change is a pressing issue and awareness is crucial. We are working to educate our peers and community on the importance of taking action. We owe a big thank you to our dedicated team, Climate Action Team, Mr. Cohn and Mrs. Jennifer for their unwavering support. In addition to our learning journey, our school has initiated many tree plantations drive, successfully planting more than 100 saplings in and around our school campus. Recently, we organized a farm fest to grow vegetables, fruits, and flowers, gaining first-hand experience of how farmers contribute to our food supply. In conclusion, our journey to become a climate action school has been enlightening, and so we are committed to making a positive impact. Let's work together to protect our planet for future generations. In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Amazing.
Such a great message from one of our climate action schools in India. All right, Kun, can we hear from one more school before we move to our next speaker?
No. Of course.
Done. Okay, here we go. So we're heading back to a state neighbor of mine in Georgia. So let's go hear from Johns Creek High School students and their messages for our community.
Hello from Johns Creek, Georgia in the United States. We're so excited to be joining you for Climate Action Day.
Hello, we are from Johns Creek High School in the United States.
My name is Parth Modi.
My name is Ajay Sharma. I'm Shabita.
Our ninth graders in our Talented and Gifted program are propagating plants and collecting recycling to build an entire wall of plants.
Hello, welcome everyone. I'm David Mercedes here at Johns Creek, and I just wanted to tell you a little bit about a project I'm doing here. We're making a 3D printing filament recycling machine where we're going to take PET bottles like this, strip them down, and convert them into filament, which our 3D printers here can use.
Hey guys, my name is Parth, and I'm also going to introduce a couple of projects we're going to be doing. So the first project that we're going to be working on is going to be later in the first semester, and we're going to be working on introducing recycling to local schools. So we're going to be mainly focusing on elementary schools and a couple of middle schools, where we're going to introduce a recycling program that they can recycle paper and plastic and bottles in exchange for PBIS points, which is a form of a reward system. And not only will they be able to learn how to recycle and how that's really beneficial to the planet, but they will also have incentives to help them do it at home and at school.
Basically, we're spearheading another project which involves the planting of around 30 trees around our school campus. And during exam season, which is when we plan to implement this, it'll be really helpful because it'll provide a reprieve for tons of high school students who are stressed out from school, and it allows them to reconnect back with nature and to just, relax a little bit in a time where they really need it. And also, it'll help our campus a lot because it'll provide better air quality, and it's just a nicer addition to the campus overall, and we're really excited for it.
Make sure you and your school make a school-wide commitment to climate action, maybe by planting with us.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
How great was that, Kuhn?
Oh, wonderful. Yeah. So we are going to our next speaker, Hila. Can you let us know a bit more?
Yes, of course. So I'm so excited to announce our next speaker is Kirk Ann Taylor. So Kirk Ann is the Executive Director at Climate Action Pathways for Schools, which is a California-based nonprofit that partners with school districts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, lower operating costs, and advance climate literacy. So welcome, Kirk Ann. We're so excited to have you with us today.
Thank you, Hila. I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you. Yes, I'm excited to share a little bit about some of the inspiring climate action work that's happening here in California, and the steps that students across our state are taking to lead that action in their own school communities. So I'll tell you just a little bit more about our organization. Climate Action Pathways for Schools is a nonprofit. And as Hila said, we work with school districts to enact climate action strategies and help them save money. But we do that in a particular way of helping students prepare for college and their future careers in the green economy. And we believe, as I know all of you do, that every student should have the opportunity to learn about and take action on climate change. And we know that climate change disproportionately impacts communities of color and low-income rural and urban communities. So our work has focused on working alongside communities that are most impacted by climate change and amplifying the power of youth. We do this by centering student voices in the decisions about climate action in their own communities, and also by fostering intergenerational collaboration where teachers and students and administrators in school districts are working together with the CAP students to develop projects so that their school districts can take measures to make their school buildings more energy efficient and advance the use of renewable energy. We also work on clean transportation and reducing waste. And so students in our programs have worked with us to develop climate action plans, and then they advance those strategies over the course of years. And they're doing this as a paid internship experience. They're gaining not only career and educational experience, but also a living wage. And as a part of that, I'll give you an example from one of our school communities that we have been in partnership with since 2019. We've been working with Porterville Unified School District, which is in California's Central Valley. And Porterville, if you don't know it, is a beautiful and rural agricultural community, and it's located in California's Central Valley, right outside of Sequoia National Park. It's a district that has about 14,000 students and 22 buildings, and about 81% of the students in that district are socioeconomically disadvantaged. Porterville also faces some of the worst air quality, unfortunately, in our state due to the impacts of climate change. So over the course of the last several years, the students in Porterville have been working to help their district reduce greenhouse gas emissions with the goal of reducing emissions by 80% by 2030. And as a result, so far, the students have helped the district save over $850,000 in energy cost savings, and they've already achieved a 21% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Beyond that, the work the students have done in partnership with CAPS in their school district has led to us being able to secure over $15 million in state and infrastructure funding to continue to further evolve sustainable buildings and electric vehicles, while also paying for work-based learning programs for more students in the community. So we're really thrilled about the work that's been happening in Porterville, and that's not the only community throughout the state that's doing this. And we know that the time is ripe for this kind of action. Climate change can offer significant opportunities for economic growth and careers and future community prosperity. And if done well, the steps we take in climate action now can also address the economic and social injustices that we face as a society. So CAPS recently collaborated with global consulting firm Accenture to examine the forecasted job growth in green careers in California. And we found that over 30 million new green careers are expected in our state over the course of the next 3 decades. And if you look just across the country in the United States, we're predicting over 9 million new green jobs just in the next 10 years alone. There's a lot of possible career opportunities here for students, and yet we know there's also a gap. As demand for green job skills has surged by 8%, the number of professionals that possess the skills needed has only risen by 6%. So we need to do more to ensure that the pipeline of green talent is ready to enter the workforce. And so that's what we're focused on at Climate Action Pathways for Schools, is providing opportunities for students to not only take tangible action right now in their school communities, but also build meaningful and sustainable futures for themselves, and to also develop pathways out of poverty in the process by gaining skills that will help with high wage employment in the green economy. And beyond the job prospects, we know that school communities also provide a tremendous opportunity for accelerating progress on climate change. In California, our K-12 school system is one of the largest public infrastructure systems in the whole state. We have over 10,000 schools, which equal about 730 million square feet of buildings. And each year our state spends about $15 billion on building, renovating, and maintaining and operating those buildings. And we could do a better job at making sure that those buildings have a positive impact on the climate, and more needs to be done to kind of invest in those kinds of strategies for school communities. So we're working to align the national and state funding, as well as looking at opportunities for investing in school infrastructure for sustainability that will also pair with goals for climate resilience, environmental justice, and goals for educational equity. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today and join you. I hope that some of the work that has been happening here will also be an inspiration to you all, and I look forward to learning and continuing to be in community with everyone here. It's such an honor, and I've just loved seeing everything, all of the conversation over the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kirk and Taylor. That was really fascinating, and yeah, just thank you for all of your support of our work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great. So, Kun, would you like to, and Jen, would you like to announce our next speaker?
Happy to. I will leave it to Jen, but TAC not only has been working with the Climate Action Project and Climate Action Day, Jen has been doing a lot of work with Riley and the rest of the team in New York as well. So Jen, feel free to share a little bit about it. I was really happy to be part of it for one day when I came and visited the schools and to see the amazing work we're doing over there.
Thank you, Koen. Thank you, Hila. So we have been doing some work in New York City with the mayor's office and the United Nations, and they have been teaming up to support teachers and students prioritizing climate education. And so we love our opportunities to go there and to work. Of course, it's in the backyard of the United Nations, but across all the boroughs, the teachers and students at schools in New York City are taking action. So we are super proud and honored to have a special guest today sharing about systems-wide action. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about our next speaker and the work that he's done. So Mayor Eric Adams has served the people of New York City as a New York Police Department officer, state senator, Brooklyn Borough President, and now as the 110th mayor of New York City. So he has a special message to teachers, not only in New York City, but all around the world, and to leaders as they're thinking about ways to take systems level action for our planet.
Hi there, it is Mayor Eric Adams. On this Climate Action Day, I want to be clear. New York City is leading the way to protect our city, Mother Earth, and all New Yorkers from the effects of climate change. We love to see young people engaging as citizens, learning how to advocate for yourself and your communities. A new generation getting stuff done. I want to congratulate all of you for taking part in Take Action Global. You are learning what it takes to make a difference. I also want to thank all the educators for their support and guidance. Uplifting and mentoring our young people are some of our most sacred responsibilities. I also want to thank Take Action Global for organizing today and your continued partnership with my Office of International Affairs. Every day here in this city, our administration is fighting to make sure the future is bright for all our children. We are getting sustainability done for you. We have already taken major steps to become more sustainable, resilient, and equitable, including breaking ground on the Lower East Side Resiliency Project, passing Local Law 97 to reduce building emissions, and rapidly electrifying our city's fleet, which is already the greenest in the nation. Now, I was young like you once. I had dyslexia and I got into trouble when I was 15. I thought I was another young Black man whose future was set in stone. It wasn't. I got into public service because I wanted to turn pain into purpose. So many kids think they are not smart enough to go to college, to make a difference, or to succeed. I once thought like that, but I overcame it. I got my degrees, and now I am mayor of New York City. You can be anything you want to be if you put your mind to it. If you work hard, if you have purpose, you are the difference makers, the agents of change. All our futures are bound together. We are one city, one world, one planet. So continue turning up, raising your hands, asking questions, taking action. Let's think globally and act locally, and let's get stuff done together.
How cool was that?
Very cool.
That's like an epic moment. Yes. So thank you to Mayor Adams, our friend Christy there in his office, and all of the teachers in New York City and the leaders who are doing incredible work.
Hila, we know that you have been working on the next lot. We're really grateful for it. So up to you to announce.
Thank you, Koen. Yes, so we're sticking with the New York theme. So I am so excited to announce our next group of speakers is from Time for Kids. Time for Kids is part of Time magazine. So they're the magazine that they make for kids. And they also have a kid reporter program. So I'm super honored to say that today we will be joined by Alison Singer, Brian McGrath, and Dylan Patel. So Alison is the executive editor of Time for Kids, and she's also edited and wrote award-winning children's nonfiction books in New York City and in London. Brian is a senior editor of Time for Kids. He's also been a middle school ELA teacher, a writing instructor at the University of Arizona and Rutgers University, and a literature professor at Claremont McKenna College. And finally, they will be interviewed by the amazing Dylan Patel. Dylan is 13 years old. He's a Time for Kids kid reporter based in San Diego, California. His hobbies include exploring nature and raising queen ants at home. So, Koen, are you able to get the video up for us, please?
Hi, I'm Dylan Patel. I'm 13 years old and I live in San Diego. I'm a TFK kid reporter. I'm here with Alison Singer and Brian McGrath, two of the editors at Time for Kids.
Hi, Dylan. I'm Alison Singer. I'm an editor at Time for Kids, and this is Brian.
Hi, Dylan. I'm Brian McGrath. I'm a senior editor at Time for Kids.
Can you tell us a little bit about Time for Kids?
Yeah, that's a great question. So Time for Kids is part of Time magazine. We're a magazine that goes out to kids in classrooms all around the country, and we cover current events and try to cover the topics that kids are interested in. So, and we also have a team of kid reporters, including yourself.
Cool. Does Time for Kids often cover climate-related issues?
It seems that every week when it comes time for us to decide what news stories to cover, there are several big climate-related events, stories that we could tell. For instance, hurricanes and wildfires. Homes get destroyed, people are displaced. And while we can't say that any individual event is directly related to climate change, we are, as a news organization, obligated to point out that severe weather events are becoming more frequent, that scientific data shows that severe weather is related to rising global temperatures, and that more of these big weather events could shape our future.
But we get a lot of letters from kids all around the country telling us that they care about the climate, they care about the planet, what can they do to help. We actually have a new program called Service Stars where we're highlighting some of those kids who are doing amazing things. And I think since climate is in the news and kids are actually seeing the effects of climate change all around them, it's something they really care about. I hear from a lot of kids. Brian's our news editor. I know he does as well.
Yeah, I think that for kids, the interest in climate change issues comes from an awareness of what's being lost. We're seeing ecosystems disappear, plants and animals in these places are disappearing, and whole species are becoming extinct. And kids have our natural respect for living things, which comes out of a curiosity about the world. Many of us as children have observed an ant colony, which I know you're familiar with, Dylan.
Yes.
We've watched these insects go about their work. We've wondered about why birds sing and what they're trying to communicate. So this curiosity makes us respectful of living things and their beauty, and we don't like to see these things go away. And I also think kids are concerned about climate change because it affects other people, and kids are intuitively aware of how events affect other people. I think they care about these things, and every part of our life is being affected by climate change. If you think about droughts and wildfire, these are events that are happening everywhere in the world, and everyone is affected by them.
Definitely. I actually have some questions from other kids. Nishad in India asks, why are children's voices regarded as low or playful in terms of climate change? Shouldn't we get the same level of voice as adults?
Yeah. Yes. First of all, yes, you definitely should. When we put together a Time for Kids magazine, we try to make sure that we're giving all of the facts and that we're not talking down to kids, because we know kids are smart and they understand what's going on. So we try never to talk in kind of a playful or talking down sort of way. Again, when we get letters from kids, they're very thoughtful. They're very aware of what's happening, and they have very interesting questions. So any news source or any person that you feel is talking down to you or not taking your thoughts seriously, I would say, know that you do have the right to a voice just as loud as any adult. And there are a lot of ways that kids are making their voices heard now. We love to cover stories of people, of kids who are out in the world and making a difference and speaking up.
One of the kids we covered is an animal rights advocate. And of course, animal rights is related to climate change. If you just think about, ecosystems and our responsibility to protect animals. We covered an animal rights activist named Nirvan Agarwal, and he's been attending demonstrations since he was age 3, and he told us that when he was handing out flyers in support of his cause at 3 years old, people were more willing to take his flyer because he was a kid. Now, if we think about what's happening there, it might seem like maybe they're just interested because he's a little kid. It's funny, right? But I think what's happening there, and what Nirvan, I think, is aware of when he tells us his story, is that when people see kids talking about issues they care about, it's a reminder that these are issues that are going to affect kids in the future.
Abashay in Massachusetts asks, there's a lot of misinformation on climate change on the internet. Where can kids get the facts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, misinformation in the news is definitely a big issue, especially when people and kids have access to Google. You type something in and you get back a huge number of resources and pieces of information, and there's very little way of knowing, if it's true. I would say if you're looking for the facts, to go to a reputable news source, one that you trust. For example, Time for Kids, if you've been reading it in your class for years, you know that we try to provide sourced, trustworthy information, and the climate is the same as any other topic. I would say stick with the news that you trust.
Yeah, I would second that. And I would encourage anyone, to seek out advice on which sources to follow. Teachers and librarians are good sources. Mm-hmm. And don't follow just one source. Look at a few. If you're curious about a topic, look at a few sources and see how the coverage, if there are inconsistencies between the coverage. And that way you have a better sense of what might be true and what isn't.
Audrey in Maryland asks, how can kids learn more about climate change and how it impacts urban and rural areas differently?
Yeah, well, I think we covered how kids can learn more. There are a lot of news sources out there. There's your teachers, your librarians, your parents, your guardians, asking some trusted adults.
Yeah, I think variation is the key. If to read a combination of local news, like the news about your community, in combination with national news or international news, and see how climate change is affecting people in your community, and compare that with the way it's affecting people around the world.
Zinala Badin and Adam in Syria ask, one of the solutions to reduce climate change is the use of clean energy. What are your next steps to make everyone adopt this solution?
As a news organization, I don't think our mission necessarily is to make people adopt a certain solution or to do a certain thing. Our responsibility is to give the facts, whether you're giving that to an adult or a child, student in a classroom. It's the responsibility of giving them the information they need to know to make informed choices. So while I don't think we would do an article saying you need to use clean energy, we might say, here are the benefits to clean energy, or here is what different types of energy do to the planet, just kind of giving that information. Or maybe we would feature a kid in our Service Stars program who is helping their community learn how to use clean energy. So
right, our aim is not to make our readers take any particular action or adopt any particular solution. We can report on people who are making efforts to fight climate change, and we do. We can report on technologies that are designed to reduce the effects of climate change. But our job is to give readers that information, and ultimately readers have to decide what's right for them.
I have one last question. Canton Askew in Romania asks, how can we spread awareness about climate change to other young people?
That's a perfect tie-up question, Dylan, because it goes back to using your voice, right? We were just talking about how kids' voices are just as important as adults, and they can find ways in their communities to speak up and make a difference, right? You can write to your local lawmakers. You can gather some friends at school to ask your principal to make a change. You can put flyers up around, around town. There's a lot you can do.
Right. To add to that, I would say that, if you want to raise awareness, to lead by example, just like the many kids that we report on in our magazine. It might be more convincing than, simply telling people to show, right? To show them how to go about it. If you're engaged in a cleanup effort, or as Ali said, you're putting up flyers, or you're writing letters, and maybe you mention, hey, I wrote a letter to our state rep, and other kids will probably have it on their minds that they're also concerned about climate change, and they'll see you taking these steps, and they might do it as well.
Yeah, and I'll add to that whatever action you take, we definitely want to hear about it. We're always featuring kids in Time for Kids who are making a big difference or taking action in their communities. You can write to us at tfkeditors@time.com and tell us your story. We'll share a bunch of them if we can.
Thank you for answering all these questions.
Thank you, Dylan. We really appreciate it.
Okay, TJ, it's time to get serious now.
You chose the wrong guy for that.
So you didn't come just on your own, right? You brought a guest.
No, I didn't. I brought a friend who's hanging backstage, and I want to introduce him. It's really wonderful. First of all, I love the Time for Kids. It actually is their time. So the pun is intended. The time for kids is now. But I'm honored to introduce someone who is super inspirational, like everyone here. But this is a guy who will never tell you he was drafted by the NFL and played for the Detroit Lions and was NASA's Administrator of Education and is also an astronaut and does stuff with Disney and loves kids and can play the piano and stays up late at night doing a bunch of different things, always coming up with different ideas. But it's my buddy, it's my friend. He's my brother, and I love him, and I'm so proud of him. I want to introduce Leland Melvin. And there he is. Hey, Lee.
Brother TJ Cohen, I'm so proud and happy to be here with all of you beautiful, wonderful people.
It's fantastic. So Leland, here's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you about today, and to all of our friends that are watching. Leland and I spoke last week when I was in Washington, D.C., and Leland has a unique perspective because he's one of the only people that has seen the world as it is. Like, we see our world on a map, but Leland has seen it from space. And I feel like that gives us all a different perspective about this Earth that we share, this blue globe that we have to take care of. And so, Leland, can you talk about your experience as an astronaut and how you feel space ties into the world that we have here, and how life matters and how it affects us moving forward?
Yeah, great question, TJ. The picture behind me I took over South America, the Andes Mountains, Chile, Peru, Patagonia. And I think about, you go around the planet every 90 minutes, you see a sunrise and a sunset every 45. And sometimes while listening to Sade Smooth Operator, but we work together as one family in space. We work together as a team. And when you see the planet from that vantage point, you get this perspective change. You want to come home and do better and help people be more activated to helping save the planet. And you think about your personal self, how do I impact things individually and feel connected to the planet? But then you go local, you go global, and then you go intergalactic. And it's when we get people activated to be connected and have their own personal responsibility to helping us make a difference on our planet and really the universe, then that's when people get activated. And so the Time for Kids and Tom McGowan, CNN, all these things that are going on and people are getting activated to make a difference and change the universe.
I love that you said that, especially when we talk about climate change. People think, oh, it's so big, I don't know what I can do to make a difference. And it really isn't about that. It's kind of meeting you where you are and us taking little steps where we are.
Right.
And all of us contributing towards making the planet better. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I think everyone, if you look at the bigger picture, you say this is daunting. What can I do? But you're walking down the street, you see that trash on the that plastic bottle, you recycle it. You are thinking about taking a car to work, but instead, no, I'm going to walk today. I'm going to get healthier. I'm going to walk, and I'm going to let those greenhouse gases stay contained. And then even smaller things like, planting trees. I mean, you can go to a place and get a bunch of trees and plant trees, and that's our oxygen source for the future, the next generation. And those are some simple things, but making it part of your daily routine, that you do something every day to be part of the solution.
You talked about something that I think is cool that I know about you because we're close. You've been to space, which is amazing. I've only been there in my head, but you love the soil. And like in Virginia, you have all this land and you are actively planting and doing it. Can you talk to us about what it's like just to be out there in your garden and planting and doing all those things?
Yeah, TJ, this morning I woke up and I took my dogs out for a walk around 5 a.m. and I actually saw the space station going overhead. And whenever that happens, it blows your mind, right? And whenever I see that, I think of myself looking back at the planet and thinking, what am I going to do when I get home to make a difference? And so, instead of when I get home, I'm like I said, I'm planting trees, but I'm also not destroying the land, not taking things away that are going to help us as human beings survive. And when you think about the planet also, people say the planet is fragile. The planet is not fragile. We're fragile. It will burp us out and just keep doing its thing centuries and centuries later. So we have to make sure that we take care of the planet so that we can take care of ourselves. And from the space station looking down, it is one of the most beautiful and marvelous, strange rocks in our universe that is thriving, but we have to make sure that we keep it thriving and ourselves alive.
Thank you for saying that. So I have this thing. So it's been a dream for me to play professional sports. You've done that. It's been a dream for me to at least work for the government. You're doing that. It's been a dream for me to go to space. You've done that. I've done none of these things. But I feel like the thing that we always talk about is, like, in our emails or our text messages, Leland will say CTW. What's that mean? Change the world.
Every day, brother. Every day. And it's those little incremental things that you can do every single day that you might not think is a big thing, but every little step done by billions of people is a group velocity change that does, in fact, change the world.
Yeah. So I said all that to say, I don't think it's far-fetched for us to dream of a greener planet or a healthier planet, simply because you are the embodiment of, hey, here's a goal that I want to set and here's something I can do. And you're able to do that. When we talk about dreaming and looking to the stars and feeling like it's so far away, what advice could you give to our young minds and even some of the speakers here about dreaming and the best way to kind of achieve goals and make our planet better?
Yeah, that's a great question, TJ. When I was little, my mother gave me a non-OSHA certified chemistry set, and I blew the living room up. And I said, kids, don't do that out there. But it fueled my curiosity to think that I can unleash this fire and stuff from these two dissimilar chemicals. And so that made me more curious about science and engineering. And we're all scientists. We're all engineers. We solve problems. And so as you go through your journey as a kid, be curious, look up at the night sky, but figure out how to solve problems. Like Dyla from Time Kids. I mean, he's solving problems and asking questions and telling stories. That's the other thing. Telling powerful, rich stories like you do, TJ, to get people excited and inspired about making a difference, doing their daily personal thing one step at a time, and we change the world.
I love that, man. Look, CTW, we got to get some more T-shirts made. We need to get
Take
Global shirts. We need to get CTW on the back. This has been fantastic. What's one of the, oh, look, there's CTW. They're putting it all up. Oh, my God.
Nice.
Tell us the coolest thing about being in space. Because, look, I mean, we talked about that, but I got to tell you, what's the coolest thing about being in space?
TJ, I thought the coolest thing for me would be installing this $2 billion laboratory with the robotic arm. But that paled in comparison. I did that. And then the first female commander, Peggy Whitson, invited us over to have a meal in the Russian segment. And it was African-American, Asian-American, French, German, Russian, the first female commander breaking bread, floating food to each other's mouths while flying over our hometowns, thinking about what our families are eating down on the planet. Lynchburg, Virginia, my hometown. Leo Eilhart's is from Paris. Yuri's from Moscow. We all saw each other's hometowns in about 10 minutes because we were traveling at 17,500 miles per hour. Mine was boom, blown.
That's absolutely amazing. Okay, I have one last thing that I want to talk about. You know, the pandemic affected all of us. And just so we know, family, everybody that's watching, Leland and I talked, and off camera, we were just saying, you know, part of the problem with our problems here is that we're not connected. Right. And so I'm trying to think of ways that we can all connect as a people so that we can tackle issues like climate change. What are some ways that we connect outside of, you know, a wonderful day like this with so many speakers and so many engaged students and so much passion and love and interest? But what are some ways that we can say, hey, how can we connect with others and talk about our message of changing the world and making it better?
You know, when I was in space, we broke bread. We had these meals around the table and we're telling stories about our families and listening to music. I think we need to get from behind the virtual space, which is great. It gets information out there, but to go locally and have a meal with someone and break bread and talk about this savory meal, a vegetarian meal, or whatever. And then you talk about looking up in the planet and the things around you and your family. Because once you make those connections, then you invest in other people and you're connected and you're grounded and you're rooted in Mother Earth.
Oh, I love that. Brother, you're the best, man. Listen, I don't want to ask you all the questions. Are there any students? Can we fire a question off at the chat for Leland? I don't know how much time we have and I don't want to lose my job. Is there anyone that can fire a question off to Leland? I'm not sure. Oh, no, there's Kuhn. I'm getting ready to lose my job right now.
I can fire a question. Thank you so much for this. It's really powerful. People are praising your energy, both, and your positivity, basically. So thank you so much for sharing all of this.
That was awesome.
Thank you, guys. Let's keep this movement going and change the universe while we're changing the world.
I love that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's great.
Thanks, Leland.
See you.
Wow, TJ, that was awesome.
I didn't know I was going to do all that. I was like, okay, Leland, you talk. Go. What's going to happen? You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. And like I said, I'm just so honored to be here. Like with so many brilliant and creative minds and students. And man, I feel like I'm sorely lacking. Like I need to go back to grade school.
I feel that way too every day.
Okay. So we have a few things left, basically. We have a few speakers left, including Margaret Wang. We will have a minister. We will be having Mr. Halil Ibrahim Yilmaz from Turkey as well. And I know that our Turkish friends are waiting for him very, very much. And we have a few groups of students who are willing to share what they've been doing as well. So Jen, you're the boss.
All right. I think we have friends in Turkey who are staying up late. Let's go over to them.
Okay. This is your moment.
Bize zamanımızın en acil sorunlarından biri olan iklim değişikliğini ele alma fırsatını sundukları için bu olağanüstü etkinliğin organizatörlerine en derin şükranlarımı sunuyorum. İklim değişikliği sadece uzak bir tehdit değil. Nerede yaşarsak yaşayalım, hepimizi etkileyen katı bir gerçektir. Etkisi geniş, kapsamı olup çevremizi, ekonomilerimizi ve hepsinden önemlisi topluluklarımızı etkilemektedir. Bu sınır tanımayan küresel bir sorundur ve bu nedenle küresel bir topluluk olarak bu sorunla doğrudan mücadele etmek için bir araya gelmemiz gerekiyor. Eğitim, iklim değişikliğine karşı kolektif mücadelemizin temel taşıdır. Farkındalığı arttırmanın, yeniliği teşvik etmenin ve eyleme ilham vermenin anahtarıdır. Türkiye'de sürdürülebilir bir geleceğin inşasında eğitimin öneminin farkındayız biz. Çevre eğitimini müfredatımıza dahil etmek için önemli adımlar atarak gelecek nesilleri çevre koruyucuları olmaları için ihtiyaç duydukları bilgi ve araçlarla güçlendirdik. Ancak eğitim yapbozun sadece bir parçasıdır. Eylem ise eşit derecede önemli olan diğer kısmıdır. Türkiye'de şehirlerimiz ve belediyelerimiz iklim eyleminde ön sıralarda yer alıyor. Çevre dostu ulaşım sistemlerini hayata geçirdiler, enerji verimliliğini arttırdılar ve yenilenebilir enerji kaynaklarının kullanımını teşvik ettiler. Aşırı hava olaylarından yükselen deniz seviyelerine kadar iklim değişikliğinin etkilerine dayanabilecek dayanıklı kentler, ortamlar yaratmak için projeler başlattık. Ülkemizin bu alanda kaydettiği ilerleme, iklim değişikliğiyle mücadele konusundaki kararlılığımızın bir kanıtıdır. Ve dünyaya yerel yönetimlerin olumlu değişim için itici güç olabileceği mesajını vermektedir. Bugün bir arada dururken iklim değişikliğinin sadece çevresel bir sorun olmadığını hatırlayalım ve ahlaki bir zorunluluk olduğunu unutmayalım. Çocuklarımıza ve gelecek kuşaklara daha iyi bir gelecek bırakmaktır bu süreç. Sürdürülebilir kalkınma ve eşitliğin sadece ideal değil, gerçek olduğunu, bir dünya yaratmakla ilgili bir gerçek olduğunu unutmayalım. Bugün sadece Türkiye'yi temsil olarak değil, iklim değişikliğiyle mücadele ve herkes için daha iyi bir dünya inşa etme konusundaki ortak kararlılığımızın bir ortağı olarak karşınızdayım. Bugünkü eylemlerimiz gelecek kuşaklara miras olsun ve daha sürdürülebilir, dirençli ve müreffeh bir geleceğe giden yolda umut ışığı olsun. Nereden gelirsek gelelim, bu projenin etrafında bir arada olmak, fark yaratabileceğimizin bir hatırlatıcısıdır. Bu birlikte daha yeşil, daha sürdürülebilir ve müreffeh bir dünyaya adım atabileceğimize dair bir umut ışığıdır. Şimdi harekete geçme zamanı. Bu toplantının iklim değişikliğiyle mücadele konusundaki ortak kararlılığımızın bir kanıtı olmasına lütfen izin verin. Ve daha parlak, daha sürdürülebilir bir geleceğe yönelik küresel bir hareketi ateşleyen kıvılcım olsun bu toplantı. İklim krizine çözüm bulma yolunda hep birlikte ve beraber olalım.
Thank you so much, Mr. Halil Ibrahim Yilmaz. Jen, we are going to a few classrooms.
Can't wait.
Right?
Let's do it.
So how about Argentina? Let's go straight to Marcela Villan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marcela Villan. I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina, and this is the fourth year that I'm joining the Climate Action Project with my students from Modern School, Lanús.
Hi everyone, my name is Abril and I'm part of the group of students who are into the Climate Action Project. Our job basically consists on raising awareness on the topic, first by learning how climate change works and what it is, and then by getting to know how to take action.
We cannot believe that we have lots of solutions at hand and that anyone is doing anything about that. That's why we have a project that is raise awareness, that is our major factor at school, that is talking to little kids about these issues, and they are going to tell their parents at home, and so we can expand our community. By the way, my name is Santiago.
It is essential that we all know that we have to fight hard all together to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. Because we all know that by working in one SDG, we are working in all of others. For example, by raising awareness and taking action in climate change, we are working on SDG 13, 14, 15, 1 and 2 and all others.
Hi, I am Enzo and I want to tell you that we are also taking action on this topic, introducing new habits into our routines at school and at home. For example, we are recycling plastic bottles and single-use plastics in a project in which we learn about the damage that they can cause into the environment. These plastics are then sent taken to an organization in which they use it as to build bridges, desks, etc.
We also have a project to reduce food waste in our school. Modern School is an all-day school that starts very early and we finish at 5 in the afternoon. We lunch here, so it's important to learn how to reduce the food waste that is here every day. For example, learn how to do a compost.
We also make a lot of campaigns to take to the classrooms and involve other students to take actions.
This year, we have already had some virtual connections with other schools, with the schools around the world, and we are having a great time. It's very important to learn from one another. Our call to action is, please tell people what you are doing in connection with climate action. Tell them what they have to do so that we can all act together. In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends. Thank you.
And we go straight to Brazil. We already had a Minister for Climate and Environment. We go to the school. And Dr. Jennifer Williams asked me to go straight to the Middle East, to Syria.
We, as a teacher and students, presented an initiative to the Syrian Ministry of Education about spirulina algae as a national student project to support small enterprise. Thank the Climate Action Project, which gave our children the opportunity to attend environmental education classes. Thanks.
Hello, we are Rosella and Yusuf from Syria. We composed a poem about the sustainable school in both Arabic and English languages. We are so proud.
I introduced the play with my friends and it was interesting.
All our friends all around the world. We are Malek, Mustafa, Alia from Syria.
We are very proud to be a member of the Climate Action Project, and after 6 weeks of hard work, we would like to share with you our vision for the future school. We integrate AR technology to create a virtual ecosystem that promotes environmental awareness and conservation among the students.
My name is Julie. I participated in a bay and recycle. I made a plant house from plastic barrel.
My friend and I held our recycling in Salvation, and we are very happy to participate in the Climate Action Project. Climate Action Project, Syria! My friend and I held our recycling in Salvation, and we are very happy to participate in the Climate Action Project. Climate Action Project, Syria!
From the Physics Center, Applied Application. I am Zain Al-Abidin and my brother Adam Saleh participated in the Climate Action Project. We volunteered for environmental activities such as cleaning the seashore and walking in the streets of the city of Latakia. We created a recycling initiative in our school to raise awareness of the importance of adopting solutions to confront climate change. We also participated in virtual meetings with several countries. We were happy and so proud to participate in this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And we go to our final group of students. Jen.
Yes. And actually, you're going to be visiting this next country in a few short weeks, Kun.
Right.
Are you all packed up and ready to go?
Nope.
Oh, we got some work to do. All right, let's head over to our friends in UAE.
Hi everyone, my name is Lori Lindo. I'm the STG Prefect of Shining Star International School. Today, I'm going to share some of the amazing ideas and solutions about our climate change for the implement in our school. The first initiative we have done is Waste Warriors. We have noticed that nowadays we have been using lots of plastic bottles in our school. So we have asked the students to bring the reusable plastic bottles to school. As a result, we have seen the significant decrease in the number of plastic bottles in our school. The second initiative we have started is Green Garden. We have transformed a small area in our school into a garden. We have learned that how we can reduce carbon footprint. We have also learned about organic farming and how to take care of our soil. I believe that every school should teach about sustainability and climate change so that we can make a difference in our planet. Let us join our hands and create a positive impact and a better future for our planet. Thank you.
Okay, so dear audience, we will need probably 10 to 15 minutes more of your time. It's also time to say goodbye to two of our really good friends, which is Mark and TJ. Any final remarks, Mark and TJ? Mark, you're on mute, but that was really rich, I think.
It was brilliant. It was brilliant, Wallace. I've just been struck by the awesome talent of the kids, the educators, the contributors you've had today. A few words have sort of jumped out of me. I think it was Tyrone who said, "You're the dream weavers of tomorrow." I think that's a really powerful message. I think Marla was also talking about, this is the generation of the change agents, and then Leland on the small things do matter. Those little things that you do, start small. We all can make a bit of difference. Those all stuck with me. And then earlier on today, I think it was Ethan in New Jersey was asking, but what about the jobs? What things are we going to do as young people today to actually have green jobs in the future? And I've just been going through, well, we've seen Tom, who's a journalist, we've got, if you're good at drawing, you could be doing creative stuff, you could be making stuff, if you're good at maths, you could be calculating carbon footprints and helping with that. If you're good at being an inventor, there's so many things we need your help with. If you're good at biology, you can look at the oceans and the stuff we saw about kelp. And if you're into chemistry or physics, you could be making the materials of the future that we need, so that will be carbon neutral. So there's so much that we just don't even know what those jobs are yet. But the talent in all the classrooms we've seen today, it's having that curiosity, which Leland was talking about, that really makes a difference. And just by turning up today, I think it's been amazing. And the work that everyone's been putting in with these great presentations, it's awesome.
TJ.
You're great now.
I'm doing that. Well, first of all, Mark, thank you so much. You're absolutely right. I don't want to add to that because there's nothing to add. But I do want everyone that's watching to know how much work that Koen and Dr. Jen put into this. They are up late at night. They're up early in the morning, and we don't see all the hours that they log in. Like even after we get off, I know they'll have to download and probably eat and drink coffee or whatever they want to do. Listen, Take Action Global is, I mean, it's all of us, but we're really following you. And so you are our leaders, you are our inspirers, and you will never say this, but I just know you both work so hard. And I love you as friends, and I'm inspired by everything you do. And you do this every year, and you never complain. And it's all for one mission, to make this world that we all share better. And so I just want to just kind of recognize both of you for being amazing people, but also amazing friends. And, I'm just so proud to know you and be a part of today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Right?
I'm going to hang out with Mark now. I'll see you guys
I
later.
know. You guys are going to go find some fun to do across the world.
Okay.
Well, thank you
so
both
much.
for everything.
Soon.
Mark, please thank Lily for being here with us and helping us from behind the scenes. And we hope you both will join us back next year for Climate Action Day 2024. You're right. Koen and I are going to start planning tonight. We have lots of things to do. But thanks for being here. Thanks for saying yes. We'll see you both very soon.
Okay, bye, students. See everybody later. Bye, bye, bye. See you.
Okay, Jen, I think we need to share a few more things now before we dive into the final speakers. We do know that some people, just a few of them, are really happy with a certificate. So everyone can claim their certificate at this link. Maybe we need to drop it in the chat. So we will do that in a while. So feel free to claim your personalized certificate at this link. Another thing is that we wouldn't be able to do this without partners. So we would like to thank Lego. We have been working very close with them, and we really appreciate them. And a new partner has been Accenture. Jen, I know that we both have been really happy with them. So feel free to share a little bit more about them.
So I think a huge new addition this year has been the work we've been doing with Accenture and their in-kind donation of hours to help us with creating designs and graphics and sharing stories to make sure that we can reach as many people as possible, because at Take Action Global, our mission really is climate education for all. So they are absolutely brilliant and so generous and helpful and kind. So thank you to everyone at Accenture.
Yeah, and this event will be on a record, so you will be able to watch it all over again. I recommend that you watch the whole series, the whole event tomorrow for 8 hours. That would be a brilliant idea, I think. But keep sharing on social media as well. We are on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We are on TikTok. And we will be having the person behind TikTok very, very soon. So keep sharing about this. We are really happy with you being part of our day and our project as well. But there's more. We also have Climate Action Schools. Don't forget about our webinar, Mark it in your agenda. It's on January 10 on 10 a.m. ET, which is 4 p.m. CET, which is 7:30 in India. So be there. And Jen, we will be having Climate Action Day next year.
We are back November 7th, 2024. And we can't wait to see you all then. We have lots coming up before then, though. We have a full year. So we're going to be busy every single day up until November 7th. So please mark your calendars, though. We'd love to see you back on November 7th.
I am really curious who attended the full 8 hours plus 10 minutes.
Me.
There's more people who will be joining in a few minutes. but I'm really curious who attended the full 8 hours. Feel free to drop it in the chat so we can mark your... Cecil has been here.
Wow.
And Anna,
amazing.
That's just extraordinary, I think.
Not surprised at all. They've been with us every step of the way. Oh, Angela, our dear friends.
Amazing. Thank you so much for doing that. We also would like to thank our facilitators. We have them, if you are going to your screen very closely, you can see their names. And we have a lot of them and still coming. But those people have been facilitating our new participants this year in our new platform in their own language, which is about 15 to 20 different languages. We love them. Thank you so much for your support. Really proud of you. And thank you so much. You will be able to visit us. We will be going to COP28, the climate conference from the UN, in the UAE in Dubai this year. You will be meeting Dave and me over there. We will be at BET London as well, Jen and me. And Isti, and that will be Jen and maybe Riley or Lindsay, still to be decided, I think. So, Jen, that was what we needed to share. Still about the certificate, which is important for some people. We have been doing a few things today. We had an amazing slot with WWF Eat for Change. Feel free to drop and post and submit your meal here on this page. And we will be sharing it with the ambassadors for WWF. And we were sharing it on our website and on social media as well. And so, Jen, what's next?
Okay, I think we're ready to go. We have two more presenters, Kun, yep. And I would love to introduce one that we've really absolutely loved working with. And this organization, Subject to Climate, and Margaret Wang will be here with us to talk about some of the work that they're doing. You're going to hear more from us soon because we have just teamed up with Subject to Climate and CFR Education for a COP28 teacher guide. And there is actually a COP28 classroom challenge. So if you're just learning about COP28 now, this is a huge event. As Kun mentioned, he's going to be there with Dave, and we are excited to have education represented. So this is something you can bring into your classroom. You'll hear more about that soon. But let's hear now from Margaret and the work that they're doing across the United States.
Hello, wonderful educators and students. I want to start by sending my heartfelt congratulations for your involvement in Climate Action Project. It's truly something to celebrate, and it's a shining example of the incredible impact of education and how it can really ignite change needed to combat climate change. So here's two students, first of all. You are the heroes of the story, and it's inspiring to know that when students like yourselves learn about climate change, you hold the power to reduce your own carbon emissions by 2.86 tons of carbon dioxide, at least, every year, as studies have shown. But there is more to that story. You're also influential climate advocates, now leading climate action projects and leading change in your communities. But studies also show that you actually hold the power to convince your parents and families to also join the climate action movement. So it's just that much more multiplied. So today, as you celebrate your achievements and embark on this journey to bring climate change action at your school, your home, your communities, and even government policy, I want you to remember this. You are not alone, and you are never expected to bear this responsibility alone. What we're seeing here is this beautiful collaboration between generations, between educators and students, to show that we're all in this together. So now I turn to educators, teachers. Thank you for being part of this journey. I know how demanding teaching can be. I was a teacher for several years, and it was hard to teach about the things I cared about when there are so many existing demands. But the great part is that you are an example of teaming up with students, supporting them in this learning journey, giving them space, giving them knowledge, so that they are not alone, as I mentioned, in bearing the responsibility of solving climate change. So in my role currently as one of the co-founders of Subject to Climate, a nonprofit organization with resources, helping educators integrate climate change across all grade levels and subjects, one of the things that I get to witness are the amazing educators out there who are teaching about climate change and just being so creative on how to support other educators and crafting lesson plans that show that you can integrate climate change into what you teach already. And as we see from this climate action project, that when you do, it causes and creates such a big impact. For example, there's a teacher named Christina, a middle school English teacher from Honolulu, who created a middle school English lesson plan where students are analyzing a speech by a climate advocate, utilizing research writing skills, and presenting their own speeches. Something you would learn in English class, but now something students can actually apply to knowledge in this field. There's another teacher, Emily Townsend, an ELL specialist for K through 8. And in one of the lesson plans she created for K through 2, students are using base numbers to compare the number of extinct, endangered, and vulnerable species, and thinking about how do I protect animals and plants. So young students can also learn about this while they're learning about essential math skills. Another teacher, Liz Ransom, a high school Spanish teacher in Maryland, wrote a lesson plan where students in Spanish are identifying the causes and consequences of climate change, and also looking at indigenous cosmovision, el buen vivir, and reflecting on those values that are needed to live within the ecological limits of the planet. So these are examples that you see every day where teachers, this is where the magic happens. Their creativity and the students are coming together. So I'm celebrating today with you because the Climate Action Project is another example of the beauty of this collaboration that unites the wisdom and experience of educators with the passion and innovation and fresh perspectives of students. And together, you all possess extraordinary power to change the world. You are partners in inspiring and also being inspired by change. So thank you for your dedication and for making a significant difference. We're all in this together.
Okay, that was a wonderful message. And we have one speaker left, and this one speaker is a minister in Moldova, and we will be having Dan Perciun, and he's now the Minister of Education in Moldova. He entered political life in 2016 as a member of the Standing Office of Action and Solidarity Party led by Maia Sandu, a former education minister, who we also happened to have on the show last year. In 2017, he was elected deputy chairman of the party. And let's listen to Dan's wisdom.
Greetings from the Republic of Moldova, the country of sunshine, vineyards, and welcoming people. My name is Dan Perciun. I'm the Minister of Education and Research, and we are trying to take our education system towards the path of sustainability. The climate movement that started in 2018 has reunited more than 1.4 million people worldwide, and Moldova is also part of it. We are facing similar challenges that the entire world is facing when it comes to droughts, floods, and other extreme weather phenomenon. And definitely education for climate is part of the answer to this global challenge. We should make sure that we develop within our students the necessary competencies to address this modern day challenge and to develop the right attitudes towards our planet so that they can contribute on a personal level as well as on a collective level to reducing our carbon footprint and addressing the biggest challenge that humanity is facing in the 21st century. This is why environmental education is a priority within the Moldovan education system. It is part of our national legislative framework. It is provided for in our national strategy till 2030. And we have also developed a specific subject, environmental education, which currently is taught optionally in many schools in the country as well. Environmental related issues have been embedded across all the curricula in many subjects so that students get exposed to this kind of information. The Ministry of Education made sure not only to have environmental education integrated in multiple school subjects across all levels, but also introduced the optional subject, the environmental education, as well as many extracurricular opportunities for young people to get involved in dealing with climate change. Additionally, starting with 2019, the Ministry, in partnership with UNDP, has extended the subjects teaching climate education and laid more emphasis on teaching how to minimize the carbon footprint, and we have created a set of support materials for students aged 7 to 16 named the Climate Box, having as example practices done in Europe and Central Asia. More than 3,000 students in 155 schools in Moldova benefited from this project, and the resources have been widely used in subjects such as geography, chemistry, physics, biology, as well as optional subject environmental education. That is why in 2020, the ministry did not hesitate to officially support the Climate Action Project, and it was implemented in hundreds of schools in Moldova. More than 300 of our educators, together with their students, are part of this global initiative. 14 Moldovan schools got the Climate Action Project School of Excellence Award in 2021-2022. There are many sustainability initiatives launched in our schools across the country, and they are very successful. One Moldovan school, for example, became the finalist in the International Schools Awards competition run by ICC Research in 2023 for its sustainability initiative, and we are sure there will be more. Moldova as a country climbed from the 48th to the 25th position in 2022 on the SDG index, and this has been the result of the incredible effort that has been done by entire Moldovan society that we are very proud of. The Ministry of Education is totally committed to facilitate and support the implementation of education for sustainable development all across the country in our schools. We would like to particularly thank the founders of the Climate Action Project, Mrs. Jennifer Williams and Cohen Timmers, for uniting more than 3.5 million students for one single mission: to stop climate change. As Antonio Gutierrez said, we must rise higher to rescue the Sustainable Development Goals and stay true to our promise as a world of peace and prosperity on a healthy planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the Ministry of Education in Moldova. So, Jen, we come to the end of this event.
How are we already to the end? It's almost like a sad moment.
Yeah, it is. I maybe want to repeat one thing. We had a beautiful song today, and you can all be part of it. You just have to record the chorus. You can find all of the information at this page, climateaction.org/song. And then we will make sure, or not us, but the singers will make sure that you will be part of the song. For all those people who joined the Climate Action Project, thank you so much for doing it. No stress, keep posting your submissions. Feel free to take your time, no pressure. Many people have been requesting how to claim the certificates. Well, you can do it at the project page. At the bottom, all you need to do is submitting 4 weeks and at least one picture, and you will be able to claim your personalized certificate and one for each of your students. And then another thing, the certificate for this event. Thank you so much for attending. You will be able to claim it at this link. So, Jen.
Yes.
We are doing this with a lot of joy, but it's not just us, right? We have a team. So there was a time that you and me were teaching and we were running this project and combining several jobs, but now we have grown up basically, and we are DAC, and we are so proud of our team. And you can see that's quite a lot of people here. And we have a great thing, and that is that we are not only, it's not just us on this, I'm clicking a lot. But it's not just us, the team is here as well. Hi team.
Hi.
Hi. Look at our awesome team. So we have teachers that come to our work, the Climate Action Project, Climate Action Day, Climate Action Schools. A lot of them, this is the first time they're doing something around climate action. They might be the only teachers in their school or even the only teachers in their country doing this work. It might be the first time that they're using ed tech to collaborate. And maybe it's the first time they're meeting with a school in a different part of the world. But they trust us and they come to us hoping that we can guide the way. So we do that with these amazing humans, this global team that makes up Take Action Global. So they have been with us. So Kun and I with Hila have been on all day, but they have been behind the scenes responding to social media messages. We have an emergency support team. We have bloggers, we have videographers, we have all sorts of people here to help. So they've been here all day, but they're with us all year. So we are so grateful for you all, our wonderful team. Any highlights from today? You all have a different perspective. You've seen it all. We'd love to hear from you. What has been standing out? Any themes that have bubbled up? We'd love to hear your thoughts. We'd love to hear from you. What has been standing out? Any themes that have bubbled up? We'd love to hear your thoughts. We'd love to hear from you.
So Riley, any takeaways?
Yeah, so I've been trying to capture as many quotes as I could throughout the day. And what I kept finding throughout each of the different speakers, student participation, was making small steps makes a big difference. So although we are all individuals, we are all part of this large community that we call Earth. In our solar system, making a difference for our planet and our communities really takes all of us and all the actions we can do together. So it was very inspiring to hear it from many different perspectives, from people that have seen the world from the outside and seen the communities that are affected by different global climate change events, and really see this all come together in a global way today has been so inspiring for me personally.
Thank you. Dave?
Yeah, I really enjoyed probably three things I heard throughout the day. One is pay attention to girls' education and the effect of climate change on the gender discrimination there, with the impact of climate. Really enjoyed listening to that approach in different ways. I love the joy and hope comments from most of our speakers today. Tyrone here in San Francisco, Leland and TJ, that energy. And as Leland said, connect with other people. Go and break bread with somebody. Go have a meal with somebody. Put the screens down, which I'm sure we'll all want to do pretty soon here. And connect with people that way. If you connect with people, you want to invest in people, as Leland said. So I feel so hopeful listening to the teachers and students, the interview with Tammy Murphy, and always great, her answering. Everybody took their time today, us included, but a huge contribution to this idea of collective action and the mission of Take Action Global. So thank everybody. It was wonderful. Really appreciate it.
Amazing. And Lindsay?
Wow, it was such a whirlwind. I'm excited to go back and look at all the tweets and all the posts, but I think what stuck out to me was when Twila was speaking and just hearing all the diverse perspectives and connections for this global world. So we have our local community that we're thinking about, but we're also globally connected and impacted. So her connections were just, they really resonated with me. And then learning about deforestation, that was super cool to be able to go underwater and see how they were rebuilding with baby kelp. And it felt so fortunate to be witness to such a diverse community and diverse perspectives that now I just feel empowered to go and make change tomorrow.
Amazing. Jen?
Yes. Thank you so much. Anyone else want to share? We have representation from a lot of our teams here. So I know you all met Carla earlier. Maria has been manning all of our community social channels. You see her every day posting, and I know she's been busy today. We have Hope and Scott, who are our climate science experts. I am quite positive probably there were some big moments for you all, that we had some big shout outs for the ocean and our water. And of course, we love the trees. I saw Lindsay's messages coming in. We had some tree shout outs. We had some butterfly shout outs. So Brahm and Justin not here with us right now, but they are covering us in terms of technology. So we were able to show our awesome platform and our app. So Brahm is one of the great brains behind that and always there supporting our teachers. So we're really grateful.
Thank you so much, team.
All right, we'll see you all later. Thanks for being with us.
See ya.
Oh, I want to thank Hila because she has been here with us for 8 hours, or at almost 9 hours. It's been a big help. People told us that we are not complaining behind the scenes. No, just kidding. I cannot imagine that it was like more than 8 hours, but it was really pleasant to do this with you.
Thank you so much, Jen Kuhn. It was a pleasure to be here.
Oh, Hila. Well, you know, Kuhn and I are a little silly sometimes, and we get these big ideas. Yeah, you and and you know, we'll go with it, and we don't mind ending our day very late and starting our days very early. And I know we sometimes will be like, let's push hard past our comfort zones. But Hila, you have met us every step of the way, and you're like, I got it, no problem. Let me do that. And it just means so much to us. And so we've just been able to trust you, and then you always exceed our expectations. So you are extraordinary, and you are representing, I think, this world of youth that really are not waiting to take action and not waiting to jump into careers. You came to us, I think you had just graduated high school.
I had.
Yeah, just months after graduating high school, and said, I want to find a way to help. And we didn't know exactly what that would look like, but we're so appreciative of you and the role model that you are for all of our young people, along with our other team that joins us every day too, of fellows and interns. So thank you, Hila. We couldn't have done it without you. Hopefully you'll come back next year and be with us again, because we're not letting you leave this time. Now you're stuck with us for good.
Bye, team. Thank you.
Thanks, Hila.
Thank you.
Talk soon.
And with that, being the tag team, I just wanted to share very briefly our website, because at the very, very bottom, there's a yellow button, and you go to the website right now, which is takeactionglobal.org. You hit that button, and you will be very, very happy, because you will get all of the new things we are sharing through our newsletter, and which happens to be Hila, who is
That's right.
creating those and sharing those.
Yes.
Yep.
We love our monthly newsletter with Hila. All right, Kuhn. Well, we did it again.
We did. Yep. So this was a really great tryout, and tomorrow we will go live with the actual show.
all new speakers and many more classrooms ready to share.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much to all of the attendees, the presenters. Thank you so much to our Climate Action Project participants, the Climate Action School participants as well. Also to the translators, because they translated the whole platform and part of the curriculum and all of the other things in 20 different languages, which is extraordinary, I think. So thank you so much for that. Please make sure to join our Lego challenges as well. We have been creating several of those. And if you want to claim your certificate,
which we know you do,
here's the link. We will be referring to it in our email, our newsletter. And this really brings us to the end of the event. Thank you so much, Jen, for being here. We did it. It's always more. Our work in New York, Climate Action Schools, Climate Action Project, our work in New Jersey. We're going to a lot of events. We are Climate Education. I'm proud to say that we are one of the biggest globally working on that. That is why we will participate in the climate conference as well, COP28. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being who you are. And over to you for the last final words.
Thank you, Koen. Big shout outs to some of our friends at the US Department of State. We're working with embassies around the world this year and really appreciate everyone trusting in us. So Koen, I would imagine decades from now, we'll still be doing Climate Action Day, right? And I'm going to tell the same story that I told. I will be there with you. We will be ending our Climate Action Day, let's say 2048, maybe we'll be there. And I'm going to tell the same story that I told since the first one. And I remember the day that I was presenting in Belgium. So I had traveled across the planet. I was at a school there. And Koen sent me a text and he was like, I need to come see you. And it was a rainy day and I was jam-packed on my schedule. And I was like, don't drive an hour. I won't be able to see you. And you said, yes, even if it's for 5 minutes, I need to come meet you in person. And you did that day. And we found a moment to sit. And you said, I have this idea. I think we should do it. And from that moment on, we created tags. So thank you for taking that hour-long drive on that rainy day way back when in Belgium. And for me, you are just the best partner and my true friend I get to work with from the moment I wake up in the morning until the moment I go to bed at night. I get to have messages with my friend Koen Temmers. So thank you for everything you inspire. And I can't wait to see what we create together next.
Thank you so much.
All right. See you all soon.
Stop this event with our song, Be Cool.
Ooh.
And over and out. Bye-bye.
Good idea.
I want to be cool. It isn't a joke to walk in the woods without all the smoke. I love to swim, but not in a flood. We can't grow a crop down in the mud. I want to be cool and get the job done, so we don't get left out to bake in the sun. Let's plant some trees and make some shade from the ground up. That's how change is made. I want to be cool, how about you? Together there's not one single thing that we couldn't do. Take care of the earth and each other too. Working together, we all can be cool. too hot. I'm joining the movement to save what we've got. So every girl and every boy can live a good, long, healthy life and find some joy. I wanna be cool, how about you? Together there's not one single thing that we couldn't do. Take care of the earth and each other too. Working together, we all can be cool. Leaders, it's time to lead. Listen to your people, we need. The whole world is sweating this out. Can't you hear your kids starting to shout? I wanna be cool, how about you? Together there's not one single thing that we couldn't do. Take care of the earth and each other too. Working together, we all can be cool. I wanna be cool, how about you? Together there's not one single